moon, climb across the moon, and you don't see any distortion.
You can think of it this way: the either end of the terminator line is always going to be angled away from the observer if it's hitting a sphere. Do you understand that?
Distorted, but it's not looking distorted, right?
Say that again. Sorry, we kind of broke up.
So what you're saying is, as it's climbing it, it should look. Yeah. You're saying as it's climbing it, it should look distorted if it's on a globe or spherical moon, but it's not looking distorted, is what you're saying. I got to look back into that, but that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, we're not seeing the distortion based off a shadow being projected onto a spherical object. The claim is that that's Earth's shadow being cast onto the moon during the eclipse. However, there also exists Selenelian eclipses where you can observe the eclipse while the sun is still above the horizon, and what is claimed to be the shadow of the Earth appears to come onto the moon from above as the moon is setting.
I'm actually curious, and I'm not trying to debunk anything, because I've talked to different people that believe in flat Earth, and they have kind of different opinions of it. What is your stance on what the lunar eclipse is then?
We don't know. It's a phase of the moon.
We don't know. We don't make claims. We don't make claims about what we cannot know or test or verify. There are multiple options. There could be some kind of distortion causing refraction between us and the moon. The ancients used to document something along those lines and called it Rahu and Ketu, which would eat the moon and the sun. I don't believe in any mythical nonsense. I just if I can find the data for it, I'll accept the data and how we acquired that data, but I don't need to accept the imaginations about what that data could mean. I just need to look at the raw data, if you understand.
So kind of like a classic skeptic approach, not skeptic in the modern sense, but like the ancient skeptics, right? Like the ones that they're like, I don't know what I don't know, and I cannot be 100% sure about anything, so I'll look at things, but I could always be wrong about, kind of having a constant skepticism.
There is the things that can be there is the things that can be known that we do know, but
the
there is a
philosophical
limitation.
skeptic sense, not like you're just a skeptical person.
There's an element of skepticism, but there is also things you can verify using the scientific method. There are, like I said, data that you can gather from the real world to establish truths and knowledge.
Do you think it's possible to find out what that shadow is that's going on the moon? Do you think there's an experiment that could be done to figure that out?
We don't know.
If I knew, I would try to accomplish it or tell people how. I can't imagine one right now without I don't have enough money to even be able to test some of the premises required to even try to test it. So it's really difficult.
Try to have a theory about it, right?
Sorry, what?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with hypothesizing and speculating. You can do that all day long, but then you're going to have to get down to the brass and devise an experiment.
Yeah, the best I can give you is something like you can watch a fly standing on water casting a circular shadow on the bottom of the pool, and that's just due to the indentation from its leg on the water. And so that creates this refractive window, which casts a shadow, even though there's actually nothing circular there. Casting a shadow is just the indentation in the medium, leading to light behaving like that. So there could be other factors that I don't know about. I don't know what's between me and the moon. I can't test that. What I can test is the ground, are the assumptions that we make when we're trying to make the world into a ball, because everybody knows it's a ball.
So I guess where what I'm asking is, there were people that said exactly what you're saying, and then they tried to devise experiments to prove assumptions, and then they did those experiments, and that assumption had, or the result had possible interpretations, and then they're like, cool, we have to test out all these possible interpretations in order to figure out which one's the reason why it happened, and then they did more experiments on that. And I guess the thing that I feel is like, well, they did all that thinking. Like they did this experiment that had these possible assumptions, then they did a different experiment that had a different assumption, and then people did that for about 2,000 years and came to this conclusion.
That's not how that happened.
But it feels like you were saying, unless you could do the experiment, it doesn't work.
I studied the history of this. That's not how that happened. What actually happened was, like I told you earlier with the shadows, they made a bunch of assumptions. They saw boats with their naked eyes appear to disappear bottom up on the horizon, and they believed that they had invisible laser beam vision, and they didn't understand how light worked. So they thought, seeing the bottom of the boat disappear, or appear to disappear on some days, that meant that the Earth was a ball. And so when they saw the shadow on the moon, that meant that they confirmed their first assumption. But if you understand logic, these are affirming the consequent logical fallacies. This is circular reasoning. If the Earth is a ball, boats would disappear bottom up. I see boats disappearing bottom up, therefore the Earth is a ball. This is not a scientific experiment. This is not proof of anything. And worst of all, we continue on. You mentioned the sticks and the shadows, Aristophanes. Yeah, did you know that the Chinese also used sticks and shadows, but different assumptions? And their conclusion was the Earth was flat. That's because baked into the sticks and shadows assumption is, if the Earth is flat, then the shadows would behave like this, the shadows behave like this, therefore the Earth is flat. Or the inverse, if the Earth is a sphere, shadows would behave like this, shadows behave like this, therefore the Earth is a sphere. The only thing you need to change is the variables in between that are not mentioned here, which are how the light is acting.
Hey, Drace, Neil, I want to do an experiment with your friend on the phone.
What I said about 10 minutes ago.
Hey, I've got an experiment for you, man. Do you want to calculate the circumference of your living room? Assuming your living room is a sphere?
Sure.
Yeah, if you assume, yeah, so you find a light bulb in the middle of your living room.
Are you asking me a rhetorical?
I'll give you the instructions. It's literally 4 steps. That's all you need to calculate the circumference of your living room.
Okay.
So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to get a light bulb, a single light bulb. That's all you need is one light bulb on the ceiling, right? And then you're going to take a stick object or a soda can or a bottle, it doesn't matter, right? And you're going to put it directly underneath that singular light bulb. And then you're going to take another object and you're going to measure it however many distance away that you want it to be, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, right? And you're going to place a similar object, same height and everything, off to the side. And you're going to measure the angular difference between those two things. Whatever the angular difference is between those two things.
Sophomore year of high school. This is basic geometry. I understand what you're talking about.
Right. So then from there, you're going to take.
You know where the light source is. That's why that works. You know where the light source is, so you can measure the distance, the light source to that.
No, you're assuming that light source is an infinite distance away, and you're assuming all light rays are parallel. And you have to assume the Earth is a ball.
Infinite distance away. The Aristophanes experiment.
You assumed it was an infinite distance away.
Options, like you guys said, and so you cannot assume one of those things is true. You have to test for all of those things, right?
Where did they test that?
For those things?
On whether there is a local light source or a very distant light source. And
how did he test for that?
in order to prove all of those possible results. That's why I was saying, like, I don't believe, and you guys agree, there's no one.
No, we're asking you where did they test the assumptions of an infinite light source with parallel light?
It's infinite distance, or the light is infinite. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by infinite light source.
The light is calculated to be effectively an infinite distance away. So it doesn't matter if it's 3 million miles or if it's 93 million miles. It's the same, and then all the light is parallel. Those two assumptions are required, and then the Earth becomes a ball.
Right, or on a different model, the light source is like 30 miles away.
No.
And the Earth is flat, right? Like that's the other model.
No, that's you creating some retarded flat Earth model and trying to ascribe it to us. That's a straw man fallacy.
No. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm not straw manning. I'm asking, like, okay, dude, hold on.
You didn't ask.
There is not only one possible answer from the Aristophanes experiment, right? We both agree that there are multiple possible explanations for why shadows are cast that way. It either is a local light source or it's a very far away light source. Those are two possible answers. Yeah?
The localness of the light source is dependent on the medium between you and it, which is unknown.
Yeah, no, I understand. So that's why I'm saying you then have to do experiments to find the distance of the light source.
Impossible.
Yeah, what's the medium 100,000 feet up? What's the medium 100,000 feet up? What's the medium 500,000 feet up?
Hold on, time out, guys. He's got to shut this down. We had a warning. We can't say the R word, unfortunately. I know it's TikTok, so let's just give our last 30 seconds.
What R word?
Yeah. And I'm going to shut down in about 10 minutes anyway, because I'm almost home. I gotta just shut it down.
No problem.
I'm enjoying the conversation. Once we got past the craziness, I think we're doing good here, and I'd love to keep doing this another time if you guys can. But
100%.
All I was trying to
I
establish
prefer that you come in here.
is that there's more than one possible explanation for Aristophanes' experiment, right? It's and you're saying it's an unknown distance of where the light source is, so therefore we need to do an experiment.
It's not an experiment. It's a logical fallacy. It doesn't establish anything. That's what we're telling you.
I understand. That's why I'm saying you then have to do a different experiment to either confirm one of the possible results, or you have to just do a different experiment altogether. Like, like the Two Towers experiment, right? Like that one would have to prove whether there is curvature at all or not. Or you use a gyroscope, and that one would have to prove whether there's rotation, which is a totally different thing anyway. But so like the Two Towers experiment, right? That would prove or not whether there is curvature to the land that you're on, right?
What Two Towers experiment are you talking about?
Like that basic one where it's like you have a camera or a laser on one 6-foot tall stick, and then you go like a mile away, and you have another camera or you have a sensor or whatever on another 6-foot tall stick, and you make sure that they're both at the same exact altitude. And if the Earth was flat, they should just touch each other. Like the laser going straight level should touch the tip of the other one. If the Earth is curved, then you should have lift up the other stick higher, about 8 inches or something like that, in order for it to have touched that sensor. They did it on the Netflix documentary, and it's a pretty common experiment.
No, they didn't actually.
They didn't do lasers.
They didn't use lasers. They used a flashlight, which diffracts going through holes, and would have never worked. We, however, have used lasers hundreds of times.
Yeah, so I'm saying like that is a kind of experiment.
So again, you have non-experiments. Again, you have non-experiments and a mockumentary, which is making fun of you. Meanwhile, we have tests using wavelengths of different wavelengths, lasers, infrared.
Flashlight, not a laser.
You have a flashlight.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, he broke the laser. He broke the laser when he was going out there to do the laser thing. He broke the laser. He left it on too long, and it broke.
Right?
With a laser? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so like, hey, if you're at a laser, like over a lake, so like you're at a lake, right?
Well, with a lake, you got to also take into consideration the density of the air, the temperature of the air, and the warping of light that happens with that.
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying like that would be like the,
over.
where would we do this? Because that's the flattest like distant, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we can do it in the air if we want. But...
So what I'm saying is like, and look, I'm not trying to get in the technicalities of that specific experiment. My point is, you guys have Aristophanes' experiment.
We do.
Possible
No,
to do.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Onto it to
Yeah,
prove
you don't want to get into the technicalities because you don't know the technicalities. We know the technicalities, and we know they didn't use lasers. We have experiments using lasers, although these are not actually experiments. You don't know actually what an experiment is. You're kind of conflating a test with an experiment or a measurement with an experiment.
elevation is the same, right? That's what the experiment should show, right?
I think we've reached an impasse here. Because it's a lot of talking.
The impasse is because I'm trying to just have like a conversation about.
Yeah, I know.
Come into here. Discord.gg/flat earth, man. Come in here and come say hi.
Yo, we're on his channel. Yeah. No, I got it. But yeah, no, it was nice, dude. Yeah, 100%. Well, I'll definitely be back, dude. 30-second closing statements. Cool.
You guys go for it.
All right, Drace, Sheepdog.
No problem.
You can't prove the shape of the Earth looking at the sky. And Jaren did not use a laser. He used a flashlight by shining it through a hole in a piece of styrofoam. And based off of that observation, he should have been 23 feet tall. And yeah, I just think you have a lot of wrong information. And the devil's in the details. And if you want to actually talk about the details, come to discord.gg/flat earth. What you got, Drace?
Awesome. Thanks, Sheepdog. Thanks, dude. I'll give you your last 30 seconds. Really appreciate it, brother.
What I've been finding is that it's very easy to look at a single instance of an experiment and disprove that and think that the whole system falls apart. When experiments are able to be performed by everyday people in many different ways and get consistently similar, if not the exact same results, it's hard to doubt their validity. So without getting caught up in the specifics and the semantics and actually looking at the broader picture, the picture gets drawn pretty clearly. And I am more interested in why you reject that broader picture and you focus on those instances that confirm what it is you want to hear.
No, we focused on your so-called claimed evidence, and we showed the inherent errors within all that so-called
Thank you, brother.
evidence.
I really appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. Cheers.
Okay, I don't get to do a finishing statement. Okay, no problem. But I'll finish it anyway. We went over his so-called evidence, which is repeated. Sure, you can repeat an error ad infinitum. It still remains an error.
Who was that guy?
TikTok Glober saying flat earthers don't have a flat earth. We started with like 3 people. We had 40 people in the chat. Let's go.
Yeah, I find it's really interesting. Don't focus on any of the tests or what he refers to as experiments, because each one of them you'll find something wrong with, but focus on the bigger picture. Focus on the bigger picture, the bigger story that we weave with tests we can't really back up.
It's like saying, I know I'm lying, guys, but look at how many people believe the lie. So you should believe it too.
Yeah, he was like teetering on like
You know, don't look
dogma
at the
and
little
evidence,
lies.
and like couldn't pick a side. He's like, should I go to evidence? And then as soon as he went to the evidence, he like hopscotched over to some like pseudo speech like bullshit. And we're like, no, go back to the evidence. It's like, okay, let's go to the evidence. And then he'd run away again. I was like, bro, that was like the entire hour.
No, don't listen to the little lies. Listen to the truth, which is the story that we make up about all those little lies.
Oh yeah, and by the way, just an FYI, guys, when we are on TikTok, unfortunately, they have some really like strict guidelines. So like, you can't say retard. I don't think you definitely can't say the N word. What else can you say? I think just that. But yeah, we just got to watch out a little bit because I did get a strike, and then he got a strike also. But I don't think he cares. Anyways, continue.
That's why he needs to come in here, man. If he wants to know, have a real conversation, not a what is it called?
Well, how is it going to change
moderated.
him? But how is it going to change? He's just going to get angry and leave if we mute him, right? He's gonna be, I don't want to be here. Like I literally you have to give them like the allowance of being stupid. Unfortunately, as a moderator, even though like you have to make them have like a voice, unfortunately. And if their audience wants to hear a voice of a retard and donate to them, that's their cause. But that's just making us look better, So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right?
Yeah, to some degree, because it's kind of like you can use the opposition, that every point they make you can use to expose more of what you have to say. So every question that they ask helps us deliver the message. So it is a good thing to a point. But then once you get to 8 years with somebody like Just Path of Light, he needs to stop coming around here and go hang out on TikTok.
Yeah, like, dude, if people came into our rooms, right, that would be completely different, right? Then we would be like, all right, mute, we're advancing, like, topic, stop filibustering, like, shut up. Like, I could have done that 100 times during this conversation, but as a moderator, I'm not allowed to, right? I do it a couple times, right, when he's really filibustering. I'm like, all right, let's, like, but I hope you guys would do that for me, and then, I would have to call moderator, and then, interject and be like, yo, like, come on, man, get back to the point, like, what's the point? And
yeah, no, and it's and I mean the truth. Has this guy really even actually spoke with any of us before? Because if this is his first time,
it's just TikTok Live Earthers. But like I said, he wants to speak again. Well, and
yeah,
like I said, I got to give respect when I go to their channels. I have to give like the respect of like their channel, their audience, and I gotta unfortunately. So if it gets too bad, we just back out, right?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. No, there's nothing. You have to start where they are and slowly walk them to where we are. You can't just go in and turn an aircraft carrier 180 degrees and 100 yards.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get more shows, even like, returning guests and, I mean, hopefully it's not all retards every time, but I mean, he wasn't that bad. Well, I mean, he was, but nevertheless.
Well, but if this is his first time being around reasonable flat earthers, then, we shouldn't call him a retard. That's his first time here, so.
No, but like cordial, like he was like a little bit like, what I'm saying? He wasn't like foaming at the mouth, right? You know what I'm saying? I know he had like, just like as long as the messages get conveyed both ways, I think that's like the goal. So yeah.
Drace did an awesome job. Sheepdog, you guys did a hell of a job. It's and if he comes back, that's the real victory. Is if we see him in directly in the Discord DG/Flat Earth. If we see him there, then that's the true victory. So hopefully he'll come around and maybe he'll ask some more questions. And if he doesn't come around to our point of view in the near future, hopefully he'll listen to more of what we have to say. And yeah,
we're on that's
because Drace will set him straight, and so will Sheepdog.
yeah, you guys killed it.
Well, I can just tell by. Thank you for the kind words, but I can tell that, like sitting on TikTok all day, he deals with some of like a lot of the low hanging fruit, and it's unfortunate because he just comes in with the wrong attitude. He's just got this complete straw man because these people have these other people, these other flat earthers, they have these high beliefs already in their mind because they're already trying to explain things that were removed when they lost the globe. And so he just comes in and he strawmans every step of the way. And Drace, I think he did a fantastic job trying to explain logic. I just don't think he was understanding that.
He's trying to wrangle him the whole time, pretty much. It's like a turtle race.
Yeah, and I really liked how Drace there told him to relax a few times. And, like the guy was, he didn't like that at first, but then I think he realized that Drace was being sincere and not a asshole, like probably some of the basement dweller esoteric flat earthers that he probably runs across regularly. So having said that, I figure he's probably that had to be quite a shock for him. And I like Drace's tone there, that I thought it was, calling him to be contemplative a moment, and then he stopped. And that brought about a good little pause, and then you all picked it back up. I thought that was stupendous.
How's it going, guys? I'm a Glober. I'd like to get in on this action a little bit.
Welcome back, Dylan.
Hey, just one quick second, friend. Hey, guys, I'm going to back out of here. Have a good night, and welcome aboard, Dylan. I hope you have a good evening. Thanks for coming by, Dylan. Sorry I can't stick around, but have pull up a seat and enjoy yourself.
Peace, Barrington.
Thanks for the warm welcome. Have a great night. Appreciate
Be safe, man. So, hey, Dylan, why do you prefer the globe?
It's a lot of
What are you?
things.
What are you? The last guy? What are you gonna ask Pseudo? Ask him about? You're the TikToker now.
I know. What do Globers eat for breakfast?
Yeah.
It's the whole thing. Like the preponderance of so many different phenomena that seem to have an explanation in the one model. Like the way you guys say, you're not sure what the celestial objects are. You're not sure what gravity is. Kind of like we have a.
Well, why would we be?
We have this great mathematical model. Like, the inverse square law leads to like elliptical orbits, and it's just everything, And I'm not saying that I think there's a lot of lies out there. I should say that it's common ground. There are some lies.
Bro, the understanding of not knowing what gravity is the highest echelon of academia, of the globe religion.
Exactly.
I think they're missing a mechanism. That's the stuff I like.
Misconception.
We don't deny any of the data. We don't deny any of the things that are verifiable in reality. None of that's denied. What we take question with is the things that are not verifiable in reality. And we were like you. We took it all on faith. We took it on faith because smart people supposedly figured this out. And then when we measured the surface and found no curvature, where we expected to find curvature, we started to look deeper. Like, what are we basing this on? We're basing this on very little data. We're basing this on, it has to be something like this because the Earth is a ball and we don't have a lot of data, but this would match with this other idea, which doesn't have any actual evidence, but they keep on stacking these assumptions, just like you just said inverse square law. Like, that doesn't work for clusters. That doesn't work for galaxies. That's why they need Einstein. That's why they need, and for the rotation of the galaxies, they need dark matter and dark energy. And we don't have any verifiable evidence of that. We just have billions of dollars and all of our most brilliant people wasting those resources for decades and not getting any results.
I think those are fascinating topics. I have some explanations for those, but that's a little bit, that may be out of the scope for this, I don't know if you guys are willing to go down those.
Yeah. Every time their math doesn't work, they create another math equation.
There are holes in the standard model, in a sense, even beyond special relativity. Like you say, dark matter, we don't have a good explanation of that. And there's even like cognitive dissonance in the way that we explain things like light, calling it a wave and a particle, this dual nature of light, like that it cannot be a particle and a wave,
Yeah, and just like the quantum cannot be reconciled with general relativity, and that's one of the reasons why they say, like, we don't know what gravity is, because we cannot reconcile all these things, so we're looking for quantum gravity, modified Newtonian gravity. They have like 40 different like primary theories, but there are like 80 different theories overall.
Right. That's actually one of the areas I like to explore. I think that and I have some good theories along those lines.
Yeah, but
one of the things that is why is but you can't even get into those things because you're kind of throwing out the whole, like, all of astrophysics, in a sense. Like, those are all lies and built on assumptions, and like none of that. There's no alternative flat Earth physics that is comparable.
Well, the physics is generally the same. The only difference is you cut away the assumptions of how you think these things work. It's just we go on first principles. What do we know, so that we can build on that and not just go off into wonderland of imaginations about there's raining diamonds on this planet and whatnot and whatnot. That's just a fancy story, right, until we can go there and verify it.
You can see. Well, I heard earlier you guys agree that there's ISS exists. Do you think the International Space Station exists? Somebody used it as you can't see curvature from the ISS. Do you think it exists?
Well, I think there's something in the sky we can track, and we call that ISS from the ground. And then what you might not know is NASA has a mock ISS inside a 747. They have one inside a pool, and they have one inside a studio. And so what we see from the inside could be whatever. I don't know. I see them using augmented virtual reality, using objects that are not really there, and they can only see on those laptops which are plastered everywhere, so they can see the objects to interact with them, because they only exist on that layer that is broadcast out to the public. But sometimes that layer breaks down, and they're fondling with empty air, pretending to move hats that don't exist.
There are some shady shenanigans, I think, going on in NASA. I lean to the side that there was some fakery involved with the Apollo missions, for example. But in my estimation, the whole thing is to hide more of a secret space program. I think, like, you've heard of these UAPs that have been observed, and they don't exhibit the characteristics of normal aerodynamics and like jets and the typical technology that we use for aerospace. And so there must be some other mechanism. No,
that does not mean that.
I'm saying that I think there are some secrets being kept, and to me personally, I think that's one of the reasons Flat Earth has gotten originally started is to try and muddy the waters around the secret space program.
Well, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Where are the first records of these things? They are ancient records, and they're like records of them being gods and Vinmanas in the Vedic scriptures. But they didn't say anything about them living on other planets. All of those ancient cosmologies, which had those
Vedas,
ancient flying things, all of them had a flat Earth cosmology. Vedas had a flat Earth cosmology. China,
no,
all of
Vedas
them. Yes,
talk about many planets.
Yes, they did. What
and
you're
there's beings on these other planets.
No, what you're confusing is they have a full cosmology with a flat Earth. However, they have a cosmic egg around all of that. That's the only mention of a sphere in their cosmology.
It specifically talks about like Goloka Vrindavan is Krishna's planet, and the cows give milk endlessly and things like that. There's planets for
those are later translations after the globe became predominant and took over the world as a one world religion. All the ancient religions had a flat Earth cosmology.
Getting into the ancient civilizations and their understanding of the cosmos is sort of an interesting. Like the Mayans had a pretty rich cosmology.
Yeah, flat Earth cosmology, yes.
Let me add something real quick, if you don't mind, Dylan.
It's Egypt
as well. Don't you think if the aliens had come down here, right, and the humans thought that they were gods, right, don't you think the aliens would teach them that they're in a heliocentric system, in a universe?
It's besides the point. What I'm establishing here is, if you look into the ancient past, all of the cosmologies were flat Earth based, because that is objective reality, how you experience reality. It wasn't until Pythagoras, or that's the claim, that Pythagoras came with this.
The Mayans had a cosmology that included like the spherical Earth and other planets, and
no,
they even recognized the center of the galaxy in the Sagittarius A.
No, those are interpretations.
The Sumerian tablets have been translated really well, and they had a heliocentric model too.
Nope.
Well, maybe these are reference points that may not be useful. One of the thoughts I had recently is about for me, I go back to like the celestial sphere. When you are in Africa, in the south of Africa, let's say, or in the south of South America, and you're looking south, if it were a flat Earth, you'd be looking in different directions. But on a globe Earth, you can look and see the Southern Cross, for example, the southern stars. So why is it that people looking, on a flat Earth, looking in different directions, how can they be seeing the same stars? That's one observable fact that that I think would have to be explained from the flat Earth side.
They don't, because the sun's lighting up a part of that world, a part of the world at any given time, so they're not all looking at the same stars together.
The sun doesn't illuminate the stars. The stars are there, right?
If you look at Africa, Australia, and South America, at any given time, two of those places are lit up with daylight.
Right, but just like Polaris, the southern axis of the stars doesn't move, right? Like Polaris doesn't move, and neither does the southern.
So you agree that they're not all looking at the same stars?
No, I think if you look south and you're in the southern hemisphere, you're going to see the southern stars.
Right. If you have one person in South America, if you have one person in South America, one person in South Africa, and one person in Australia, you had them all look south, Two of those people will either be in daylight or nighttime. All three of them cannot look at the same stars at the same time. You can Google it. You don't have to believe it.
We can observe that the southern stars are not moving, so you could wait, until nighttime, like, through the course of a day, all of those people can observe the southern set of stars without moving.
Well, you're making an assumption now.
No, I'm just describing the observations as we know them. Like, if you're at nighttime in any of those places, you're going to see the same stars
They
in the
are
same
moving.
position.
They are moving. They're moving.
Does Polaris move? Does Polaris move?
Oh, they say it does a little tiny bit, but I mean, the southern stars are moving in a similar manner to what is observed in the north, as in an apparent
So how is
celestial
that I don't
rotation point.
understand. How is that possible on a flat Earth?
I don't know. Why wouldn't it be? Why can't the stars do whatever they want? Why couldn't they, be doing squiggly lines and zigzags and all sorts of weird stuff? Why?
Do you agree that if you measure the surface of the Earth to be flat, then whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth?
I think that there's something erroneous with the idea that we've never been able to measure the curve. That seems erroneous, but I try not to go down that because it's just already been beat to death. It seems like, not that I've watched all the things, but from what I've seen, it seems like there's plenty of these debates going on. You guys have it like 24/7, right? So, to me, something that we can all see is the sky. We can see the sun. These are observations that you don't require sensitive equipment to observe.
You
We know that there's times
weird?
Go ahead.
They say that the stars have like a wobble to them based off of the wobble of the Earth. But the planets, when they move through the sky, they don't follow the same wobble. They actually follow a linear path, as linear as it could be. They don't move with the stars. They move in their own fixed patterns. Since you want to look at the sky.
Yeah, the planets do move relatively slowly. We observe retrograde with some of the planets because...
No, you didn't hear me. The Earth is supposed to be wobbling on its axis, right?
Uh-huh.
Right, so if the Earth is wobbling on its axis, which is... They say it's wobbling because of the way the stars move through the sky, right? The only problem is the planets seem to move with that wobble, right? So it doesn't look like it doesn't look like we're wobbling according to the planet. The planets move in a different fixed pattern.
I think that's a mistake. The planet, the way we observe the planets is very predictable in the standard model.
No, it's not. They've missed the transit of Venus a couple of times, and they've missed some eclipses too.
So how do you explain the transit of Venus? So Venus is something that's super close. Then, if the sun is super close, then Venus must be closer than the sun.
It seems to move with the sun. It seems to be following a pattern close to the sun. Typical times that we see it when it's on its outer path, furthest from the sun. After the sun goes down, we'll see it in what's called the girdle of the belt of Venus, the girdle of Venus, in the sky. It's this little pink area in the sky.
The most of the planets move through what they call the plane of the ecliptic, and so they're following.
Yeah, that doesn't wobble. That should wobble.
So that's confirmation. So yeah, I still think that the Earth is a globe.
Well, Dylan, another thing, the reason you're kind of like pointing to the sky and going, it must be a globe is, well, that's how we were all taught it was a globe, right? They didn't point to the ground. They pointed to the sky and said, see, this is how you know you're spinning. See, this is how you know you're in space. And they gave us all a story about that. But you're also equating now, like, okay, well, if the Earth measures flat, then what does the sky do? Because that's what I was taught.
It's what I observe.
I observe the same thing. We all do.
For example, is
The same sky, anyway.
if we're close to the Earth and moving overhead the way that it would have to be on a flat Earth, then you would expect the sun to shrink into the distance. We're trying
So
to
what
cover
happens
this
when
the
it
other
does?
day. Huh?
Does that mean the Earth is flat when it does?
Yeah. If the
No, not necessarily. And that's what we're trying to tell you.
go
We don't
ahead,
use the sky
say again.
to prove
What did you
the
just
Earth.
say?
I said no, it wouldn't. That would be
No, what
affirming the
wouldn't?
consequent. No, just because you saw the sun shrink in size.
The sun doesn't shrink in size. That's my point.
No, sometimes it does. That's why I'm trying to tell you. So what does that mean when it does?
When has the sun shrunk?
I can show you
I
right
would
now.
like to see that.
Inside chat, yeah.
And
There's
Dylan,
plenty
just
of
so you know,
instances.
you're absolutely right to ask questions. Once you find out that the Earth is flat, yes, all the stories are wrong about the sky. Whatever's going on in the sky is something completely different. What it is, we don't know. Go
That's
ahead,
why we
Brian.
don't use the sky to prove the Earth is flat. Because we know that they're non-analogous.
To me, it makes perfect sense to use the sky to determine factors about
Yeah,
the Earth,
because
just
you
like
were
you would.
taught the globe that way. I was too.
No, I mean, if you're in a car, you look out the window and you can tell how fast you're moving. You know,
You
you
can?
know what
Really?
direction you're going, and
Or do
you have to look
at the
out the window to know
speedometer?
where you're going. Pardon me?
Or do you have to look at the speedometer? I don't think you can tell how fast you're going at all.
I mean,
Nor would that be analogous. You
you can
wouldn't
get a pretty
look
good idea.
outside to see if you were driving. You'd probably look at the car, wouldn't you?
I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell where you're going without looking out the window is going to give you quite a bit of information about where you're going, how fast you're going, for sure.
If I woke up in a car
Speedometer is
that was
nice,
going in a straight line and I
but
couldn't
that's just
tell that I
as
was
an
moving,
analogy to explain why, like, looking up into
right?
the sky is like our window to, to saying
Right.
like how the Earth is
Does it
moving.
tell you what color the car is by looking out the window?
I mean, Dylan, I'm telling
It's
you,
an
man.
analogy.
If I looked out the window, right, of a car, I just woke up. I didn't know I was put in the car. I'm now in this car. I don't know I'm in the car, but I'm sitting in this car. It doesn't feel like I'm moving, but everything outside of the car, right, looks like it's moving. Why would you think that the car is moving if you can't tell you're moving?
Why would I think the car is moving if everything outside the window is moving?
Yeah, if you can't tell you're moving, if it doesn't feel like you're moving, you can't. There's no way to tell that it's moving. You have no speedometer. There's no motion in the ground where like you feel like you bounce up and down, or you don't feel the vibration of the road. Right? It feels like you're parked in a car somewhere, but everything around you is moving. Right? You don't know you're moving.
You
Why
wouldn't
would you
assume
think you're
you're
moving?
on. I wouldn't assume I'm on some sort of treadmill and that everything around me is actually moving and I'm stationary. Like the whole ground is flying past me. I would assume
Right.
that I'm moving. If I spin
Why
around
would
in a
you?
circle and I
Why?
see everything turns around me, I don't
But you
assume
know
that
you're
I'm the one that's standing
you
still
know
and
you're
everything
spinning in
and the
a
earth is
circle.
actually moving around me.
You know you're
Go ahead.
spinning in a circle because you spun yourself in a circle.
Right. So there's going to be some limitation to this analogy, but you understand what I'm saying. Like there's a
I
there's a lot
understand
of
you're trying to
value
make a
once
false
you.
equivalent. I understand that Albert Einstein said that from all observations, it appears that we cannot determine the motion of the Earth from the Earth. And so that's why he developed relativity.
Right. You can't if you were in an elevator and you were accelerating upwards, you wouldn't be able to tell that difference from gravity.
If
That's
you're
like
if
ultimate
you're accelerating in
relative.
anything, you can tell you're accelerating.
No,
You would
I
have
mean
to be
his
moving
point
at a
was
constant.
if you were in outer space and you were accelerating at 9.8 meters per second upwards, then you would feel a downward force of weight that's equivalent to gravity. So you wouldn't be able to tell if that was gravity or accelerating upwards. That they're not that they're basically equivalent. I have an explanation for that though. That's not in the standard model.
Just the funny thing is, Newton actually has gravity with things falling towards the ground. So there's an attraction mass between mass. In Einstein, it's the inverse. The ground meets the object at rest when it's in free fall. So his Earth inflates to meet your feet. But that's just the effect of space-time.
Whose Earth expands to meet your feet? So he's saying that if the Earth was expanding.
Not if. This is not if. This is Newton's inertial reference frame, and this is why gravity is not a force in general relativity.
Have you ever heard of the river model of gravity?
Yeah, it's like a river flowing down. Yeah.
Yeah. So that what you experience is a drag force, and then that would, if there was this luminiferous ether is the substance of space-time, then that would provide an explanation as to why your resistance to acceleration, F equals ma, is like equivalent to W equals mg, because it's just a drag force that you experience when you're accelerating or experiencing, a flow of space around you. So there's explanations for those things. It gets rather complicated as you're trying to tie in special relativity and everything, but it works out pretty well.
Yeah, that's why we have so many different theories, because there's different ways of conceptualizing this, and we don't actually have a test to determine what, because we can't really wiggle gravity yet.
It seems like one of the easiest ways to make a distinction between the flat Earth and the globe model is like distances in the southern hemisphere. It seems like that would be a good way to convince someone either way.
Well, to me, that's just mapping.
The southern tip of Africa and the southern tip of South America is one distance in the standard model, and then it's a completely different distance on the.
Yeah, but how do you measure that? Like the Antarctic race took a race around Antarctica, and I saw the video from the race, and they were going full speed on racing yachts with the wind at their backs. Yet if you calculate the speed, the average speed they were going, based on the time they took and the distance on the globe, they were going at walking speed.
And they circumnavigated Antarctica?
Yeah.
And so you think that they were going around the ice wall? I don't know. A much further distance,
I don't know. I don't know what they were.
Distance, the ice wall perimeter.
No, I don't know what they were doing, how the geometry of the land is laid out, because I don't have enough data to create a world map. I just know that they force us to travel in flight corridors, shipping lanes, and they bend the map using magnetic declination. And so your compass says this way, but you're supposed to go that way. And sometimes that's like, your compass is showing you west or whatever, but they want to correct that all the way over to almost like south and beyond. So like you're taking massive turns based on these metrics, which are designed just for the globe, but you don't actually measure it in many cases other than relative to the sky, and the sky itself is an unknown. Like we take it for granted that the sky itself reflects perfect geometry of the ground, which is how the globe was created. It took the celestial globe and inverted it, and that's what people think they live on. They think they live on this celestial globe, which is just a representation of the sky, and that could be warped. You could invoke Einstein and be like, oh, warping time-space causes the sky to look like this, and that's why people are going in circles, not realizing that the geometry isn't what they think it is.
I understand what you're saying, but you said you saw ships sail around Antarctica, right? You saw boats sailing around Antarctica?
Yeah, the Antarctic race.
So then that's something that, you know, they could calculate the distance that they travel based on their speed and knots, and the distance circumnavigating Antarctica on the globe map is much smaller.
The way they calculate how far they go is based, or how fast they go is based on the globe model. So the average speed was walking speed.
Yes, sailing boats often do not go.
Racing yachts. Sorry, with some of the fastest winds, with some of the fastest winds on Earth.
I would expect something like 15 to 20 knots for racing yachts, maybe even faster, but somewhere in that region.
Yeah, based on the model of this yacht, it's been clocked. It was clocked going into harbor at 15 knots.
That's much faster than walking.
Yes. However, that's the average
like
speed required for the globe model to be true. And they won the race.
You think the speed? So let's say that if you were taking that average speed for the duration of the race, you could come up with an estimate for the distance that they traveled, right? Time times speed is going to be distance. So the perimeter of the ice wall, of the perimeter of Antarctica on a flat Earth map is much longer than it is on the globe, right? So that would be a place to settle the debate, it seems like.
Well, no, you would settle the debate obviously on the surface. Like, it's super simple. Like, they claimed Earth is curving. That means the water would be conforming to the ball, and we would be able to measure that everywhere. So when we go use lasers or high power optics and we look, we see way too far, and they go like, well, the light is hiding the globe, and so regardless of what you use, you're never going to be able to measure the Earth. But they're not actually accounting for how refraction works. Refraction is not a magic word that you can just use to hand wave away all empirical evidence. Refraction is very specific and light wavelength dependent. So if you have different wavelengths refracting at different rates, and you're claiming that all the light is refracting to give you a perfectly flat view, then we would see effects of that. We would see separation of wavelengths. We see no evidence of that. And so we go
If
out
you're
and we
using a
test it.
laser, lasers have a single
No,
wavelength,
I'm
so
not.
it's not going to.
I'm not even into lasers yet. I'm just talking about basic observations at this point. They're claiming we can see
It
10
does seem like
times speed.
refraction is one of those atmospheric effects that it changes based on the atmospheric conditions dramatically. So
The
you're gonna.
refractive index of air is 1.0003, which is
Right, but
very, very
if the air
little.
was all the same temperature, the same pressure, you wouldn't get
Yes.
bending of light. You only
Yes.
get bending of light when you have a gradient of
Bingo, bingo, bingo,
temperature and
bingo,
pressure.
bingo.
And
That's
that's going to
correct.
change
That's correct, and that's why we
based on
test
the
under
weather.
all conditions, and we test under conditions where the refraction is the least. And so when there's the least amount of refraction, we can see the furthest. So that's the opposite of the globe claim. The globe claims that when you can see beyond the globe geometry, that's when there's the most amount of refraction. So that's the opposite of what we experience. And so that's why I was talking to you about wavelength dependence of light. And so when you look into something at a distance, all the different colors that you see are different wavelengths. And those colors would distort. So white light would separate into different wavelengths based on the refraction. So the more refraction, the more separation. This is literally how the American military uses its targeting systems. Uses
It's how
tri-lasers,
rainbows
different
form.
wavelengths.
Yeah, we're familiar.
Yeah, 3 lasers, different wavelengths, and you see the separations between the beams, which the computer can then calculate and correct for. Like it's very simple, and then
That's how infrared was discovered, actually.
yes, it was discovered through splitting of light, and they discovered that the heat outside of the spectrum, there was no light there, so they called it the invisible light, and then infrared because it heated things up, and Herschel proved this. And
Yeah,
that's
the
one of the
warmest
best parts.
thermometer was outside of the beam of light
Yeah.
that he could see. It was pretty fascinating.
It was awesome. But the best part about it is infrared refracts less than visible light, and so we should be able to see then whenever we look in visible light and we see way beyond the supposed globe geometry, and now light's supposed to be refracting to allow us to see this far, and then if we look at the same instance, same time, we take up our infrared camera and we look at infrared, or do we see less or do we see more? What's the general trend? And the trend is, if you look at all long-distance world record photographs, they're all in infrared because infrared cuts better through the haze, and so you can just see further.
I think they use infrared telescopes for that reason, too.
Yep.
So, yeah. It's all very exhausting.
Do you know what rigidity? Do you know what rigidity in space is?
Rigidity in space? I mean, that's a material property. I'm not sure what you mean by rigidity in space now.
It's also called the gyroscopic effect.
Right?
Yeah, and so mechanical gyroscopes operate on the gyroscopic effect or rigidity in space. And so if you spin up a gyroscope and you move it across the surface of a sphere, or if you rotated that sphere with it attached to it, that gyroscope would drift. We don't see that drift in mechanical gyroscopes because they're rigid in space.
I'm pretty sure that they've observed 15 degrees per hour.
Nope, not in the gyroscopic effect, not in mechanical gyroscopes. That would be a broken gyroscope. Foucault, the guy who came up with the pseudoscientific tool of Foucault's pendulum, tried to create a mechanical gyroscope that drifted that much and was laughed out of the room by his contemporaries because it breaks all gyroscopic effects and just makes it unfunctional. So he went on with this Foucault pendulum, and what you're actually referencing is the optical gyroscope and the Sagnac effect, which is a completely different effect and is the effect of light not being constant, which debunks Einstein. But because that was such an uncomfortable understanding that Einstein wasn't correct, and so many people believe this, they just redefined the speed of light to be by meter, and meter to be was redefined to be defined by the speed of light. So there is no difference in the equation for the speed of light, and it all works out. It's a constant, like Einstein wanted. However, the Sagnac effect still exists and exhibits drift. However, it only exhibits the drift that we see in the sky, or like we see the stars and the sun move, and that's somehow picked up in the light, in how fast the light moves in different directions. However, it does not pick up any motion of orbit or solar motion or galactic motion or all the other claimed motions. It only picks up the motion of the sky, which people like Witzig are arguing like this is something related to the ether and some kind of ether rotation. But I don't know what's the cause of these things.
You'd have to be at the poles too to get 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, that never made sense to me too, but that's what the model says, that you get a difference based on being at the pole or at the equator, but you should still see 15 degrees per hour. All the other motion is so much slower than the course of a day that it would take that long periods of time to measure our orbit around the galaxy, for example. It's like many thousands of years. I think it's like 8,000 years or something.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Optical gyroscopes can detect linear motion, and
why would the motion of the stars, if they were moving, why would the effect of the light be
unknown? That's an unknown.
I understand this gyroscope is like an enclosed device. Didn't they do the experiment with it in a Faraday cage and everything, like a lead-lined box, and they were still getting the same?
No, that's the funny part is they did try to put, for instance, the optical gyroscope into a vacuum chamber. As soon as you evacuate it, it doesn't drift at 15 degrees per hour anymore.
Totally bizarre. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. Seems like you guys put a lot of effort into this whole research, but it's so obvious to me as a globe that I don't even know where to go. Because what seems so obvious to me, like I mentioned, the sun does not appear to be shrinking in the sky. You said, oh, there's evidence that it's shrinking, but I can see it. I can see the sun setting every day. I want to see it, and it's always the same size, pretty much.
But
what I would want to see in order for it to be a flat Earth is for it to be shrink, because it would have to be very close on a flat Earth, right? It would have to be. You think the sun could be 93 million miles away and still on a flat Earth?
Not 93 million miles away, but it doesn't need to be very close either. There could be different mediums between us lensing to us.
Well, that's true, and not to mention that it may not be an object as we understand it, and we're thinking of it as.
Yep.
If you just because we see the lensing effect, like it appears to be smaller as it's as it's noon overhead. That's probably the small point of it. But when the sun is noon overhead to me, it's rising six time zones over, right?
I understand. However, do you live near the ocean or do you live high up?
I live near the ocean.
Okay, so that's generally more humid. So you have conditions where you live which lead the sun generally to appear to disappear earlier than if you were in a non-humid area or higher up. And so under those conditions, where it's non-humid and you're not very close to sea level, you can see sometimes, depending on the conditions of the air between you and the sun, and with a solar filter, the sun appeared to get smaller. Normally, most of what you see with the sun is a glare outside of the actual emitter, which is a black body radiator that radiates all the spectrum of light.
But you would have to observe the sun to be shrinking to like a dot in the, in order for the Earth to be flat and there to be time zones, the Earth has to be close to the sun, relatively close.
No,
because the sun is acting then like a spotlight over these different time zones, right?
No, not really.
How can you have a sun be very far away?
It could be a medium distance away, and it could be lensing. It could be a medium distance away, and it could be lensing effects. And what we actually see is the sun does sometimes appear to go into a small dot and disappear above the horizon. Other times, when you're close to the surface where you live, and if you take a high-power zoom camera and you zoom at the sun, you can see that the sun squishes at the horizon, and it doesn't disappear always appear to disappear bottom up. That would be when the light bottom rays of the sun are getting refracted and bending down, and so they're hitting the surface and not reaching your eye, and so it appears to be cut off. Other times it's bending upwards because of the conditions, and then the sun gets squished into this oblong thing until it disappears above the horizon. There's multiple observations. Cherry picking observations is not a strong argument.
I've never seen any observation of the sun shrinking to a fine point and disappearing above the horizon. It's always relatively large at sunrise and sunset, and even when it's the only thing that can occlude it is like clouds, that can make that observation more difficult. But in Florida, we have really clear skies a lot of times, and you can see that effect every day, pretty much.
Yeah, and you have humidity, and you're low to the ground, so that you're in a more pressurized area, so there's more optical density.
These are localized effects, so that's what my point is. Even if we can rule out the fact that the sun is actually shrinking and expanding, right? Can we rule that out? Because me seeing the sun setting, somebody else is seeing the sun at noon and at every angle, depending on your longitude, right?
Well, everybody sees the sun, and yes, you're right that it can appear of a certain size to everybody based on its apparent distance to you.
Right. So because somebody's seeing it larger and somebody's seeing it smaller because of these atmospheric conditions, doesn't mean the sun is actually changing size, right? We know that.
No. That's not what is being said. What is being said is the sun is being tracked from its zenith all the way to the horizon, and using a solar filter, which should take away the glare. And the globe claim is the sun should never change angular size because it's 93 million miles away. However, there's evidence that it does.
From this atmospheric conditions, the atmosphere...
not from atmospheric conditions. When you are able to see the sun for longer because the light is not being forced to hit the ground, then you can see that happen.
Then you can see the sun shrinking or expanding in size, you're saying?
Appearing to change angular size.
Right. This apparent change in angular size that we're seeing is based on the atmospheric conditions and the local angle that you're seeing the sun. But somebody else in another place is seeing the sun at this other angle, right? At this other angular.
Yeah, and then it looks a tiny bit bigger than when for the guy who was looking at it in the right conditions, where he could actually see it appear to shrink tiny bit. But let's imagine both of them are using solar filters, and it appears to shrink a tiny bit in the diameter where he is, but then another friend is further away in that direction, so the sun is directly above him at his zenith. He checks its diameter. The diameter is now bigger than what the other guy is measuring, because the sun is apparent. It's in the eye of the observer.
So these are localized conditions, though, right? So we can. The angular size of the sun does not appear to be changing based on distance. It appears to be changing.
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. We just went over that.
We would predict it to be the largest when it's directly overhead, because
that's what we show. It's the largest when it's directly above you, and then when it's as far away from you as it can get before it's occluded, then
it should shrink to a dot, like any other object.
It should shrink based on its distance. However, if there's other factors that cause you to not be able to see it shrink into a dot, like it gets pushed down, sinks, because the waves or the light doesn't reach the observer, it's going through denser and denser medium, it gets pushed down, and it hits the ground, and that's the end of that light. But from the perspective of the person standing on the ground where the light hit the ground, they see the sun above the horizon. That's why the sun is apparent. That's why they say the sun isn't actually there at the sunset or sunrise. It's actually beyond the horizon. It's an optical illusion.
It's an optical illusion. You would expect any other object, like looking down a corridor or watching a train, travel into the distance, it shrinks to a
perspective,
point. As perspective, yeah. That's what I mean. So according to perspective, we're not observing the shrinking of the sun the way that it would have to be shrinking, moving away.
No, we're observing
other atmospheric lensing.
No, you are observing slight shrinking as it's moving away. However, there are other factors that come into play, which there's magnification. So if you have magnification, that can counteract diminification. So if it's shrinking, but that shrinking is less or the same, then it could grow, it could shrink a little bit. So there's variables that can play into that.
It sounds like you're just kind of obfuscating a little bit, because unless I could see some picture of the sun shrinking to a dot at some point.
We have them in the live stream voice text. They've been playing here for a long time for the bot.
So did someone put that in there recently? Can I go look at that?
Yeah, it's been there for the whole time.
However, Dylan, I was saying earlier too, you wouldn't use the sun though, or at least I wouldn't use the sun to prove that the Earth was flat. But obviously, in your point is just, it's just wrong. Like you're just going to wait for the sun to do something, and it means something else. If it does this one thing, is it now not this?
Seems pretty consistent to me. The way that to me it seems obvious that the sun being of relatively constant angular resolution, angular distance or whatever you would, what would you call it? Angular the width of it.
Yeah, the angular diameter. Yeah.
Yeah, angular diameter. Seems constant based on all the observations that we agreed upon, that people are observing the sun going through its
But it's not.
phases across
What are you talking about? Are you hallucinating?
Go to different locations. Go to this live stream. There's like 5 different ones.
That's what I was trying to look at, these pictures that you're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's right above this. It's like the channel right above it, not the little chat bubble that's on the live stream. It says live stream voice text. I mean, just to ask you, Dylan, when you go outside and you look at the sunset, do you feel like you're actually spinning backwards and the sun is still?
I do, yeah. I know most people, even that believe in the globe, like still consider the sun to be setting, like as if the sun is moving, because most people are not thinking about what's really going on. I also think of the sun as the downward direction. I think of the whole Earth as orbiting around the sun, so that we have sort of a local downward direction because of the Earth, but really down is whatever you're orbiting around. So like you're looking at the sun, that's down, and then for the whole solar system, you'd have to look towards Sagittarius A, because we are spinning around the galaxy. We can see galaxies.
You don't have down. You just have in and out.
You also don't see that out in space. You are just imagining that. You've never been out there to actually witness these orbits. But like if you take a look at the one that Drace posted, or like the one right before it, right? Does it look like we're spinning backwards, or does it look like the sky is spinning? And in this case, do you ever look down a hallway and notice that the lights are going down in your perspective? They aren't really going down, though, are they?
Well, to answer your first question, yeah, it does feel like we're spinning on the Earth to me. For sure.
You feel the spin of the Earth?
Pardon me?
You mean like appears to be spinning, or you feel the spin?
You don't feel the spin.
Okay.
Even at the equator, the centripetal acceleration is like less than 1% of your weight. So you're gonna.
Right.
But that's
so
another experiment that you could do. You could take a weight.
They already did that.
And measure it at the equator, and then measure it at the poles, and you should see this.
And they already did that. It's called the GNOME experiment. And what they did was they shipped this GNOME all over the world, and they intended to prove the Earth is rotating with this, but it just didn't do that. Didn't come with a positive result.
They took a weight and tried to measure the weight at different longitudes, and they got a null result. What result you're saying?
They didn't get the expected centrifugal difference from the Earth rotating, and they chalked it up to it must have just been the mass distribution or gravity within the Earth. So
right, there's a considerable. They can measure seamounts based on the change in gravity at the surface of the Earth. They're able to use slight changes in gravity to measure physical objects underneath the ocean. And yeah, there's like strange asymmetries in the distribution of mass inside the Earth that we're able to measure based on that too, the change in gravity. So maybe that does throw it off. If the mass is not evenly distributed inside the Earth, which would make sense. But I'm gonna look for this peak that you mentioned.
Yeah, I think he took off. But I hope he finds what he's looking for. But the reason I asked that question too, like, does it feel like you're moving backwards and the sun is standing still? Is because it's kind of easy to even bring up in conversation, or even like, something simple. And somebody being honest right next to you, right? And you're looking at the beach. Whether they want to say or just kind of double down too, because they usually do. Like, yeah, it feels like, yeah, if we kind of just imagine for a second, they'll even say that too. I feel like I'm going backwards. But you have to be patient. I had this one teacher actually in my architecture studio where we had to lay on the ground and watch the moon, go by. And she was like, you feel like, guys, we're on the spaceship Earth. I'm like, oh, brother. But yeah, I mean, he immediately goes into the imaginations of orbits, and this is how we know this light is doing this. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, you can build a model if you want off of observations of the sky. But can you test them? Can you verify them?
Yeah, that's where it dies. You can build a model of the sky, but when you try to transpose that model onto the ground and the ground doesn't actually conform to your model, then your model just dies.
Every time. Always good to hear you guys. I usually mostly listen to the live stream and make sure that it's always running. But got another computer. So it's totally much easier to do the same thing at the same time.
Just muted on my side. Okay, hey, I guess I'll play you guys a song while it's very quiet.
They need compliance, I need a claim. They need silence, I ask by what chain. Orders sound loud when reasons are thin. So they recommend in confidence and grin. If it's coherent, it welcomes a test. If it's irrational, it dodges arrest. You say just trust, I say define. Truth doesn't flinch when you draw the line. You confuse force with being right. Volume with proof, authority with light. If it collapses when questioned once, that wasn't knowledge, that was a front. I don't obey what won't explain. I don't kneel to a broken chain. If it's real, it survives the view. If it needs obedience, it's not true. Not true, not true, not true. Rational paths don't ask for fear. They stand up clear when you bring them near. I don't rebel, I just refuse claims that live off because we choose. No, 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 You call it order, I see control. Rules with no reason take their toll. They need agreement before the facts. I need consistency, that's the pact. If it's sound, it doesn't mind every angle, every line. But if you threaten when I inquire, you've already told me what you fear. Truth doesn't need a shield or guard. It doesn't punish thinking hard. If asking why it's seen as sin, that system's lost before we begin. I don't obey what won't explain. I don't kneel to a broken chain. If it's real, it survives the view. If it needs obedience, it's not true, not true, not true, not true. Rational paths don't ask for fear. They stand up clear when you bring them near. I don't rebel, I just refuse claims that live off because we choose. That's it. No shouting, no throne, no sacred tone. Just follow the structure, leave it alone. If the rule holds, it holds for all. If it needs force, it's bound to fall. Not over time, by definition. Contradiction is the admission. I don't obey what won't explain. I don't trade thought for a chain. What is rational stands on its own. What is irrational needs a throne, needs a throne. You call it order, I call it fear. I call it done when it can't cohere. No rage, no fight, no excuse. Just scrutiny, and what survives it is true. This is truth. Yeah. Explain it or expect resistance.
Now one more song for you guys, and then I'm heading off. This is for the Globers.
Soft glow rendered dreams. Everything works except you.
You wake up inside a story you didn't write. Repeated so long it feels like sight. Not stupid, just carefully spared from questions that lead somewhere. You scroll past dread like it's background noise. Laugh it off with borrowed joys. Deep down there's a pressure you can't name, so you stay busy to keep it tame. You feel the glitch but you mute the sound. Truth knocks once, then you sit back down. I don't hate you, I see you holding comfort like it's there. You would rather guard the fiction than face what isn't fair. Voluntary NPC, you play the role politely, because waking up hurts worse than living slightly blindly. You trust the system like it's weather. If it breaks, guess it's now or never. You learned early not to stare too long at things that feel fundamentally wrong. You confuse survival with being alive. Confuse consensus with what's right. You're not ignorant, you're trained to defer to louder voices that sound secure. You sense the weight, but you change the subject. It's easier to cope than to reconstruct it. I don't hate you, I see you white knuckling the familiar. If the world's a lie, at least the lie feels linear. Voluntary NPC, following the safest thread. Not because you chose the cage, but because it's all you read. Truth isn't kind, it doesn't soothe, it doesn't ask permission before rearranging you. Once you see it, you can't unsee, so you protect the blur like it's mercy. Like it's mercy. You're not asleep, you're half awake, just enough to feel the ache, but not enough to tear it down and build a self without the crown. They told you doubt was something rude, something reckless people do, so you stay true to a lie, stayed aligned, paid the cost with your own mind. I don't hate you, I pity you, not as an insult, as a fact. You inherited the script and never learned how to redact. Voluntary NPC, clutching normal like a shield, because the truth isn't evil, it's just brutally real. If you ever let go, won't feel like freedom first. It'll feel like grief for the life you thought you had.
Does anybody want to explain to me how we've seen that little rocket ship take off and we've seen it clearly not flat Earth? No
Wait, what was the question again?
Well, you remember they did that thing, like, I don't know, probably
You
9
don't
or
know?
10 days. And they launched a rocket to go around the moon.
So rockets launches work in reality, right? In reality, the Earth is not curving. What you see is a launch, and then eventually, the rest of it, when you don't see the launch anymore, you have to turn on the TV, right? You turn on the TV, then you see cartoons, CGI, acting, pretending. That's what you see, the TV. You don't see this
I was
rocket
watching
going around the moon. Reality.
I was watching it live on YouTube and the other one, and X, I think it was.
Live in YouTube, yeah, live in YouTube.
Yeah, that's where I was watching it, and it looked pretty round to me.
What looked round? The moon looks round, yeah. Circles are round.
You think it's a dome?
You think that?
No, I was just wondering. I think it was round.
Round? You mean like a round table? I have a table right here in front of me, and it's a round, flat table. Is that what you're saying? Pretty flat table or something? Round table?
Oh, is it?
That's what you're saying. You're saying it's round. It looks round. I don't know how you can see that.
When's you know, I see the worst Earth's like a fucking football or whatever. Basketball,
Basketball. Well, the thing is that we know how basketballs behave in reality, right? We know about basketballs, soccer balls, and we know that those balls don't do what the ball in the TV does, right? The ball in the TV is a magic ball. Real balls don't do that. Like have water on the outside, gas pressure on the outside, vacuum spinning, floating in the middle of nowhere. That's not a real ball. Real balls don't do that. In the TV, what you see is a magic ball, different than the real balls. Besides all those points, Earth is not the thing in the TV. Not the same thing. Because the Earth is not curving it to be a ball. When they show you a ball in the TV and they label it Earth, that will be a misrepresentation of the Earth. You know, if someone takes pictures of you and then they use CGI to put makeup and put like a, you know, and make you look like a girl, that's not you, right? That's a misrepresentation of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty simple. It's really not that complicated.
Is it okay to have like gay sex on a flat Earth?
Sex only works in reality on a flat Earth. You need a flat bed, flat floor, you know? That's what you need. You cannot do that on balls. On the side of the ball, under the ball, doesn't work like that. For your daddy and your mommy to make you, flat Earth is an antecedent. A flat Earth is a requirement for people to make baby.
Yeah, my dad's a groomer.
It's a grown man? Yeah, obviously. Your dad is a grown man. Yeah, obviously. It's your dad. Has to be a grown man. Grown
He's a
man, yeah, grown man only works on a flat earth. They don't work on balls. You never seen a grown man on the side of a ball, under a ball. That doesn't work in reality. That's only on the TV. We agree. Welcome.
he's a groomer.
Oh, like a dog groomer? He works with dogs and cats. He grooms them, like clean them,
Nah,
cut the hair, make them
I'm
look
pretty
pretty.
sure.
Put makeup on the nails,
I'm pretty sure he
the
groomed my
mustaches.
when my mom was like however old. I'm like just
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Are you talking like about your parents? Are you? How many beers have you had today?
How many beers have you had today?
Me 0. How many have you had?
I've had like 2 liters of vodka.
2 liters of vodka. And now, under that state, you're gonna open your mouth and talk about your parents in a bad imitation. You're gonna speak ill about your parents. Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, I mean, my dad groomed my mom since she was born. I mean, that's pretty bad.
I mean, I wouldn't believe you anything that you're saying because your sentences are not cohesive. Like your English is halfway there, maybe 1/4 way.
Oh, I'm gonna have another drink, but I can't because I can't fucking get on cam, but it's alright.
You can, but you cannot, but you can, but you can, but you can. Is that what you're saying? You can, but you cannot, but you can, but because you can. Is that like cohesive English? No, it's not. Or just hang up the call because you're drunk.
No.
Just get sober. Remember me tomorrow. Get sober, then join the call again and ask for Gemsy or anyone else in here, and then have the conversation because you're not capable of doing this at the moment.
Oh no, everything's fine with me. I just need food.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's fine. You wouldn't be able to drive. Now you grab the vodka. You grab the vodka again. You opening the bottle again. Like there's something wrong right now.
Oh no, everything's fine. I mean, I won't be able.
No, not everything is fine. Not everything is fine. I doubt it.
No, you only made one. You only made one fucking like reputable thing. I can't drive.
Look, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. You're not.
I'm doing hella swell.
I don't think so.
No, because my grandmother.
Your grandmother was a fine woman. Just leave it at that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, she thought it was sweet that my dad was like basically raising my mom, and he was like 7, maybe 8, and yeah, he come around and she was just a baby, and he'd be like, hello.
Yeah, mommy, daddy, baby.
Yeah, I think when he turned 28.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the mommies and daddies only work on a flat earth. We agree. So you made it.
Yeah, when he turned 28.
Babies only work on a flat earth, but there's no babies on a globe. You made it. Welcome.
Because they just fall off.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Oh my God, you got it. Finally, you made it.
Well, either way.
Easy. They will fall either way, yeah, right? If it's spinning that way, it's gonna off the other way, yeah, either way.
Yeah, if the Earth was round, we'd all be dead because you only live for a couple, like fucking a day, maybe a day, like maybe 24 hours before the Earth turned to a certain angle and then you just fall off.
Not just that, buddy. Not just that. You probably will be able to hold yourself to the ball because, it's like a speed that you might be able to hold yourself maybe to the ground. The issue is that you wouldn't be able to be drinking vodka because vodka requires people to make it. People requires air, right? And people require water as well. Water requires a certain pressure. That pressure will be the air pressure. And then the air pressure is on the outside, right? and then for
Is that
that, for the air pressure, to breathe air, we require containment. The globe doesn't have containment, so you wouldn't be able to be drinking vodka at all. You wouldn't be able to get drunk or have a conversation with me or anyone in here
That's why my teeth
if
are
the air was
fucked up.
if the air was a globe. There will be no you
Because
drinking vodka. There will
I
be no
can't breathe.
vodka. There will
There's
be
a
no
certain
drunks. There will be
yeah, but
no drunk people in the world
I'm
if the air was
drinking
a
the
globe.
I'm drinking the vodka, but there's a certain point where the earth turns to a certain angle, and then I can't breathe. So I start going with my teeth, and that's when my teeth are all fucked up because I keep grinding.
There will be no teeth if the air was a globe. No teeth. The teeth only work on a flat Earth. They don't work on a globe. If the
You
air was
know,
a globe, there will
I
be
don't
no
know.
teeth.
If the Earth was truly a globe and we all fell off, I'm sure there'd be metal bars around, and there'd be a big alarm going off. Whoa.
There will be no you to fall off it. There will be no you and I. No mommy and daddy to make you to then you fall off. There will be none of that if the air was a globe.
But I ain't have friends. Everybody's dead in my life. I'm talking about past experience. Like, I'm the only one left. I don't have any brothers, sisters. I don't have a ma, pa. I don't have a granddad, grandma. None. It's just me. It's all good. But, yeah, I'm not talking about past bullshit. But, yeah, just me.
Yes, correct. The globe is an impossible. Yes, you said it. Impossible shit. Actually, shit is possible because we have shit in reality, but that ball that you saw on the TV, that's impossible. Shit precedes the magic ball in the TV.
Yeah, okay, so we go right back to the beginning. What about the NASA
No, we
globe?
almost at the end. There's no beginning. There's gonna be end. The beginning happened a long time ago, so we cannot go back to the beginning. We're ending this.
Oh, let me look it up. Okay, so NASA globe. I mean, it should be over by now. They said it would. They said it would only take about like 9 days, and I'm pretty sure 9 days is over. So let me have a look. So I'll search NASA moon go
Yeah,
round.
there are many TV shows that last 9 days. Yes, there are many uh, TV shows and government propaganda projects that definitely can last 9 days. Yes, and then they're over.
What AI do you use?
Me at this
Artemis,
moment, none. At this moment,
you're not into AI?
what was that?
You're not into AI?
Couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, neither could I. Are you not into AI?
I'm more into rebuy, food, more into that.
Hmm. Okay, my favorite AI is probably Grok and Gemini.
That's your favorite?
Grok and Gemini.
Do you think Grok and Gemini can make you a fake globe that you can look at and be like, ooh, ah?
Well, the thing with Grok is it doesn't let you really upload pictures or anything, but it does give you some factual information on whatever's going on. And Gemini is a bit behind because they're talking about shit from fucking January. And I'm like, bro, I'm in April. And yes. And yeah. Yep. Yeah. I want to troll.
You're a troll? Don't troll me.
No, a child.
A trial.
Yeah.
Welcome to the new people. Welcome. Anybody in here that wants to step it up and talk about the topic? My
Well,
friend here can finish his bottle of vodka.
Yeah. Yep. Here's some like first sperm. I'm a healthy young male adult. Not really, kind of, but sort of. Oh man, not really. Now, if you're like 32 or under, let's go.
I was almost there trying to get what you said, but I couldn't. Can't do it.
But you're a dude, so it doesn't count. Sorry, bro, I can't impregnate you.
English?
Yeah. Natural. Needs to be white. I know that sounds fucking awesome, but yeah, girl needs to be white. Cause imagine the thousands of years that I've gone through. And all my ancestors all fucked whiteys. So whitey fucked a whitey, and whitey fucked a whitey, whitey fucked a whitey, whitey fucked a whitey, whitey fucked a whitey.
Wait.
And
What are you talking about? White people? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah.
That doesn't exist in reality. There's no such a thing as white people.
Well, there is
You're talking about fantasy then, because there's no whitey people. There's no white people. What are you talking about? Like a movie?
Yeah, you could be correct. I don't know. But either way, there's nobody's gonna hit the brownie. I mean, I'll fuck the brownie, but like,
A brownie? You eat the brownies. What are you? Damn, that's disgusting, dude. Like you eat brownies.
I did have a.
I mean, even brownies are pretty high in sugar. So I mean, your insulin is gonna be triggered, and that might cause fatty liver, bro. And then if you mix it up with the alcohol, eventually, like you should stop doing that. Just stop the alcohol and maybe eat some ribeye, bro. What are you doing? Being so mean to yourself. Stop abusing yourself, bro. Stop it. Damaging your brain, damaging your liver. Come on, bro. Like step it up. What are you doing?
Bro, when I fucked the brownie, like,
Do you think your granny, your granny, the brownie, will be proud at the moment? She wouldn't be proud right now of you.
I wasn't proud. I felt embarrassed because
So then stop what you're doing. Go
for me,
drink something that hydrates you. Maybe eat some food. Go to sleep and never drink alcohol again ever in your life.
that's an impossible task.
Do it for Granny. Do it for Granny. Your brownie Granny. Do it for her.
My grandma is not brown. But the thing is,
Well, how do you know that?
I don't know because
You don't know exactly to my point. So you just make your granny proud. And stop drinking the stupid vodka, bro.
I'm trying to explain when I did fuck a brownie.
No. Yeah, I know how that works. You don't have to explain me any of that stuff. I know exactly how it works. Don't know. You don't need to say it. You don't need to say it. I already know. You know how it's done. Everybody how it's done. So
Yeah.
don't worry about it. Tell
You
me
text or
something.
picking
Tell me
it feels
something more
good.
interesting. Tell me that you're gonna go to sleep. Tell me that.
I'm not gonna sleep. I'm gonna
Why not?
sit here. Well, until I get the mess bait for brownie.
Just stop it, right? Drink some water, eat something, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, find a brownie girlfriend and get married. Have children, bro. Like do something. Right now you're wasting yourself. What are you doing? That
Well, bring
are
a
you a
brownie.
are you a glober? You're a glober, right? You believe there it's a globe, right?
The fuck is a globe?
A glober, someone that believes the earth is a globe. Someone that believes in the globe third and behave like you.
I'm gonna sit fucking West time. Oh
Are you gonna
shit.
listen to the adult in the room? Are you gonna just stop it? Just stop it.
Alright, I'll listen to the adult in the room. It's
Yeah,
4 p.m.
listen to the elders. You're speaking to an elder right now. Now you listen to me. You stop what you're doing. Stop drinking. Bed. We eat something. Wake up tomorrow and find a wife and have children.
No, she's white.
Do something for this world. Yet right now you're wasting everybody's time. Your time, everyone else's. Right now here in the chat, talking like a drunk. Waste.
Alright.
You're being a waste. Why are you being a waste? Don't do that. Stop it.
You win. Alright, now.
I know. Go to the fridge, get a ribeye, put it in the air fryer or something, cook it real quick, medium rare, eat it, and go to bed.
Yeah, no, good idea. I just want one, not now, but soon. Cause even though my genetics are like clearly superior,
You don't know anything about your own genetics. What you stop.
well, I mean, if anybody did all the shit that
Listen. If you had good genetics, right now you are dissolving them with the alcohol that you put in your body. So your good genetics that you thought you had, they're being diluted right now, bro.
Yeah, but I was born in 1980, so I'm good.
And you behaving like a teenager right now that wants to get drunk for no reason. Stop it.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic, to be honest.
Eat something. You'll feel better after.
I don't know what to eat. What do I got?
You don't know what to eat? Food, bro. Food, real food.
Yeah, I got real food. That's usually all I eat. I don't eat.
You know, based on the way you're talking, just stay there. Don't move. Don't get in the car. Don't. Just sleep, bro. Just get on the bed and sleep.
Yeah, but nah, I had to have something to eat. But don't worry, I'm not driving.
Thanks God. Thanks God. Amen. Amen.
If I drive, I'll get in trouble.
You'll definitely be in trouble when you. No, don't do that. Just go to sleep, bro. Good night. You have a good night.
Nah, I'm not ready yet. But I will eat something.
You are definitely ready. You're ready to go. You're ready. Believe you got this, bro. You got this. You got this. Come on, you got it.
No, okay. So I gotta sleep anymore.
Yeah, you close your eyes, take a deep breath. Stop. You close it. Just put the vodka bottle away. Don't touch it. Don't look at it. Just close your eyes and keep breathing and fall asleep. Come on, you got this.
Nah, I'm not gonna eat.
Too bad you've been drinking because we could have a great conversation, you and I. I feel it, but damn, you're drunk. It's not gonna happen.
I just saw a good conversation. I just see I could say
It's horrible, bro. It's horrible. You messed
what's
up, and I messed up by entertaining you. So it's a double mess.
how'd you mess up?
By entertaining you, a drunk.
All all you all you did was like give me attention. I didn't see how you fucked up.
By not entertaining other people that are not drunk. Get it?
Okay, well entertain them. They're all silent. I think they're just listening to us.
Well,
Talk.
there were people joining, but they heard you drunk talking and they jumped ship. They were like, "No, I don't want any part of this."
Oh shit, bro.
Do
I
you like
find
talking to drunk? When you're sober, do you love talking to drunk people when you're sober?
not really.
Not really. Exactly. Not really. So you're the drunk and we're the sober ones. So we feel the same way. I mean, at least I do.
Yeah, but at least I'm not like going, oh, but, 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 yeah,
Come on, bro. Like, stop it.
yeah.
You just mute
But
yourself.
yeah, what the fuck you're on, bro? I think you're fucking around, man. Come, what?
I'm trying to help you, but you have to help me help you.
Can't you want to fucking fight?
Help me help you, bro. Help me
But
help you. Come on. You
I
got
mean,
this.
help me. But the only fucking way you're gonna help me is if I fucking smack
Stop
you and
babbling. Stop using
fucking.
your
Okay,
lips. Stop moving your lips. Stop using your vocals. Right? Just shut your
okay.
mouth. Close your eyes and keep breathing. Just don't open your mouth anymore unless it's for, selling hell or whatever.
There's something that I can eat that I just don't know.
Are you hard to follow instructions?
Are you hard?
You mean like Snoop Dogg?
I'm talking like erection.
I mean, I'm lucky that I don't comprehend what you're saying. I'm glad. I don't like pronunciation is just like a non-English speaker, and that's good. I think that's really good. You cannot speak English at the moment. I love it.
I can speak faggot though.
You see? Another mispronunciation. Just shut it down, bro. Just shut it down.
Wait, what the
It's
hell?
time. It's time to sleep, bro. It's time to go. Time to sleep. Come on, you got this.
No, fuck that. I'll show you something.
No, you won't.
Yo, I'll show you
No,
my
no,
pain.
thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. You know what no means? Tell me? Even drunks know what no means. Do you know what no means?
I'm showing you my penis whether you like it or not. I'm just kidding.
Your
Hold on.
payment? I'm not interested in that shit. Oh no. I said
I
no.
know.
I said no.
No, come on, man.
No. No means no, bro. Don't you get it? No means no.
You well, I can't get any video permission on this phone. I didn't think I knew anyone.
Yeah? How you gonna be doing this, bro? Since nobody else is talking, I'm just gonna entertain. Hello, welcome. Who joined? Who joined? Please. Talk to this guy.
Yo, can you give me video permission on my phone?
No. How about no?
But I want to show you my penis.
Alright, you're done.
Okay.
I'm gonna help you help yourself, okay? I'll give you 1 day timeout. Bye. Well, since everybody's quiet, I'm gonna have to look around for conversations. You guys are doing nothing. Let's see. Is anything going on in politics, English channel? Ugh. "24/7. Nothing going on there.
No, he didn't say scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would be based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through an experiment. Then you can base your theory upon things that you've proven to be true. This is more like a colloquial theory, like an idea, because really you can't do any of the science. It's just an idea to explain. Usually comes along with the mathematics, which is the language that helps you explain your idea. So it's a theory.
Okay.
It's not a scientific theory. So I've got an
Yeah.
idea.
Right. Because you can't measure it, can you?
Measure what?
You can't measure gravity.
What do you mean? We can measure
Well, like
the rate
I
of
said-
objects falling, right?
Yeah, but that's not gravity.
But that's the phenomena of the object dropping, and we can measure its rate of acceleration to the 8 meters per
does-
second squared.
So, do you think gravity exists or doesn't?
Okay? So 2 things, right? Gravity, either the phenomena that we observe, the thing falling down, or the cause of the phenomena making it fall down. Now we all observe the phenomena. I'm not saying there's a cause.
Okay. You see, when I think of it, right, I think of gravity, this theory that Isaac Newton discovered. This thing of like this force pulling down objects into the center of the Earth.
That's
You
a
know, they
law
say-
of gravity.
Let
Newton.
me speak, please.
Yeah, you got it wrong. Okay, Newton.
No, I'm explaining. No.
The law
This
of
is not
gravity.
what I believe. I'm just making a point. Please let me speak.
Okay, yeah, but when you're off, okay, you're just dead wrong. That if you talk about Newton, that's the law of gravity.
Yeah,
Einstein gave us a theory of gravity.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah,
My
just so
apologies.
you're on the right. Make sure you're on the right footing before you step.
Okay, thank you for that. Back to what I was saying. So, the theory of gravity, whatever they call it, it's the idea of big objects pulling smaller objects towards them. For example, they say NASA will say Jupiter has huge gravitational field. It holds all the planets in place, right? So, this theory of big objects pulling smaller objects towards the center, to me, it sounds a bit debatable. If I look at it in a kind of obvious way, the way I see it, right? You're holding a ball, you drop that ball, it drops. Why does it drop? Because it's denser than the things around it, the air around it, the oxygen, whatever it is, So, when you
That's
guys
why
say,
you can check, demonstrate, and verify, right? You can actually control certain variables, and you can kind of confirm that that's the case to a certain within a certain parameter. But when you said that you can debate for the other side, that's actually not a debate, because the other side cannot demonstrate their side. A debate will be like my opinion about gun rights, or I don't know, you like green and I like red. We can debate about which one is better. We could debate about that, but debating about, there's no debate between fantasy and reality, though.
Yeah.
See, a law like Newton's law of gravity, that's not a debate. That's like a natural law. You see things falling at a rate.
Yeah.
The main problem is that when he says,
mistaken. Carry on.
Go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I was mistaken is because in school I always learned that like Isaac Newton discovered gravity. When I think of gravity, I think of him.
He didn't discover it though. He didn't find it in the natural world.
I understand that now. But what I've always been taught was that he, came up with the theory. I never knew Einstein actually discovered it properly.
Einstein didn't discover anything either. That's not a discovery. A discovery will be me discovering something, right?
You know what I'm trying to say.
They made stories about their ideas in their minds and put it on paper and call it what they called it.
Yeah.
It's not a discovery. That's not something you discovered.
I've been wondering, so are you saying they're lying? And why would they lie?
Right.
That's one thing I've been wondering myself.
Okay, let's use Newton as an example. He thinks, because of the current learning at the time, because, he's part of that establishment, that the Earth is a sphere, making astrological observations and so on. He's working on this theory. And he's trying to make up a mechanism and answer these questions as to what makes the world go round. Not only why things fall to the floor, but in his case, after he saw the apple fall from the tree, he looked up at the sky and he was asking the question, well, why do things go round and round? He's working with inside the paradigm. That's what he's doing. He's not necessarily lying. He's just trying to make the world work from his point of view.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to Einstein, the person who believed gravity was an actual thing, what was he thinking?
Probably the same thing. The Earth is a sphere. Now, I don't agree with Newton with his idea of the mechanics of what makes the world go round and up and down. I'm going to come up with another way to do it that I can explain with math. I'm going to say there's a four-dimensional space-time fabric. And because objects are really, really big, they bend and warp this space-time fabric, which causes things at speed that were going in straight paths to have curved paths. We call them orbits. Or if they're close to the object of mass, they will be described as vertical paths straight down towards the center. He's just coming up with a mathematical mechanism that explains the world in which he perceives to exist, the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. The one thing that leaves me wondering is that, like, when it comes to maths, like, you're either wrong or you're right when it comes to maths. It's not like there's a maybe. It's either you're wrong or you're right. You either have the exact answer or you don't. It's like when
You
you
ever
put
worked
2
with
plus 2
quadratics
into a
before?
calculator, it will come up with 4, right? You can't say 3 will be right because it's not, it's 4. So I'm wondering, like, when Einstein thought of these mathematical equations, and he said they were correct, what made it obvious they were wrong? I'm
You
wondering.
ever played with quadratics before?
No.
It's not
You know
wrong.
what
It's
quadratic
mathematics is... Sorry, Crick, go on.
Yeah, do you know what a quadratic is?
No.
Okay. Well, just take a look. Just maybe do a quick Google search and see how many quadratic equations or non-linear equations exist inside Einstein's formulas.
Can you spell it for me? Quad.
So quad, R-A-T-I-C.
Yeah. Equations, right?
Yep.
And 10 coupled.
So how many answers can a single quadratic equation produce?
I'm not sure. Bear with me.
Yeah, almost an unlimited amount.
Okay.
It can fail. It can produce an error. It can err out. You could have 1 or 2 real solutions. Then you could have 1 or 2 imaginary solutions. And then you compound that when you start stacking quadratic equations inside each other.
Okay.
So when people start thinking like, well, Einstein came up with one universal answer, E equals like MC squared. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Okay. People don't really like touch that stuff. So I mean, like your pipeline. I mean, though it sounds, that you think that it sounds, humble. Like, hey, this guy did a lot of math, and math comes up with a unified answer.
Yeah.
Though sometimes math, especially math at that level, it comes up with more questions. They've got math equations where they don't know what the answer is. They're trying to, still to this day, trying to find like these complex math equations that will come up with a new equation. So there isn't that sort of like very easy where you just whip open the calculator and start punching in some numbers and it tells you the theory of gravity.
That's interesting. Okay.
you might find interesting too is when you have fractions. Where do you draw that line when the fraction goes on infinitely?
Oh yeah, it's like remainders, right?
Yeah.
They go on forever. Do you think we lack the reality of seeing the real truth in certain equations?
No, I'm saying like if you're doing the equation that has multiple, infinite fraction, like a non-rational number, and you've compounded that, you round up like 0.33333 to like 0.3334.
Yeah.
How many times would you do that before you get a completely different answer than someone else?
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's a good point, man. So when it comes to like the laws of like everything, do you think we're unable to fully determine the laws of these mathematical equations? Do you think we lack the awareness, the conscience to really determine the truth?
What if it costs?
Yeah, I think you're barking up the wrong tree there, because a natural law or scientific law, an expression of reality, is not going to be as clean as cut as a fraction or an equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So, do you think we as humans lack the knowledge to really determine the truth when it comes to these certain equations, these certain numbers?
Well, let's use Newton. Newton said the model, the heliocentric model, was so mathematically perfect that it could have only been made by a supernatural being. Because nothing in nature is that perfect. There's always imperfections in nature. But this heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect and completely consistent all the way through that his hypothesis was God of the Bible made the universe.
Okay.
And that's where people start thinking, is this science or is this theology? And then when you look into what other things that Newton wrote about, it was theology the whole time. That was like this little law of gravity. That was a side hustle he did for a couple years. But his main shtick was two things. He believed in the Catholic Church, and he also believed in alchemy. Was his other shtick. He thought that he was going to turn mercury or lead into gold, using mercury to something with the digestive system. They actually exhumed his body, and they saw that he had high levels of mercury poisoning.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? 0116 AOG.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
No.
Okay, Kurt Gödel, he was a mathematician and logician, proved logically that there is no mathematical system which is both complete and consistent. It can be one or the other, but it can't be both. That means that there's things that are true in the mathematical system which can't be proven. No proof exists, but they are true, but they actually just can't be proven.
How can it be true if it's unproven?
Well, that's an inconsistency, isn't it? So something could be true, just your knowledge does not require it to be true or not. It just can't be proven true.
Oh, that's the point you're trying to make.
Yes, it just can't be proven true.
Okay.
And self-consistent would mean that it doesn't contain any paradoxes. There's a paradox in any mathematical system. The way the Gödel proved this is that he assigned a number to a bunch of mathematical symbols and objects, and then put them like on playing cards. That's the best analogy. And then he used those playing cards to prove that something is true and not true at the same time, just using logic. It's a little more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying it. The point is that math in and of itself, subsections of mathematics, some mathematical systems, because all mathematical systems have some axiom, right? And by axiom, I mean within that system, it's true, right? So we can make a mathematical system where the number 3 doesn't exist, right? And that system would have certain consequences, and we could make statements within that system, which would be true statements within it, but within some other mathematical system, say binary, they wouldn't be true. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because Crit talked about irrational numbers. So you have like divide 10 by 3, right? And what is it? 3.33333333333, right? Forever.
Yeah.
But 1/3 is that same thing. But that actually has a solution, right? 1/3? Which is the same thing as which is the same thing as 10 divided by 3. Is 1/3.
Yeah.
So expressed in decimal, there's no solution. But expressed in the rational numbers, there is a solution. And we can come up with all these different base. I don't know if you know what a number base is. So decimal is a base 10 number system.
Yep.
Things like degrees is a base 60 number system. And things that are expressible in each of these number systems might not be expressible in another one. So that's the thing, is like the point is that like mathematics is not some universal fucking truth that determines reality. There's particular parts of mathematics which can be extended to a reality and in a way emulates it, but that's only for some cherry-picked subsection, and you have to ignore all the things that are wrong, which is possibly an infinite number.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, mathematics is just a tool. Like it's just a tool of that we assign symbols and objects to relationships, but we don't even need the symbols, right? We could write it all out in words, and it would mean the same thing.
No, but when you said like 1/3 is the same as 3 over, what did you say? 3
divided by 10, or 10 divided by 3.
That's insane. Because it is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So our brains like simplify 1/3 as being like a level playing field, right? You know, 1/3 goes into 3, 1 goes into 3 times. But like 33, it recurs forever.
Yeah, so well, I mean, this is where you get into freaking pure mathematics, and there's, there was people that think things like irrational numbers like 0.3333 forever isn't actually a number, and they're not actually real. They're just bullshit. And that argument, that debate that happened, 400 years ago, they just, nobody knows about it. Actually was kind of numbers used to be controversial. Imaginary numbers used to be controversial. A lot of the concepts we accept as truths in mathematics at the time that they were first thought of were controversial, and that the mathematicians fought about whether these things are actually real. I'm sure you've heard things like pi is a number. If I say, hey, what number?
Whatever it is.
Yeah, pi isn't a number, though.
No.
It's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, but it's not actually a number. It can't be expressed in any number.
Yeah, because it just keeps going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's not actually a number. Numbers have an actual set value. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you think it's a case of like, when I'm thinking about these things, the thing that keeps coming back to me is like, do you think us as humans just lack the knowledge or whatever it is to perceive
I don't know.
these numbers? Do you think we just lack
If we're going
something?
down the wrong path, yeah.
No, no, it's not. I don't think that they're unseen. I think that we have expectations of mathematics which are unrealistic. We try to attribute properties to it that don't actually exist. And then we
Like
go,
some-
oh, it doesn't have the properties I imagine it should. So it must be my lack of comprehension. It's not our lack of comprehension.
Do you think we're
This
too
is a good
logical?
example.
Do you think we're too
Hold on.
logical?
Well, let me give an example, right? If we look at gravitational paradigm, I find mathematics. Now, these mathematics make predictions, right? Now, when the predictions go wrong, sometimes they start telling us that they've made a discovery because the predictions don't match the reality that's observed. So then we end up with things like dark matter. That's how things get discovered through mathematics. Dark matter doesn't exist, neither does space-time. But if people are running around in these false errands, then yeah, we haven't got a chance of solving the problems and the questions of life. You understand how mathematics can really fuck things up. If you go down these paths that start on a false premise and the mathematics makes predictions, all of a sudden you're making discoveries apparently like dark matter and dark energy, because according to the mathematics of the universe, there's not enough mass in the universe to, let's say, hold a solar system together. So there must be something else, right? So yeah, math just fucking makes shit up if you let it.
So do you think it's more simple than what we think? Or what the general population thinks?
I think we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. We just have unrealistic expectations of what mathematics can do and what it can't do. What it can say about that, what we can, like, so it's a tool, and we use it to describe features of the world because those features of the world have relationships. And we'll quantify those certain parts about the natural world and then notice relationships between the quantities. But that quantification and extension into some mathematical formulas, none of that is real. We're just reifying that. That's how nature itself is actually working. Nature doesn't do calculations. There's no fucking hidden fucking person calculating out, like, you know, the fucking momentum and the vector that a proton is traveling.
Indy, you had to drop the mic after you said nature doesn't do calculations. You have to drop the mic right there, though.
Yeah, I know. I should have just shut up at that point. Yeah, nature don't do that.
Me personally, like when it comes to myself, I'm always trying to look for an answer in things. So do you think there is no answer?
No, no. There's an answer.
What it sounds like,
it is what it is the answer.
What it sounds like is like humans as a species were trying to answer these questions by using maths, and it seems like from what I've heard, sometimes there isn't an answer that we can physically work out.
Not within math.
So are you saying there's another factor, another way of calculating things, or do you just think it's just the way everything is? You know, it's all just
not all things are proven the same way.
And it goes back to my point I said earlier. Do you think humans lack something which can really find the truth in these questions?
No.
But if we can't answer
it's not a lack of our ability. I said not all things are proven the same way. Not all things can be proven. Can I prove mathematically what your favorite color is?
Well, no, not unless you ask me.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with mathematics, right?
No, okay.
Yeah, but I can prove what your favorite color is by asking you and you giving me an answer. So not all things are proven the same way, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
We can prove things are true, but we don't have to use mathematics to do it.
Yeah, true, yeah.
So when you say, hey, man, well, we like mathematics can't describe all things, so like maybe there's a big hole in our knowledge. Not because of mathematics not describing everything. There's holes in our knowledge for lots of reasons, but it isn't because of the mathematics or lack of mathematics. That's just why even in science they have quantitative and what's called quantitative and qualitative descriptions. Because sometimes the quantitative is useless and like the qualitative, as in like the properties that we can describe the thing has, right? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it tall? Is it short? Is it brown? Is it blue? Is it like, these subjective things, these qualities that it has just descriptively? Like I go, hey, dude, what's the shape of the moon? Objectively, qualitatively, it looks like a circle. That's what it looks like. Doesn't mean it is a circle. Qualitatively, that's what it looks like.
Sometimes it looks like a circle. Some other times it looks different.
Semicircle, half a circle.
Depends on the way the sunlight is reflecting off it.
Assuming the sunlight is reflecting off of it.
That leads us on to something else. What do you think about the moon?
Because there's no qualitative. Now, according to you, well, not you specifically, but there's no qualitative description of the sunlight reflecting off the moon. Or quantitative. There is a qualitative one, though. People say, hey, man, look, man, this fucking sun's reflecting off the moon. But that's what they think is happening. They don't actually see that.
Have you guys, seen the videos where, they can see the reflection of the Earth on the moon?
Like Earthshine.
Yeah, I've seen videos online where
how would they know what Earth looks like?
They've seen the land masses of the Earth reflecting.
How would they know what Earth looks like?
I don't know.
Earth shine on the moon. Earth, literally the Earth's reflection reflecting off the moon.
Yeah, I've seen videos.
The moon map? I don't do the moon map, bro.
Okay.
It's on other people.
I'm just
moon map.
I'm here. I'm all to learn. I'm not.
Well, you're not going to learn moon
Isn't
map.
that just in a
moon
small...
map in here.
I just want to know.
Isn't the moon map in a crater or something?
No, it's like, I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen videos of the shadows on the moon. They're actually the Earth's reflection.
Yeah, well, we're aware. I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that believes that is the case.
Okay.
You know what pareidolia is, right?
No.
It's like when you see faces and things inside of things that have nothing to do with it,
oh yeah, right.
Jesus,
Jesus in your tea leaves.
In your tea leaves. I prefer the toast. They were selling Jesus toast on frickin' eBay. I remember
Jesus
20 years ago.
That's brilliant.
Jesus and a piece of toast, dude. It was actually pretty. I don't know if they did that on purpose, like a burner, dude, but some of them was pretty good art. Look, I mean, why complicate things, right? I mean, this is like the globe Earth idea of. There's a modern idea is to. Actually, let me go back a little bit. This idea of describing everything that exists with mathematics, it's called idealism. Or the ideal system, right? Where you think that there's some Platonic forms and that's where the real world is, and these abstract ideas that don't actually exist in the physical world.
Oh yeah, it's like the human brain, always goes back to the most obvious answer, Like you said about us seeing human faces and things, it goes back to basic human brain chemistry, We always try and simplify things. That's how the human brain works. We always try and look for an obvious answer sometimes, and maybe it's not always the case.
I'm talking about something different than that. I'm talking about Plato came up with this thing that the world of ideas in forms, and that say what's, for instance, a chair, that we have individual chairs which we experience in the natural world. Lazy boy, high chair, stool. They're all chairs. But they're not actually the pure chair, right? The ideal chair is an idea in the minds of human beings. And that's where chairs really exist, right? And this is where the idea that people have about mathematics, they think that the abstract world of mathematics is the world that actually exists. And this is the shadow world, a shadow of that. This is where the allegory of the cave comes from, and that there's people, and they're chained to the wall, and all they can see is shadows on the wall, and they don't realize there's people walking behind them, right? Right. So this is this world of ideas. This is a thing that's been going on for 2,000 years. The world of ideas versus, would be called the internal world, right? The mind, versus the external world, and whether that actually exists or not, right? So we, or at least me, I'm not buying all that bullshit that we're a bunch of brains in a jar and we can't prove the existence of an external world and that the external world has to conform to some mathematical ideals. I don't buy that. I think we take ideals in our mind and try to shoehorn them into things we observe in the world and try to create some good enough match just so we can hold some sort of mental model of things to operate as human beings. But I don't think the idea comes first and the external world comes second. I think there's an external world and we try to frickin', shove our imagination into it and try to get the external world that can form to our imagination. Because I think fundamentally, at some level, human beings are delusional. And they try to make the external world conform to their own mind. And that's what I think mathematics is. Because we hear this. So I'll give you an example. We hear in this topic that if we go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, it's not actually flat. That it's actually only looks flat because it's a giant ball too big to see the entirety of it. And that's why it looks flat. But I'll ask them, I'm like, well, how do you know that's the reason it looks flat and it doesn't look flat just because it is flat? And I never get an answer for that because there is no answer. They don't know that it looks flat because it's a giant ball. They just want to believe that because in their mind, they have an idea about the Earth being a giant ball. Nothing on the external world, just in their mind. So they have to make the external world that they see conform to their internal world, which they don't see.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're constantly told that, like, how dare you trust your senses? What's wrong with you? Your eyes can trick you. Don't trust your senses. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to survive without trusting my senses. And believe me, if I just ran around just trusting my thoughts, I'm fucking in for it. Because my senses are far more reliable than my thoughts.
True, yeah.
When your senses fail you, what do?
Well,
what do you do? If you like you saw something that wasn't there?
You panic,
You'd go to the doctor, right?
Yeah, I mean, if
there's something wrong with me, my senses aren't working.
Around and I lost balance, you'd panic. You'd go to the doctors, whatever,
Yeah, you'd go to if your senses were misinforming you, you'd end up going to the doctor.
Yeah.
When our brains misinform us, which happens 100 times a day, we don't go to the doctor. It's normal modus operandi. You don't remember something you thought happened, you saw something wrong, you mistook a color, these are things that happen in their mind, which is also like very fallible. So the point being of all this is that we see the external world, we see a flat Earth, we do not feel motion to the Earth. And the most obvious Occam's razor simple answer is that's because the way the world really is. As opposed to, you're just too small, or it's spinning too slow, or whatever, and imagining it's doing something that you're not experiencing, but it's doing it in such a way that's undetectable to your senses. He's checking to make sure you're paying attention, get good, because if you're ignoring what he's saying, why is he talking to you? Why are you talking to us if you're going to ignore the answers? It makes no sense.
I think you guys are ignoring what I'm trying to say.
Oh, we've heard this argument thousands of times.
So,
thousands. This is new for you, not for us.
Okay.
So you guys don't understand. What he's trying to tell you is it's a known problem in academia. It's called the map terrain problem. And Gemsy's pointing it out to you that the map is not the terrain. See, the map is a representation of the terrain, but it can only be so accurate.
Well, yes.
Because to make it 100% accurate, it would have to be, so say you wanted a map of America, to make a 100% accurate map of America, it would need to be the size of America.
Well, yes, it's not real life. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is what we're trying to tell you. So when you shrink a map down, you lose information, right?
Yes, of course.
So what information got lost on the map that you posted?
Well, the sizes are all wrong.
How do you know that?
Well, because I know Russia's square kilometer. You call it space? Yes, it's space. And I think
you don't know that.
Bigger in real life.
You think? You don't know anything about what the size of Russia is, what the size of any of those things are. You've been told something, and we either believe it or don't believe it, but you don't know them to be true.
So
I don't know if they're true or not. I don't know if Russia's the biggest country on Earth. They say it is. How would I know?
Well, maybe they measured it.
Maybe they didn't.
Well, I think they did. I think they measured their country.
Well, it's your prerogative to think and imagine anything you want about what other people did or did not do. You can imagine away. People don't navigate long distances with maps.
According to you, like ships can't go from United States to China.
Says who?
West.
Says who?
Because I mean, it says that you are saying that it means
that's your map. That's your map. Yours. Get good. That's your map. That's not our map.
Well, yes, you're saying.
So how are we saying it with your map?
Also, you're saying that every.
No, you're saying it, get good. You're saying it. Stop trying to impose your bullshit on us. You're saying it.
Well, you're saying that.
That's not our map.
Well, yes, so you're saying every single thing on this map is wrong.
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying then?
So, look, dude, that's an all or nothing fallacy. Either all the map is right or none of the map is right. That's a fallacy. Half the map could be right and half the map could be wrong. I don't know, but that's not our map. That's your map.
So you're saying that Canada is
Stop saying so you're saying. That means you're going to straw man me. Cut that out.
So, according to you, Canada is...
No, you just did it again. No, it's not according to me, dude.
So do you think Canada is in real life south of the United States, or is it north of it?
Is Canada's north of the United States.
Cool. So that's an information that's on the map that is correct. That's
yes.
Cool. Yes. So do you think like in relation
picture you with your head up your ass, so it also still be correct?
No, you're being disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, because you're being disrespectful by trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm talking for real. But
depends on which north he's talking about too.
That's even sadder. If this is you for real, that's sad.
No, that's actually it's okay.
Look,
I'm fine.
Nobody endorses the map you posted. This is your map. Okay? So stop saying we think something about your map. You think things about your map. No one endorses that map. East and west are circles around a pole. You can easily travel east and west and end up back in the same place. It's called circumnavigation, which means navigating in a circle. Can't even believe I'm doing this for like the 5th time today. That you guys are so boneheaded, you think that you can't have circles on something that's flat. Can you have circles on a flat piece of paper?
Well, yes.
Okay, and then I can mark on that. East is counterclockwise and west is clockwise.
East is counterclockwise and west. Well, no, because if you're saying east, like you're going on a linear line, east indefinitely, and if you're going west, then you're going in linearly.
He doesn't know what a circle is. He doesn't know what a circle is. He doesn't know what a circle is.
Is a circle a line?
No, it's a circle.
The circle's not a line.
Can you draw for me what you mean on a map? Like, do you have
circle is a line, dude.
Do you have MS Paint?
Yeah, a circle is a line.
No, a circle is a circle. A line is a line.
Yeah, it's composed of a line. It's a one-dimensional figure where the line is equal distance from a point.
Well, yes, but it's not a line.
It is a line.
No, straight. It's not a straight.
Okay,
line.
So give me the other dimension.
What?
He's thinking lines.
Give me the second dimension of a circle, then. The second dimension of a circle. You said it's not. A line is one dimension. A square is two dimensions. Okay? A circle is one dimension. A property of a circle is this. Equal distance from a point. That is a one-dimensional line.
Do you think I don't know what a circle is?
Yes, I do.
I know what a circle is.
Okay. So we can have a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A flat piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can go, if you mark counterclockwise east and clockwise west, you can go east and west and end up back at the same place on something that's flat. Hey, why did you interrupt me? Why did you interrupt me right at the end?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Tell me what I just said.
The thing that where you're wrong is that if you're going east, you said that it's clockwise. That's not true because you're eventually gonna go north or like south.
Why? I'm keeping equal distance from a point.
Yes, but you're gonna change directions if you like.
The point is north.
Or counterclockwise.
No, the point is north, dude.
What?
The point is north. The North Pole is a point, right?
Well, this is the only northern point, but there are many other circles on that map.
So I can travel along the circle and I'm never going towards that point, right?
If you're like maybe like I really need MS Paint to like visually show you like what I'm trying to say.
There's nothing to visually show me, okay? This is very simple first grade level shit. A circle is equal distance from the point. If you mark the point as north and you go around the circle, you're never going towards that point because you're staying in equal distance. Equal distance. Do you know what that means? The distance doesn't change.
If you're going around, like if you're.
That's right. East and west is going around, and now you get it.
Yeah,
East,
around.
Yeah, that's what east and west are.
Oh no, you're okay. I really need fucking MS Paint, dude.
Let me ask you: are east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second.
Is east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second, please.
I'm running out of patience with you. Is east and west a globe on a circle?
Wait, I can't stream into this channel. Can I stream?
Yeah, you're goddamn right. Answer the fucking question.
I need to stream because I need to show.
No, you don't. You're not going to stream. You're not going to fucking post images. You're not going to do any of that shit. You're just going to answer whether east and west on a globe is a circle.
No, east and west are like points, like directions, cardinal directions.
Are they a circle, though? Do they go in a circle?
No, they're not a circle.
So how on a globe do you end up back at the same point?
Well, that's really weird. How do you do that?
Because it's a fucking circle?
Wait, well, yes, it's a circle.
It's like pulling fucking teeth.
He doesn't.
So the Earth is round.
If you ask, remember when you
No, because you can have a circle on a flat surface, which you already admitted.
You said you can keep going west and end up at the same point.
That's right. You go in a circle and end up back at the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat piece of paper.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, you're saying like what you're saying means that the Earth is a globe.
So circles only exist on a globe.
Can I please stream?
So circles only. I can't give you permission to stream in here. Circles don't only exist on a globe. You can draw a circle on any surface.
Can
You're
you
being
stream
intentionally
and
idiotic.
I tell you what I need to draw? Like
No.
Remember you gave me the definition for a circle? I bet you ask him again what a circle. He still doesn't get the circle part. He doesn't know what it is yet.
Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. Platter, thank you for helping me out.
Yes. In the chat, yes.
Is that a sphere? Is that a globe?
It's a circle. It's like a disc.
Yeah, is that a globe though?
No, it's not.
Yeah, but he's going in a circle and ending up back at the same spot. How's that possible?
Yes, but notice how he's going north.
He's not going north. The compass is pointing north. You see, that's a compass. There's a magnet in the middle, and it's pointing north. He's not going north.
He is changing directions as he's moving.
That's right, in a circle, east and west.
Well, yes, that's the Earth from top.
But that's flat. Thank you. That is the Earth from up top. Thank you.
Well,
not a globe.
Still go. Yes, it can still go like below, like.
Yeah, below. There is no below, brother. Look,
like you can still do this on a globe.
Fantastic, but you can do it on a flat Earth too. So what?
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
It was your argument. So your argument doesn't prove anything. Thank you.
Well, that was
well done. Well played.
Well done. Thank you for wasting our time with your argument that didn't prove anything. What would prove the Earth is flat? Get good. Get good. What would prove the Earth is flat to you?
Oh yeah, now I see it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. This obviously doesn't prove a flat Earth. Maps would never prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's not possible. Just as a matter of basic logic. What would prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth to you? What type of evidence?
Maybe if you can go like really high and see how flat it is.
Well, you can see how flat it is from here. Why would you want to get farther away?
Because it's so big.
How do you know that?
Well, it is big. I can also see that.
Yeah, I know the Earth is big, but how do you know you don't see how it really is unless you get a different viewpoint? How do you know it looks flat because it's so big and it don't look flat because it just is flat? Because that's a possibility, right? It just looks flat because it is flat?
Yes, but on your map, like you can't do the opposite.
That's your map.
No, the map you posted me in, like the circle.
Oh, the one Platter posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, you can do it like in east-west, but you can't do it north-south.
Well, good, because no one's ever actually done that.
No one ever went south, like.
Never been a north-south circumnavigation. No, there hasn't.
That never happened. Like nobody ever went from like the.
No, well, they claim they did it, but they don't actually. They don't actually go over the poles. They go like around them.
No one went from southern Africa to Greenland before, by going south.
No, what you need to do is go from the South Pole to the North Pole.
Well, yes. So in order to go to.
No one's ever done that.
No one's ever went from South Africa to Greenland by going south?
It's only up one side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, by going south? No, of course not.
No, they. Okay, I see. No one ever done that.
No. There's claims to north-south circumnavigations, but then when you look at the route that they traveled, they didn't actually do a north-south circumnavigation. They went in like a north-south circle, like an oval around, but they didn't like go over. They never really crossed into, allegedly Antarctica and come out the other side. What they'll do is they'll dip down, right, close to the coast, and then come back up. So they'll go down, like, say, the east side of the Atlantic Ocean, and then they'll come back up the west side of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if the Atlantic Ocean was, 12,000 miles wide, that might fucking serve as a circumnavigation, but it's not that wide. It's only freaking 6,000 miles wide. So they're going up like a quarter of the slice.
No one actually ever did it. That's insane.
You might believe and maybe have a vague idea that someone has done it because you've seen too much programming, like TV, movies, sci-fi, fictional stuff. That someone might have done that, like Superman flying and doing it in a movie, and that's the vague idea that you think it might be truth, but no.
You're talking earlier about the bodies on Everest. I'm getting kind of upset that there's bodies up there, dude. That's not right. I mean, if they can claim that they went to the moon and to Mars, why can't they get fucking bodies off of Everest? That's bullshit. Really great engineering. Not great engineering enough to get freaking corpses off of Everest, apparently. Just leave them up there. Well, just think about it if you think about it for a second. Like, they say they can do all this stuff, that they're smashing atoms together, discovering the secrets of the fucking universe, looking back in time 90 billion light years. Oh, there's some bodies on top of Everest. Oh, it's too hard to get those.
Is it too hard? It's not worth the risk. Like, there's no benefit to getting the bodies off.
What risk? Why not just wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter?
No, for the bodies on Everest.
Yeah, wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter.
I think a coat would work better.
Well, they need air. That's why you get the spacesuit.
Oxygen mask. You don't need a spacesuit for it.
Well, we want to be. We want maximum safety, so we're going with spacesuit. And then they say helicopters won't fly, but they flew a helicopter on Mars.
Look, I won't stop you from wearing a spacesuit on Mount Everest. By all means.
How about the Mars helicopter?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they landed a helicopter on Mars, but there's no air on Mars, so we're wondering how they did that.
There is air on Mars.
The air on Mars is equivalent to being at something like 180,000 feet or something.
So you're saying that this never happened?
What? If people went to Mars? No, no one's ever been to Mars.
No, I posted a picture on the side.
No, that never happened, dude. Is that like some flight route or something? They don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because there was a crash in the 1970s where they smashed into a mountain and it took 20 hours to rescue the fucking people. Well, they didn't really rescue them. Recover their bodies is more like it. And they prohibited any flights going anywhere near Antarctica. The flight that crashed into something called Mount Erebus, which is on the coast. So they weren't even really in Antarctica that far. But, you know, they don't let anybody fly over there anymore. So this graphic is bullshit. Nobody flies over Antarctica.
What if I could prove you wrong?
Yeah, what if? You're going to search and search, and you're going to find maybe QF47, and it'll show you a little graphic of it going into Antarctica, but it doesn't actually do that. See, that's the funny thing is there's stories, and then there's data. And the stories never match the data. That's what you guys don't seem to comprehend. You can't possibly believe that the data doesn't support the narrative. But they don't have to worry about it because you guys never check. Y'all are on auto-believe.
This story versus data.
Yeah,
Would you
story
agree that video is data? Not story?
Data of something.
Or, I guess, and...
Data with an airplane would be telemetry data.
I'd say video.
Telemetry data as in the direction, the flight route
Video,
that the plane is. Yeah, video is only so good.
Okay, but is it...
How does video get into
data,
court?
Or is video story?
Well, it could
which
be.
you're
It depends.
discrediting?
It depends.
On?
There isn't like all video is all video data.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it depends.
You could have shitty video, or you could have like a 24-hour time lapse.
All you have to do is
of
miscaption
a
it.
SpaceX satellite going over the southern hemisphere. And that would be data, because you can tell, hey, what's the weather in Greenland? Well, I can see Greenland from video. It says it's during this time, this date.
Dude, stop it.
And then I can go cross-compare
Stop, dude. You're making shit up. SpaceX satellites fly at 225 miles. The field of view at 250 miles is 3% of the surface of the Earth. You think Greenland is 3% of the surface of the Earth? You wouldn't be able to get Greenland even if you had a whole 360-degree view. No, like
you're talking about
what you can see from the altitude, right? What you can see from the altitude has to match the geometry of the globe, right? You just don't get to like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's video, but you have to be able to evaluate the video for authenticity. It has to match what's actually on the ground. Because if you show a video of a pink house on the fucking, how do you?
Would you agree
what do you mean you can see that it's real? What does that mean?
If you just give me that point that it is real, not fake news,
I have no way to know.
Would you agree that it's data?
It doesn't mean it's data, but that doesn't mean what it said it is.
Okay,
it is what it actually is. So check this out. Now, if I show an explosion and it says child's being blown up at a daycare, but I could also label that explosion mining blast looking for gold. And I could also label that, now it's a real photograph now. It's 100% real photograph taken of the real world. But how I caption it and how I present it changes whether it actually is the thing I'm representing it to be. And all I did was change words. I didn't alter the photograph. I didn't do anything like that. This is how most fake photography, well, quote unquote fake, it's real photography. It's just miscaptioned.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? So I think I'm with you, but
okay, the USS Maine. It was called Yellow Journalism. That happened back in the time of Hearst. Hearst would show, he'd show basically thugs that were hired by union busters, beating up union strikers, people on strike for the union. He'd miscapture them and saying the union busters were getting beat up. And it was the union protesters that were doing the beating when it was actually the other way around. You had no way of telling from the photograph. All you saw in the photograph was violence. You didn't know who was who. They would just miscaption it. So you can take a picture claiming purporting to be, you could take a real photograph purporting to be of the Earth, and it's just a painting. Right? You ever seen hyper-realistic painting?
You'd agree that a painting that depicts reality is more valuable than one that depicts, falsehoods. Regardless of if it's a painting, a CGI, or real life image.
There's no way to tell. That's the point. You have no reference.
I think there is.
Oh, how? You have no reference.
Well, for example, like I would, concede the fact that you can make up ChatGPT or Grok videos today at the consumer level. Who knows what the government has? But despite this fact, there's no feasible way to recreate 24-hour footage of not GoPro, but it's like 360, Insta360, I think. They brought one of those up on the ISS, and they're floating weightless, and they're doing all this stuff. I would put forth the idea that this is data. This is up for being able to be disproven, but it
because you don't know how they
just keep stacking.
No, because you don't know how they can make it, because your ignorance about cinematography means it's real. I can show you shit from 1927. I can show you shit made in 1927 that you can't tell is completely fake. In the 20s.
I don't see why my ignorance has to do with you,
because you just said it's not possible. You can't. You have no reference. Do you understand what I mean by no referent? You have nothing in your memory from which to compare it to. You don't know what the Earth looks like from space because you've never seen it. So if somebody shows you any image of the Earth, you have no way of looking at it and going, yes, that looks like what the Earth I saw looks like. But if I showed you a picture of a horse and you saw a picture, that's not a fucking horse, that's a giraffe. You would have a reference because you saw a horse before. You have a reference in your mind, a memory of seeing a horse. You know what one looks like that you can refer to in memory and compare what they're representing it to be to what your memory is. You don't have that with Earth. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, so you don't have any reference from which to even to evaluate the image by. Do you understand? You've never seen people weightless. You've never seen people in space. You've never seen any of those things. The only thing you have to compare it to are other images that people also represented it to be real, that you also have no way to evaluate. It's all chain of bullshit that you have no way to tell the authenticity of. You have no.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Actually, you can verify. You can verify bullshit, but their nonsense is the thing that you cannot actually verify. The bullshit I can find in the physical and natural world, but what they claim, the globe Earth in the vacuum of space, the curving Earth, that you cannot find it in nature, like bullshit.
I mean, that's a good point.
I think the thing that adds up for me is that as time progresses, more companies, more nations, more private individuals, they're funded by their YouTube channel. They're sending rockets up. They're getting video down. I have a reference point into what Earth looks like from abroad. I've been to a beach. I've been to a landscape, and I can deduce that this footage is probably more likely than. What?
Did the Earth look flat at the beach or curved?
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. That was your reference. You went to the beach, you saw a flat Earth. That's your reference.
Okay, is the ocean blue is the sand gray or brown?
Well, it depends. Look,
we'd agree.
Different oceans have different colors depending on the ocean is. Hold on, you asked me a question.
I let you talk.
You asked me a question. And so you're going to let me answer. No, I didn't. No, I didn't
The ocean can be also red.
The oceans are different colors depending on what part of the ocean you is and what time of year it is.
Why are you being pedantic?
I'm not.
My point is, okay, follow where I'm going.
It's not always blue.
You're telling me I have no reference point. You're telling me I have no reference point when I see these videos, when I see these images of Earth abroad.
You don't know their Earth, dude.
Stop.
You don't know their Earth.
What I'm telling you right now, just build it from the ground level up. Let's assume
that's what we're doing. You don't know their Earth. You're trying to skip a step.
Can you listen for 2 seconds?
No, you're trying to skip a step.
So.
You're trying to jump the shark and say, yes, I already know their Earth. You don't know that.
These guys are going to
Can you listen? That will be my question to you. Can you listen?
How did you evaluate? Okay, tell me any video you've ever seen. What did you do? Tell me the process you went through to evaluate whether that was an authentic image of Earth from space.
So why I'm here is because I've seen 2 sunsets in the same night. And when you're telling me I can't have any clue what Earth actually looks like from abroad,
that would happen on a flat Earth too.
I'm telling you, let me finish. I let you.
Yeah, but that's not evidence of anything. That would happen on a flat Earth too. You're wasting our time, dude.
Let me finish.
Okay, go with the thing that doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat Earth just the same fucking way. Go ahead.
You're just like the other guy.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to hear something from 2017. Go ahead, genius.
When I was at this beach, I saw 2 sunsets. And because I took my drone up in the air, right now where I'm at, I'm limited to 400 feet in the air. But I can take my drone up and I can see the beach, the color of the water, and guess what? I can watch the sunset from my eye level and watch it set. I can take my drone up 20 feet, watch it set. I can take my drone up 400 feet, watch it set again.
Okay, that means what?
Despite this fact, my point is build from there. I can go watch a YouTube channel right now.
That would happen on a flat Earth.
Can you let me finish?
Yeah, but that would happen on a flat Earth. I want to know how you're building from there because that would happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, your drones.
What do you
actually
think the
evidence with
horizon is on a flat Earth? The edge? What do you think the horizon is that the sun sets behind on a flat Earth?
What do you think the horizon is where the sun sets?
Yeah, on a
and
flat
you
Earth.
can't see it anymore.
Yeah, what is
On
the
a flat Earth.
horizon, brother, that the sun you think is setting behind, that you said sets twice?
You already know what I think, and I think you're derailing. I
On
don't
a
think you're
flat
answering my
Earth, I
question.
said. On
You're
a
just
flat
interrupting
Earth.
me again and
On
again and
a
again.
flat, listen closely, on a flat Earth. What do you think it is on a flat Earth that
Who
makes you
cares?
say?
Why don't you?
Because you're saying, I saw this happen. This indicates to me it's a globe because I saw two sunsets.
No.
So it didn't tell you the Earth
You
was
are
a globe.
so far away from what this conversation is. When I'm talking about seeing these double sunsets, I'm telling you why I'm here, and what this argument is about. Is it? Never mind. I think I'm a little bit.
Yeah, your script fell apart, huh? Your script fell apart. You think? Look, dude, you're the one that's doing it. It's not
What
us,
was it
bro.
before this?
He
Somebody
couldn't
help me.
even tell you his
brother,
own claim.
look,
Why
we
I'm
know-
here is because
Look, brother, we know you read on the internet you can see two sunsets. It would work the same on a flat Earth. It's ignorant people that say that shit that it would be different on a flat Earth because they think the horizon on a flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The conversation was about how we can't imagine or we have no reference frame for what the Earth looks like. And my point is that from drones to airplanes to spacecraft, these track. I can tell you, I posted a link in the comments. And it was like an exact date, an exact time, and a satellite orbiting Earth. I think it was the ISS. I'll post the link again. But my point is that you can see this go across the sky. You can see the weather down below, and you can cross-reference this, and you can track.
That's a lie.
With your own telescope.
That is a lie.
You can predict this.
That is a lie. I've been listening to you Globers say that for almost a decade, and never once have you actually ever produced evidence confirming. Shut up, dude. Shut up, because I won't tolerate liars, dude. Not once in 10 years has any of not once in 10 years has any of you ever presented one iota of evidence of ground confirmation of what's been seen by a satellite. ChatGPT used to even say it and would give you references to papers that don't fucking exist. So this one particularly irritates me when people say this shit. Give us the data, the ground confirmation of what was seen by a satellite and simultaneously observed from the fucking ground. Show it now, please.
So you're like asking for like a live feed from a satellite.
What? The data that you've already seen.
Hold on, let me finish.
The shit you've already seen that you're referencing.
I already posted it in the side chat, but the problem is right now I'm banned from posting in the side chat. Why would I be banned?
I'm not in control of it. And you didn't post anything in the side chat about a ground confirmation from a satellite.
This is the cult that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're in the cult, dude.
Interrupt and to ban and mute.
You're in the cult.
You're being disingenuous.
You're in the cult. Okay? You're in the cult. You just made up 3 fucking lies, dude.
I'd be
and your
happy
call
to
is
post
saying
a
we're in a
video
cult, but you just
in the
lied 3
chat
times.
if you'd unmute me.
But you lied 3 times. There's in the chat. So you're telling me right now, Whiskey, you're very specific. In the chat right now is an observation from the ground that confirms what was seen from a satellite. In the chat right now.
Yeah, I tried to clarify.
Confirmation on the ground of what was seen from a satellite is in the chat.
Case in point. Anybody else
It's a yes
want to
or
try
no
to talk to
question,
me
dude.
like an adult?
It is a yes or no question. Stop dodging. Is it in the chat or not?
What's your yes or no? No, I can't post in the chat. It is in the chat. It was the most recent message I posted, but I'm muted now.
Okay, that's fine. But what you posted in the chat is a ground confirmation of something that was seen at the satellite, simultaneously observed from the ground.
When you say ground confirmation, what are you talking about? Like
meaning
right now,
there was an image in a satellite, and somebody,
You see how
whatever
you can't let
feature.
me talk?
Well, I'm answering your question. So whatever
I'm
feature they
asking a
observed,
question and you're interrupting.
whatever feature they observed, you're asking a question about what I'm asking for. I'm telling you, so you're not confused.
No, you're
an image claiming to be from an image. Dude, I don't have a strategy, dude. You're the
listen
dumbest
to my
person in
question
this
in its
fucking.
fullest length instead of just grandstanding. Listen,
I'm not grandstanding. I'm telling you what I want, but you're not. You don't want to hear it because you know it's not in the chat,
you're over
and you know you lied.
go, princess.
No, you lied. You lied when you said there's a ground confirmation of something that's been seen from a satellite. You straight up fucking lied, and you know it.
Let me know when you're done.
I want satellite photograph confirmed by a ground observation of what the satellite saw was also seen from the ground from the other direction. Got it? Do you understand that? Is it in the chat? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is you've never seen that. That doesn't exist. And you fucking know it.
So what I posted in the side chat was before I was muted, and I'm still muted. Earth at night on May 17th, 2025. Okay? I don't know what time it was. But are you asking me that you want me to give you a time? You know I have a heads up that SpaceX is going to be over Florida. They're going to be live streaming their launch, and they're going to be orbiting around Australia 6 hours after launch. And I go set up, you can use plain eyes, but let's get a pair of binoculars. And I tell you, hey, the SpaceX is going to, cross the surface of the sun. Maybe binoculars is a bad idea, but it's going to cross the surface of the sun or the moon or whatever at this time in Australia, based off of this launch, 8 p.m. in Florida. Are you asking for both the live footage from the launch as it's going over Australia and live footage from Australia watching, maybe through
I'll tell you what I want. I want this. I want the thing you said you already had. That.
Oh, okay. Here. I'd love to post it, but I'm muted. It's
DM it to me
from space.
Okay. So where's the ground confirmation of what they saw from space?
There you go.
Is also seen from the ground.
Okay, I think that's the barrier of proof that I have not.
That's what you.
hit
Oh, so you
with
didn't.
this
So
video.
no one did that.
Let me finish with this video. But the fact remains is that what I just described
is a story.
Is done, has been done, will be done. Because we're only getting
That's a
better
cool
at this,
story.
at this stuff.
We can't even get bodies off of Everest. Believe whatever you want.
But
this guy almost sounds. This guy, you almost sounds like one of those people that call every day, like the scammers that call you trying to convince you out of something.
What are you gonna sell us next? Really simply.
Do you have an argument, or are you just going to complain?
Argument against what? Your
flat
claim?
earthers are wimping out, and now it's
your claim.
Me in the side chat.
Listen,
So
let me
I can't
ask you. Let me
support
ask
any
you
of the
this.
evidence I give.
Let me ask
and
you this.
interrupt me any chance you get because it's a part of your strategy.
I don't need a strategy for you. You're weak sauce, bro. You're
Get
weak
back on
sauce.
script.
I don't need a strategy.
guy.
I don't have a script, bro.
This
I
is
got
like
tens of
stand-up
thousands of
comedy
hours
tonight.
of debating people. You're weak sauce. Okay, really simple. Our claims evidence, yes or no? Our claims evidence. Our claims evidence.
No.
Okay. So the claim is whatever video you posted or are going to post was taken from space. What's the evidence that that's true? Oh, they said so. Is that the evidence? Because they said so?
I've seen launches in real life.
No,
and I've
this
watched
video
the
that
stream
you
of launches.
posted. Don't talk about some other shit. Focus. The video that you posted.
No, I thought we clarified earlier that the burden of evidence that you're really asking for.
You haven't
is a
presented any
real-time-
evidence.
Okay, already interrupted. Jesus Christ.
But you haven't presented
Let me know
any
when you're ready
evidence.
to talk. Let me know.
You said claims are not evidence, right? So if claims are not evidence and you haven't presented evidence, then what? We're just supposed to go with your claim?
He wants to make more claims. He doesn't want to pose the
See,
evidence.
this is what it's called
More
claim
claims.
stacking. And all you're doing is stacking claims on top of claims on top of claims. You're not presenting any evidence the claims are actually true. We have no way to evaluate them. Either we believe what they're represented to be, or we don't, which is completely subjective preference. I have no reason to believe their claims.
About 30 minutes ago, but we established that video is data. Do you remember that?
Not data. Data is measurement, bro.
No, you already conceded the fact that it's data.
No, I didn't, dude. Good try debate, bro. Good try debate, bro. Good try debate, bro. I did not concede that. We record this.
You didn't just concede it.
I never concede
into admitting that.
Don't you
just don't remember because your IQ is below room temperature.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. We record this. You see that little YouTube bot up there?
Okay.
You see that little YouTube?
I would love to pull the clip. Give me access. Give me access so I can pull the clip myself.
On YouTube. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll get the YouTube screen. I want me saying I concede that video is data.
And you'll do the same, right?
No, I want you playing me conceding that because you said I did. Don't try to straw man and change the subject and use red herrings. That shit ain't gonna work, debate bro. Look, we know your debate bro tactics. We know the debate bro tactics. You try to get people to agree to something and then reverse it in the middle of the conversation and try to take our position. We know the tactics.
What did I reverse?
We know the tactics.
He knows them because this works
no one's
against
grandstanding.
children.
We know.
Yeah, because you won't be specific. What exactly did I reverse? Be articulate for once.
This is children tactics.
Crying.
This tactic that you use against children doesn't work here, though.
Yeah, it really don't. So it's really simple. You've made a bunch of claims. We want the evidence the claims are true. I pointed out you can't even evaluate whether they're true. It's not even possible. It's not possible for me. It's not possible for you. It has to be taken on faith. I have no reason, any reason to take what they say those videos are as true. Why do you take them as true? That's why I asked you is how you evaluated them. I'm being completely fair to you.
What facts
how did you evaluate them? How did you evaluate the videos to their authenticity? What they are. Say they are the Earth from space. How do you know? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Maybe the Earth's purple. How do you know the Earth ain't purple? And they recolored it. How did you evaluate that whatever image they're presenting?
How many questions are you going to ask?
Well, I want you to get the idea.
I'm still stuck on.
Can you repeat to me what I said?
This idea.
Repeat to me one of the questions I asked you.
Yeah.
Repeat to me.
You were asking how can the what I wanted to ask you was why are you asking?
Yeah, what? You haven't been listening, have you? That's probably why I'm having a hard time. Because you're not actually listening to the answers.
No, you're just asking a bunch of questions and spazzing out, and then asking me to recall on one of your spazzes.
It's just meta nonsense.
I was still stuck 30 seconds ago when you were
very
asking
specific questions about the evidence.
You can't let me talk, can you?
Because you're trying to meta, dude, and I'm not doing it. I want to look. I try to focus very like a laser on evidence. I don't want to hear narrative. I don't want to hear spin. I don't want to hear anything. I want to see the actual evidence and how we know the evidence is true and how to evaluate its truth. That's it. I don't care about the fluff.
So earlier I established that video is data. I gave you video proof hey, you can watch this. You can watch this launch. You can watch this rotation around the Earth, and you can see, hey, here's the weather patterns in Australia.
Established it's a rotation around the Earth, dude.
Greenland.
Look, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true. It's called affirming the consequent. You haven't established it's rotating around the Earth. You understand?
Okay. Did you forget the part where you can view this with your naked eye?
You can view a satellite go around the Earth with your naked eye. From where?
When it passes in front of the moon, you absolutely can. In my example, I gave you a pair of binoculars.
Okay,
which
airplanes
really
flying in front of the moon. Are they going around the Earth?
Yes.
Airplanes are rotating around the Earth. But they look the same. Looks the same as with the spaceship, right?
Yeah.
It looks the same as a bird going in front of the moon. It looks the same as a bug going in front of the moon. No, you've never observed that.
He
Okay?
thinks you need help, Indio. He thinks you need
just
help.
last night.
Observed an
Just
orbit.
last night I observed it. Just last
You
night.
didn't observe an orbit of anything.
Yes, I did.
Indio, for the night, his joke about thinking that you need help from him. I mean, like,
yeah, it is.
This is a good joke, though.
So
Hilarious.
You did not observe an orbit. You saw something move, and you inferred orbit from the loss of information.
No, you didn't
left
listen.
the information
You
of the
didn't
full
listen.
orbit.
You didn't listen. Here's
I do
the fact.
listen. I know what
Here's the
inference is.
facts.
dude.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah,
All right, just hear me
the
out.
facts is-
It's going to take 12 seconds. Hold your horses for 12 seconds. When I'm telling you that we can, we know when the launch is. We know when it's going to go. You know, it launches from Florida. We know when it goes over Australia, and we can see this from Australia, and we can track this, and we can predict this.
Okay. Did you do that?
And we have the video proof.
Oh yeah, really? We have video proof of us from Australia. Let's see it. From Australia.
I don't.
The
I
ground,
still don't
dude.
have permission.
The
I still don't
ground.
have permission to put
From the
links in
ground? Is
chat.
it from the ground?
The Colt has decided to silence my
Is
links.
it from the ground?
Yes.
Is it from the ground in Australia? Someone tracked.
To be fair, earlier we already went
Why
over
can't
this.
you answer
But
fucking
you're asking
simple
me.
questions that are yes or no?
You're asking me. I'm just going to keep talking if you're just going to keep interrupting. Earlier, you were asking me the same question, and I clarified with you that it sounds like what you want is not just video proof of the launch.
I want
but video
evidence
proof
for your
of the
claim.
observation in the ground in Australia predicting this launch. Is that what you want?
That's what you just claimed happened.
Okay, is that what you want? I'm
That's what you
asking
claimed
yes or no.
happened.
Yes or no? It's not that
I
hard.
want your evidence, dude.
Okay,
All
I
you
already
want to do
posted
is
it, but I'm muted right now in the chat.
Brother,
If you'd like
I'm
me to
an-
post it again,
I'm an
unmute me in the
empiricist.
chat.
I'm an empiricist. I go with empirical evidence. I don't go
You're a
with
fucking idiot. Why am I still muted in the chat? Let me post it.
I don't know who muted you, and I don't know why you're muted.
Hey,
I don't undo
send it to
people's
me.
mutes.
Send it to me. I'll post it for you. Send it to me.
Really simple. I'm an empiricist. I want evidence. I don't want your storytelling. Okay. You know what times it fucking launched from fucking Cape Canaveral or whatever it launched from. So what? You said then we can track it and we can do this. You didn't do any of that shit. Someone told you some shit. Okay. You heard some hearsay. What I want is empirical evidence that that shit is doing what it said.
How much evidence do you need? What kind of evidence
not
do you need? Because
empirical
we can
evidence.
get GPS data in the middle of the ocean. We have
GPS
Starlink in
uses Earth
places that
Center.
didn't
You're
have
going to
signal
embarrass
before.
yourself. Stop. GPS uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earthfix,
Yeah,
which is
okay, I know you're on the script, but if you'd let me finish.
okay, but
respond to
GPS
the
is
whole
not
thing.
evidence of a globe because it doesn't use fucking globe geometry, dumb fuck. Just because it says longitude on your fucking phone doesn't mean that's what the receiver uses.
When I said we can get signal out at sea when we couldn't before,
That's because there's no fucking vol
it
in
goes
the way.
beyond GPS.
There's no vol in the way. That's why you can get a signal at sea. There's more transmissions at sea level that are 800 fucking miles because there's no vol in the way. There's 1918 radio transmissions at 10,000 miles because there's no fucking vol in the way. You only think it's fucking unbelievable because you think there's a big fucking hill of water between point A and point B. There's not.
So are you under the impression that before satellites we could have achieved
did
data in the ocean far off the coast?
farthest transmission in 19
Using
miles.
satellites.
Listen to me real
Pay for
carefully.
satellites, maintain
We
satellites.
never needed
in orbit.
satellites at all.
They're all lying to us.
They were never required to ever make a transmission. In 1918, they communicated Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, fucking Australia. And the reason they even tried to do it is because they were listening to fucking German radio from Berlin in Australia. There's no ball in the way. That's why you can listen to the fucking German radio in Australia. Fucking
How was the
what's other
quality?
guy? Admiral Byrd fucking talked, gave a weekly radio show from Little America in Antarctica, directly transmitted to fucking Long Island, New York, which was 9,600 miles. How do you do that? Recently, there was Laura Chirp that was 800
what was the
miles
transmission
sea level.
signal that you're describing?
What do you mean, what was the
Because
transmission?
I think the megahertz matters, right?
Does it?
Yeah, my understanding is that, long transmission waves propagate better than short bursts, depending on if we're going for distance.
Yeah, that's right, because they have more power.
And it bounces off
and they
the
don't attenuate.
atmosphere.
They don't bounce off of anything. That was a
they don't.
post hoc. That's a
Okay.
post hoc excuse, dude. Meaning that idea was invented
Can
after
you
the
prove that
transmissions.
claim?
Yeah, the Knickerbein radio transmissions, the Knickerbein radar bombing system. The Knickerbein bombing system was 2 towers that intersected over England. That they flew planes, and when you were flying to the intersection point, that was your cue to drop bombs. Well, too bad England was 11 miles under the fucking horizon. So how did they drop bombs? How did they freaking pick up a signal?
Were the planes that far under the horizon too?
In World War II, planes didn't fly at 11 miles. These were propeller airplanes, and they had to bomb
I
from
agree with that.
8,000
I
feet.
agree with that statement.
They had to bomb from 8,000 feet. So this is where it gets fucked up, because the British, the regular scientists thought, well, they can't be doing that. That's impossible. It's a globe. And one guy was like, yeah, well, Earth might be a globe, but they're fucking doing it because we overheard them talking about it in the jail cell. So they looked for it. He had to get permission directly from Winston Churchill, because all the other scientists go and kick rocks. Earth's a globe. So he went and he found the signal, and then they jammed it. Point is, people literally died because they thought Earth was a globe. Literally. Now, the whole point about this satellite stuff, there's no way to verify any of it. There's no way to test it. There's no way to
I
any
already
of it.
gave you examples. You just reject all of it.
How can we test it? It's
I
not a
can
matter of
visually observe
rejection.
launches.
It's a matter of why should I
and-
believe it?
in both YouTube and in real life, which I've
Give me-
done.
What? No, you have not. You've never seen a satellite orbit the Earth. Never.
I saw 3 last night. Not even
Okay.
kidding.
How long did you see them?
They were fleeting.
It's 3 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in 5 seconds?
I was chasing them with my telescope's guide scope.
Okay. Did they
And,
orbit the Earth in that time period that you were watching them?
I don't think they made a full orbit. No.
Yeah, that's right. You've never seen anything orbit the Earth. You inferred an orbit from seeing something in the sky for a little while. Okay, that's a
But
fact.
that same telescope, I can track, and I can tell my buddy in Australia on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah,
hey,
you
Bo,
could, but you never did.
Hey, bro. Hey, look up in the sky and watch the same telescope that I just saw crossing my vision. I don't know, 12 minutes ago, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you never did that.
Okay, but you can, right?
How do you know that?
can
You've
right
never
now.
done it. How did you know that?
Here's how I know that. Because I have an app that
Because
tells
I
me where the
extra believe it.
telescopes are.
Because I have an
Okay,
app.
are you going to keep interrupting? See how you just
You're
can't
getting
handle
more and
yourself?
more ridiculous.
Somebody
You're not
help this
telling me
guy.
how you know anything. You're telling me how you think somebody else knows it.
Take a breather. Try to listen.
I am
Instead of
listening.
talking.
I am listening.
All you're doing is
don't-
talking and you're
you don't-
responding.
Brother,
You're
you
not
don't
even
hear your-
following.
You don't hear yourself. All you're doing is referring to third parties. When I ask you what you know,
No,
you
I
don't
told
know
you
anything.
First-hand
You have to-
observation was a part of this.
Yeah, the first-hand observation was 10 seconds.
And
Indio, he
And
sent
that's
me the
it.
first
The
time
rest of the
knowledge.
stuff you're talking about was made up in your head.
And so when I tell you that my buddy in Australia that I'm on the cell phone with, he saw the same thing.
With your boyfriend?
Yeah, but he didn't
12
because
minutes
it didn't
later.
happen. You already admitted it.
Okay, just follow my example.
Yeah, if I would have, yeah, and if fucking look, bro, I'm not doing hypothetical woulda, coulda, shoulda. What are you trying to convince people of?
This is
your
real life.
imagination
This is real
true?
life. You just
Real
don't have
life
friends
is
in
your
Australia.
imagination. You never did it. How is it real life if you never did it?
In the same sense, I can call my friend in Australia and say,
Oh my
"Hey,
God.
is the light out?" Okay, well, it's dark here and the sun's there. In the same sense, I can do that and predict when, where, how much. I can also do that with satellites in the night sky.
You actually can't do that because the solar time doesn't use a globe to predict when it happens. So you're just making shit up as you go along, telling us what you think is true.
If solar time doesn't predict when it happens, what does?
does not
And
use
give
a
me a
globe.
wristwatch based off of
Solar
that.
time does not use a globe, dude.
Okay.
The predictions of solar time, time and date, SunCalc, all those apps, don't use a globe to predict when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is. All
Does
that
it
shit
predict
doesn't
when
use.
it's nighttime in USA versus daytime in Australia? Does it predict
There's
that?
a model. There's a model that predicts those things. Hold on. There's a model that predicts those things, but it's not a globe Earth model. It is an observer-centric model where you are at a point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on top of anything. You're not on a globe. You're not on a flat Earth. You're not on a freaking blade of grass.
You're talking through your ass.
No.
When I'm talking about knowing it's going to be daylight in one place and nighttime in another,
I'll bet you 100 Bitcoin that what I said is 100% accurate. Everything I said is 100% accurate. You guys just don't like it. That you have explanations that and then you think the model and the explanation are the same thing, but they're not. The mathematical model and the mathematics within the model are not the same thing as your explanation. They're not equivalent.
No other flat earths here that are reasonable, don't interrupt, and can address what I'm actually saying?
Yeah, we know what you're saying. You're saying you think that something would happen if you did something, but you've never actually done it. But that's also real life because you imagine.
I have done it. I've watched the launch. I've predicted where the launches are going to be, and I've accidentally seen orbiting satellites around our Earth.
You don't know they were orbiting.
But I do know that the prediction apps that were true are based off of a round Earth.
No, you don't know that. They're actually based off of Keplerian orbital
think they're lying
elements.
to me?
Bro. Hey, no.
If you go Google right now,
orbits are
what
predicted
map
using
does Google Maps use?
Brother,
It's a projection map based on a round Earth.
That's just a
with
graphic.
reality, bud.
Just like Google Earth is a graphic that projects a globe out of a
You're all
cylinder.
over the place.
No, Google Earth is a cylinder mathematically, but it projects it as a globe. You think because you see a graphic that underneath the graphic they're using a globe, but they're not. Orbits are predicted using ephemeris, which uses Kepler's orbital elements, which has an origin of coordinates and doesn't suppose it's on a globe.
I'll have a
You have no idea how any of this shit works. You have an explanation in a story, and all you're looking is confirmation of your fantasy.
No, I'm giving evidence to my claim.
Evidence
and all you're doing is whining like a little bitch. Address my arguments instead of whining.
What argument did you make exactly?
You interrupt with what argument?
Yeah, what argument did you make?
Is that the world that we live in, we utilize round Earth philosophies.
That's not
whether
true.
It be predicting,
You're ignorant.
Whether it be, let me see how you.
No, you're ignorant, dude. You're factually
Go cry
wrong.
me a river. Cry me a river.
You are factually wrong. Factually. You thought GPS used the globe.
Yeah, give an example.
Yeah, there you go, T-Dub. Give an example.
Give an example of the round Earth that we live in. Well, the apps that you and I use every day, whether it be
Show the
Google
data.
Maps,
I asked you this earlier, bro.
One sentence
about your
and I
app
asked a
that
question.
predicts star positions. And I said, how do you know that it uses globe to predict?
Because it's in the developer notes. If you look at Google Maps,
Where?
what they tell you is they use a
show it.
projection map.
Show it.
Oh, I
Go
would
and
love
grab
to
it
link
and
it, but I
post it in
still
the side
I would
chat.
love
Let's
to
have a look
post
at
it, but I'm still muted from your cult.
Yeah, otherwise it's just Ipsy Dixit. They do.
He
How much
sent me
trust
the
me,
evidence.
bro, have we
He
gotten out
sent
of
me the
you?
evidence, guys. I'm gonna post it again. He sent it to me. Look, I posted the evidence that he sent
I
me.
sent him a YouTube video from 20 minutes ago.
Here you go, guys. He sent that to me as evidence of whatever he's talking about.
Hold on. This is your evidence? This?
Yeah, listen to this. All right,
Why
keep whining.
no,
Is this
I
your
want to
act?
ask you a question.
But keep going. We're applauding for an encore.
About it.
Keep whining. No. I love the whining. Don't ask questions.
About your evidence.
More whining.
I'm asking you questions about your evidence. No one's whining. You have to try to intentionally
You're whining all day, all night.
You can't defend this. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You think that
Go
this is
for
what
it,
the Earth looks like from the ISS?
Yes.
You think that this is what the Earth would look like from the ISS? That's what you think.
If you'd stop talking,
Okay,
you'd hear me.
so the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So you think that this little subsection is what, 1% of the Earth, this little piece? See, the ISS shouldn't show any curvature. It's not high enough.
Do you see how you're already
Because
going off on your script?
if you look at the
You're not even talking to me. You're
I am
literally just
talking to
following
you.
the script. You're no better than like an Indian
I didn't
hacker.
know you. How would I have a
But
script for something I didn't even know you were going to?
But all you're doing is sophistry.
Bro, stop it. How would I have a script with something I didn't even know you were going to post?
Oh, don't redeem! Don't redeem!
How would I know I have a script with something I didn't know you were going to post?
The script that you're repeating is
Am I a
from
psychic scripter?
the script that you're saying about this ISS altitude and the percentage. That's his script, India. Don't.
Oh, my script is that the mathematics. Should I cite different mathematics?
Yeah, the point is that you're not addressing the video.
I
And that
am
it tells
addressing
you
it. I'm
when-
addressing
when-
its authenticity.
Can you let me finish? When the video tells you
don't
when it
start your
happened,
fucking
when it
goddamn
was
statements
filmed.
with poisoning
I'm
the
done.
well.
Thanks,
Bro.
guys. It was really fun.
Yeah, that's right. Don't start your statements with poisoning the well. Okay? That's the problem.
I can actually have a conversation instead of
can you start
spazzing out.
your
I'm
statements with
all
poisoning the
ears.
well?
Until then, I'm done talking with this retard.
And fuck off, dude. You can't defend this at all. That's why you don't want to talk.
He's
If you
driving
can't
because
defend
Here
it
comes
at
the
all.
grandstanding. The whining grandstanding. Here it
I want to
comes.
see you defend this. Everything you say is meta and posturing. Okay? I've been only trying to talk about the evidence directly, and you don't want to. You want people to go, oh, I trust Bro and Bro's stories about what should and could have happened, even though he's completely fucking ignorant about
Is that your
how
response to
anything
my
actually
my
doesn't
high
work.
res my high res video from the ISS on May 17th?
How do you know that,
2025?
dude?
Is that your response?
My question is, this video, how can this be from the ISS when the view from the ISS should not look like that?
Prove that it should not look like that.
Okay, I'm going to post a quote from Paul
What's your
Larson.
claim?
I'm going to post a quote from Carl Larson.
Oh wow!
Paul
Guys,
Larson.
make way for this studious student
Well,
here
he was-
who's going to post a quote from some guy I've never heard of.
Well, he was a finalist for going to Mars, so you should have heard of him, because that's your cult.
He's like the subject matter expert of what you're talking about. He's like the highest priest of what you're
What am I
preaching.
talking about? What am I talking about? Just answer
this
that.
video.
No, not you. Not you. That other guy that just jumped in. He has no answer.
So you see this? This is Paul Larson. That's a scale model. That white circle right there, that's what the entire circle of the horizon would be from the International Space Station. And the ISS would be a dot in the middle of it. Now, from the viewpoint of the ISS, that shit would look flat. Paul Larson says, let's say you are at the elevation of the ISS, you're about 250 miles above the Earth, and we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director. I also have a GeoGebra diagram, and we also have photographs that China claim are from the same elevation as the ISS to show a flat fucking horizon.
Do you think that Mars astronaut would agree that there's only a flat Earth?
Who cares? That's irrelevant.
No. But you're forcing him for this claim that, hey, this is the field of view of a person at the ISS. So you're going to take him for face value there. But
mathematics.
If we ask him, mathematics, what?
It's mathematics, dude.
You wanted to interrupt to tell me mathematics. What do you want to tell me?
Dude, I'm not trusting him. It's a geometric certainty that what he said is true. It's a mathematical fact.
Okay, but what he
says for a real simple reason too.
When he says that we orbit around the Earth,
he doesn't know that to be a mathematical fact.
You don't think so?
This is a geometric. How would he know?
Well, I can pull an app out of my phone right now and tell you when the ISS is going to orbit my house.
The app doesn't tell me how you would know, though.
Oh, but it does the math, and the math that it uses.
How do you know what it does? You don't have no idea what it's doing behind there.
I don't need to see behind the curtain to know that it works because I can verify that it works.
So what? Lots of things work.
Great, and you don't need to peer behind the curtain of an elevator to justify getting on board an elevator, right?
Epicycles work to predict the positions of planets. So what? But you don't think the epicycles
if you're making
are really
claims about how the elevator works, bro, yeah, it does matter.
Epicycles was the old way of predicting where the planets are. It works better than the current Keplerian model. It works. Is it true?
Okay, give me the app that uses that method and not the global.
Every planetarium in existence.
Hello,
every planetarium,
planetarium
in the planetarium, when they project the planets onto the fucking dome, they use the epicycle Ptolemaic model to do that.
Okay. When you project something onto the ceiling, it's a little bit different than what's actually happening on Earth, right?
How do you know that? It's the same view.
Because I can use these apps that aren't projectors. I can use these apps and they predict the future. Whereas a planetarium, it doesn't matter where they set up their hologram or their projector system.
Have you never been to a planetarium?
They're not predicting what's going to happen 1 second from now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The Ptolemaic model was used for centuries to predict where the planets would be seen in the sky.
Okay, but you're arguing that these planetariums have some analog model that the projection
They do because they can just make it out of gears. Yeah, they do.
It's all digital.
The one that's literally down the street, dude.
They're not projecting from an analog model.
Look, it was made by
projecting
MIT.
From digital images.
No, it's not, dude. You're wrong. You're just talking shit. There's one literally fucking down the street at the Omni Mugen fucking Theater at the Museum of Science down fucking Cambridge Street. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a bullshit artist.
You're projecting off of analog models.
You are a bullshit artist, and I am calling you out.
Is that what they're doing at your theater?
You are a bullshit artist, lying fucking snake.
Projecting off of analog models?
No, they have a literal physical gear system.
Physical gear system.
A physical gear system. Yes, that's right.
That's great. And do you think that there's gears tied to Earth, Mars, the Moon, and the rest of the solar system?
Your argument was it works, therefore it's fucking true, dude. It works, therefore it's true. This is called a reduction to absurdity. So this would also be true.
Okay.
That the Ptolemaic model is true because it works.
These gears, if I'm assuming if they're as rudimentary as they are not true. Whereas
why not?
These software programs are. So my point is,
how did you determine that?
It might be true. These gears might be true today, May 17th, 2025.
God damn it, dude.
But a year from now, the moon's position relative to the Earth is probably not true. I don't think that these observatories, these planetarium. What did you call them? Thank you.
It's a planetarium. Did you just
I don't think they're going to be. They're not trying to represent perfect, true life. When I'm talking about these apps, they are, and they do.
You've never been to a planetarium. They will go back 4,000 fucking years and tell you what the sky looks like.
Planetarium.
Okay, but they can give you any time and date and show you what the sky looks like.
They're using computer programs.
They're not using a computer, dude.
They're not rotating an analog geared device back 4,000 years.
Yes,
they're not
they
doing
are.
that.
Yes, they are.
You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm not full of shit.
Can you imagine that model that in your head, the model that the place down the street from you fucking has? Can you imagine that model rotating 4,000
It has
times?
gears. You not know how gears work?
Oh, okay. So Gears makes this a magical analog system. Please send me a link. I'd love to see it.
He's just gonna hand
It must
wave
be a
it.
work of art.
It actually is.
Which is speed of the...
Each gear is a motion of the planet, and all they do is turn it. And the motions of the planets happen over and over and over again. In the precession of the equinox, so they just move the celestial sphere, they rotate it against the background of the planets. The planets are always in the same place. The only thing that changes in the back is the background stars. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth.
This is the like, why is this flat Earth Discord on English Hub? Isn't this, I come here to practice English speaking. Why is this channel here?
One of the owners is interested in this topic and thought it would be a good topic for people to discuss once they've learnt some English. I mean, it's not the only off-topic channel in the server. There's music and politics and religion,
and religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So it's just it's a matter of choice. Once you've learned some English and you want to practice it, speaking, having a conversation about a topic that you might be interested in, you can choose one of those and go to it. And this might be of interest to some people. They might, they might want to come in and talk about this topic with the English that they've learned.
It's a variety.
Yeah, but also, how hilarious would it be to have a flat Earth server or a flat Earth channel in our server? What kind of fun could we have with people by putting a flat Earth channel in our server? That's a pretty good joke, my friends. Right?
I don't know, brother, but I would think that there is like an flat Earth server,
There is.
Yeah.
Well, 24. But nobody.
There must be a million of them. Flat stuff, man. You have your own. I promise.
Yeah, we have our own server, and we have 25,000 members. And that place was on popping. 25,000 members. It's not a small server by any stretch. And so, we've had to spread out because nobody will come to us anymore. We've terrified the internet. Do you understand that? We have made the internet crap its pants. They are running from us. They don't come to us anymore. They're very afraid. You want to know why? It's so simple. The way that you've experienced the Earth your entire life is exactly what it is. It's a horizontal plane that doesn't move. That's what it is. You're not crazy.
Well, that's not true, probably, but...
No, it is. You're not spinning. Dude, you are not spinning. Come on, bro. Open your eyes for a half a second. Go, damn, this place doesn't move. Damn. Seems like up and down is the same no matter where I go.
Right. Wait.
You ever think that
you weren't. Wait, bro. Hang on, bro.
Okay.
Hang on, bro. were you under the impression that we are in doubt, that we're like not sure?
No, I think you're sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry, continue.
Do you guys like think that you might be a bit confused about this kind of?
There's nothing to be confused about.
No. And you're kind of
by everybody. Everybody.
Like,
the surveyors.
You're like fortifying each other's views, and kind of circle jerking about this matter. So you guys just fortify
this is your opinion. This is your opinion. You don't know that about us. We have every bit of evidence that we
I'm asking.
present that the place is measurably flat. It's not about us. We're verifying what people are doing every day. They're measuring the Earth as a flat plane everywhere, always, no matter what. Not me.
But it's not like a real scientific measure to measure it as flat. You can
scientific measure is not a thing.
No.
Scientific measure is not a thing. That's not even a real word. Right. You measure things by measuring them. There's no science involved. You want to get as accurate as possible and use very sophisticated.
Scientific.
You want me to be confused. You want me to be confused that my reality is not exactly as it presents itself to be.
What do I need to do? Put a white coat on and hold a Bunsen burner, and then I can measure stuff and it's scientific?
No. To understand
what makes it scientific. Tell us what makes. Hey, bro. No. Detail. One sec, bro. Okay. Tell us what makes a measurement scientific.
The scientific method.
Yeah, what's that? Explain it.
It's measuring something, and it's something that you can prove by measuring it again.
No, that's just verification. That's not the scientific method. It's just verifying something. You're just backing it up. You're testing it 1,000 times to make sure that the measurement is correct. But that's not science.
There is no way to prove that the Earth is flat.
Sure there is. You measure it.
Or something like that.
Yeah, you can do it with all that stuff. Every bit of what you just described, yes, we can.
You know the ship sailing across the.
Yeah. Right. What about it?
Eventually.
Yeah, it disappears. What about it?
So it's not flat.
Just because something goes beyond your field of vision or appears to disappear bottom up, you think that's because you live on a ball Earth? No, this phenomena happens every day for everyone in all kinds of different situations, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Okay. Let's say you're right. Why would everyone who knows these kind of topics way better than you or I know it? Why would they lie to us forever?
So you're conceding that the Earth is flat, and now you want to know what they're lying about. So are you some kind of conspiracy theorist?
Why would?
Well, hang on a sec. How would you know that they know more about this stuff than us?
For hundreds of years.
How did you evaluate their extensive knowledge? If they know more than you, then how were you capable to analyze their knowledge base
in these fields of physics?
Yeah, how do you know that they have that beyond them saying they do?
So it's like you don't understand something, so they must be
right.
No, I promise you something, friend. This is the internet. Hold on. This is a vast group of people, right? We're not just a bunch of. This is the problem. Someone has labeled us some crazy conspirator group. Now we have some of those. Don't get me wrong. Okay, we got a real problem. But the other part of this is that there are some very intelligent, very well-funded PhDs, pilots, people that are experts in aerospace. We've read the white papers. We know what's been tested. We know what the measurements are. This is all available for all of us to have. And so we have it. And so we've gone over all the data. So we've gone over the data.
Very smart people.
Yes.
They all say
Calm down.
exactly opposite of you.
No, We actually agree with them. They're telling us that they're measuring the Earth as a flat plane and that it doesn't move. Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we can perform to confirm or deny whether or not the Earth is in motion. We have no idea whether or not this thing is moving. No idea.
I think you can.
As far as we can tell, they can't measure it. There's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. And there's no way to measure any curvature. We've looked for the curvature. It's not there. It's a vast, flat plane.
You're talking about this cognitive dissonance and stuff like that, but I think you're the one having it, really.
Oh, no, friend. I'm sorry. I know you're going through a tough spot right now. You didn't think anybody was actually considering all this stuff. No, that's fine.
I'm just
Take
having
a deep
a conversation.
breath.
I'm fine.
Yeah, we're going to be fine, you and me. The point is what we've gone over all the data. We've done our own measurements. We've done everything that we can to find the curvature that they said this place has, and it's just not there. In fact, everybody is treating it, building on it, measuring it, navigating, all that stuff as a flat and stationary plane. That's what they say, not us.
Who are they and who are us?
NASA, all kinds of aerospace engineering firms like Boeing, like all of these agencies are saying, yep, when we model all of our flights, like in the simulators, and how we train people to fly planes as if the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what they say. It's pretty confusing that they treat the place and measure it all flat and stuff. And then they come along and tell us it's a ball. And then we go looking for the ball and it ain't there.
Exactly. In navigation and surveying and engineering and building and goodness knows how many other, even in some fields like biology, marine biology and, all sorts of different fields. Measuring the magnetic fields, all of these things, they all utilize the Earth as a plane in order to take measurements.
No, they don't.
Astronomy treats the Earth as a plane and measures angles to stars.
Oh, man. Do you know anything about these subjects that you listed? You don't?
Yes! You don't!
You might know these things that you saw on YouTube videos, but they're made of by people.
No, we've gone directly to the fucking sources, bro.
Directly to
Not
sources
YouTube.
like YouTube.
Yeah, not YouTube.
There
University
are
level freaking papers and things.
Actual universities teaching this kind of stuff.
Hold on a second. Friend, hold on just a second. I just want to remind you of something. YouTube is one of the most vast libraries of very technical, very high-level education, seminars, whatever. It's full of really good stuff. And so for you to go, oh, YouTube, no, YouTube is an awesome resource. The greatest library of video education probably that the world has ever seen. Yeah, you bet your ass, YouTube.
Yeah, hours and hours of university lectures by professors.
Yeah, there are Harvard lectures and stuff like that. But I can make a shit video just lying my ass off, talking shit.
You bet.
YouTube video, release it. And you would probably share it on Discord, man.
Yeah. The university professor, the big conference and the big conference and the big panel that they had, and all of the displays that they brought, and all of the things that they show you that they do to test all this crap. Yeah. There's a great way to fake that. We're doing exactly what they're showing us they're doing from Harvard, from all MIT. Yes, we're doing exactly what they're doing, and the Earth is flat. Yes. That's our point. Everyone's treating this place as a flat Earth. Everyone. But they're telling you it's a ball. So we went to try and find the ball, and it's not there. Why? I don't know. I can't divine their motivations. It seems nefarious. If they're hiding something that's so blatant from you through some just all these images that they give you and all the stories that they tell you about the images, and then you bought it, Like we all did. We all bought the big old, scam. We all went to the same schools that you did. We get it, but we checked. And I know it's like, there's no way. Yeah, we thought the same thing too. Yeah, no way. No, actually, no, that's the way it is. The Earth is as you experience. It's a motionless plane, and it's contained. That's what we know. And if your head is imploding and you're like, there's no way this guy on the internet could be serious about what he's saying. Yes, I am. That's why there's so many of us. That's why the internet is terrified of flat earthers. We got this tramp stamp on our YouTube videos. They are terrified. Highly censored.
Who is
if we're wrong,
there's plenty.
Yeah, why if we're wrong, why are they hiding it? If we're wrong, why are they censoring us? That's what I want to know. If we're wrong, who cares?
Brother, who is censoring you? You're talking here all the time.
YouTube, the United States Congress, has admitted in a video.
Censoring you. Have they deleted your video?
They've definitely hidden them in the algorithms for sure, and they promote anti-flat Earth content. No, sorry. No, you have no idea what this phenomena, what this internet thing, called the flat Earth has done to the modern day society in a very short amount of time. It's been very controversial. You want to know why? Because as soon as people kind of snap out of the mind control and go, holy crap, that's right. Actually, I always thought it was weird. They're telling me the Earth is spinning, but I actually experienced that the stars move.
Yeah, that's why they call it diurnal motion. In astronomy.
Maybe this kind of like, are we moving? Are the stars moving? Stuff like that, which, listen to me, both are moving right now. It's a matter of scale. You as a human person, you are a very small entity. You're not even a sand grain.
I know.
In this
galaxy. I know we're also insignificant on this big ball. I understand how you think. You're going through it, man. It's fine.
Yeah, but
listen, don't chant at me, bro. You're chanting at me. You don't like what I'm saying. I get it. You're emotional. It's okay.
I think you're kind of like projecting on me. I'm okay.
I'm fine, dude. I've had a million of these conversations. Believe me. If you don't like it, it's fine. It's if you don't like it, if it's just too freaky, you just relax. It's fine. You think I want to be on this side of the fence? Believe me, if the truth was on your side, I'd be over there in a heartbeat. This is not fun for most of us. Right.
If you weren't American, I would tell you that healthcare is free and you can get medication.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. See,
honest,
and now you have to I get it. You have to insult me now, right? So do whatever you got to do, and just get through it. But it's okay. Reality is fine. No, it's okay. I understand. So, anyways, do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can look at?
Why would I have them on hand? Not me.
No. I mean, you have the internet right there. Yes, I know. You believe me. You don't think we've Googled this? Can you find me some Earth curve measurements real fast? Just go ahead. I'm sure you'll find something.
I'm not even gonna try, brother.
I know you're not gonna.
I think this conversation with you, it's not gonna lead anywhere, really.
I know it's not going to lead anywhere. All I want to know is if someone has measured the Earth to be curving, and we've been asking this question for 10 years, and no one has come along. No one has shown us a very simple thing. Very simple thing.
But someone smarter than you did it, right? Someone smarter than you figured it out, right? Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. That's all you need. You just need to trust and have faith that somebody did it and they're telling the truth. And
do you think that they're smarter than like thousands of scientists and engineers and people who made GPS and missile systems and aeroplanes and stuff like that?
Yep.
Do you think you're smarter than them?
No. Some of those guys are flat earthers. Did you know that? Some of those guys that work in those industries, they're flat earthers.
No,
they are. They are. No, it's true. We're everywhere.
Are you
the flat earthers are everywhere?
You're an engineer. You're a scientist.
No. Neither one of those things. I mean, how would you define that? Because I've built a lot of things for myself, that work, mechanical things. So I'm an engineer because I can build things and design them and make them work. In fact, I'm both an engineer and a technician. So, I've got some experience with, materials and measurements and things like that. Most men build things. Well, actually not in this day and age. Most of these pink-haired fools, don't know what a tape measure looks like, but that's not the point. I know what measurements are, okay? I'm not an idiot. And the people that are doing measurements of the earth, it's just as simple as the stuff that we do every day, okay? They have a standard. They know how their tools work. They take measurements. They're measuring the earth as a flat plane. The surveyors are. They're measuring it this way.
What do you mean it's a flat plane? Who and how? Can you prove?
Yes, all of the surveyors. You can look at any of their manuals. They'll be discussing how they're going to be taking angles from this flat horizontal plane that they're measuring, and all of those horizontal planes are parallel with sea level. So everything is all parallel, and there's rise and fall and distance over the run in a flat plane. They measure the earth as a flat plane. And then they take those little measurements, they are usually in squares or little triangles, depending on the terrain and everything. And they map everything in a very triangular, it's a horizontal, it's a 2D thing that they're building, right? But it's all planar. There's no curvature involved. Their measurements would be all out of whack. If the earth is curving, every measurement is going to be off. So they measure it as a flat plane. And then they take all of those squares and they put them around this presupposed sphere, like a big giant disco ball. And they give you a geoid and they say you live on this. But they got that sphere from nowhere. They just created a model and put all those measurements around that ball. And those are the maps that you use. But that's not correct to reality. That's not how reality works. So everything's out of whack. You can't put these squares on a ball. So everything's sort of close, but the jigsaw puzzle, ultimately, the picture, you can't see it. When it's flat, everything looks perfect and it makes sense. They don't measure any curvature. That's the other thing. They're not measuring any curvature. They don't want curvature.
The people surveying land for construction or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, man, this is a question of scale.
Yeah,
they are maybe looking at 50 meters forward, and the Earth is 40,000 kilometers wide.
I know,
wide.
This is.
So it's
Here's what I'm telling
you. You don't need to take into account the circumference if you're just measuring 50 meters forward.
We're not really talking about 50 meters, bro. We're not talking about 50 meters. We're talking about the guys that are doing the planar surveying when they're really trying to get a good look.
You go on 5 minutes monologue about something.
No, I'm not going to go on a monologue. I'm telling you that these guys are taking big chunks as best they can to measure the Earth, but there's no curve in what they're measuring. None of it.
Not even over hundreds of miles of railway track. Or canals.
I mean, my goodness, brother, you and I both know that water flows downhill. That doesn't work on a ball.
It
goes from high to low.
Gravity.
No, there isn't.
You don't believe in gravity either.
No, I don't believe in your magical genie. No, I don't. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Can you show me any scientific experiment where gravity was the independent variable?
Brother, you can do this right now. You put water in a bottle, you spin it on top of your head, and the water stays on the bottom of the bottle. Brother, that's gravity.
They programmed you real good, didn't they? They got you bad. They got you with the bottle, huh?
Yeah, maybe take
Do you understand the difference? Just think about it for a minute. On a ball, is the basin for the water, is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
What do you mean? Like the earth, the water, is it inside or outside?
Is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
It's outside of the crust of the earth, I would say.
Yes, okay, good. So when you're swinging the water bottle around your... Whoa. When you're swinging the water bottle around your head...
You keep this
I don't want you to go on a monologue, Fred. I don't want you to go on a monologue.
You're the one having these monologues, man. You keep
We're
talking.
not done.
Come on. Okay, please.
We're not done. We're not done. So, when you're swinging the water bottle around your head, is the water on the inside or the outside of the bottle?
Okay, I would say inside.
Inside.
Yes. So is it the same if there's the water on the outside of a ball? Is that the same as having water on the inside of a bottle?
No idea, man. Don't know what that means.
Idea. He doesn't want to answer that, folks. He doesn't want to pay attention to the fact that is a false analogy. They tricked you by showing you water inside of a bottle and swinging it around your head. That's called centrifugal force.
Yeah, but
you are describing a spinning ball. So you have to take a ball. Listen, you have to take a ball and you have to put water on the outside of the ball and you have to spin the ball. You tell me if it holds water.
Right, or even just get your bottle and turn it around so that the cap is facing outwards, and then spin it around and see if the water stays in it.
Yeah, that one, T. I wanted to say that one.
This is about scale. You guys don't
scale again, boys.
The earth is.
Scale came back.
It's scalable. Physics is scalable.
Yes, it is.
If you scale it up, all of a sudden everything turns upside down. Nothing works anymore. Everything that you experience here on the ground, all bets are off. When the scale goes up, nothing is the same anymore. No, physics doesn't work that way. You're kidding yourself, man.
Okay, maybe I'll convert someday.
We're not looking for converts. We're not. That's not why we're here.
I will join your call.
No, we're just here to, one, because we're in the English Hub and we want you guys to practice your English, and you sound pretty good. You sound like you understand everything, and you speak very well, so good for you.
You're obviously American, which is, it's kind of weird that you're practicing here.
Yeah, we're very annoying, us Americans, and I get that, and I feel for you. I actually kind of pity you for having to talk to me, because we're such complete assholes.
No, bro,
but anyway.
It's okay, bro, you're good.
But anyway, we're just trying to give this information, right? We're not looking for converts. I don't want you to even think that like I'm being combative with you. I know exactly where you're at because I heard this one time. Yeah. I know, but I've been in your shoes.
I just want to fight.
I've had this conversation before at the beginning when I heard this, because I said the same thing. No way! Shut up! You guys don't know anything. You're a bunch of idiots. You don't know what physics is, right? Like, we all had our moment where we were just like, "You're so full of shit," And I had that moment too. But all we really can do is let you guys know what's actually going on. You're not crazy. The Earth is exactly as it presents itself to be. You're not nuts. But also,
I just fucking hate this world.
See, it makes people do that kind of stuff. They really don't like it. So, you get the information, you can hang out and talk with us and ask the same question over and over and over again, because everybody always does. Well, what about the gravity, though? But the gravity, man, and the Foucault's pendulum, what about that? And they'll ask it 1,000 times, and they just keep banging their heads against the wall, And it's hard to watch, and sometimes they can be real pricks, and so can we. The point is that you are welcome here to talk and ask the same question and tell us we're nuts. That's fine. Just if you can be respectful about it, we'll get along great. It's take it or leave it information. That's all it is. And you're like, why are you doing this? That's a good question. Why are you flat earthers even bothering? Well, it's weird. Like we know something that we want everybody else to know, but everybody else doesn't really want to know it. But we're trying anyways. We're like, this is actually groundbreaking, no pun intended. But this is really important information, and we just want you to know, and you can take it or leave it. It's kind of like, people who have a religion, and you're like, hey, dude, I just wanted to let you know, part of your religion is all nonsense. And that's hard to hear.
Do you think this flat earth kind of stuff is kind of like a religion for you?
No. It's not about belief. It's not about belief for me.
The priest of flat earthers on this channel. You're the only one talking.
Gosh.
You all believe in the same stuff that not the majority of people believe in. You're,
Yeah, I know. We're crazy. It's fine. And that's why the others.
I'm not saying you might be confused, but not.
See, that's the thing. Yeah, so we're confused. I get it. We aren't thinking right. We're not seeing it right. We're not seeing it correctly. You'll come back.
Maybe
you'll come back.
Confused. I'm not saying anything, but
right. Yeah. But the point is that you don't have to, no one here is trying to convert you. I promise. And you can stay exactly where you're at, and we can still be friends.
I'm okay. I've been reading about this kind of stuff for years. This is not my first time hearing about this. It's okay. I'm not instantly converting. It's okay. I'm just having a conversation and practicing my English. Brother, it's okay.
So if you've been reading around about this topic before, I guarantee you most of what you've caught probably is not.
Yeah, it's
I want to call it
debunking.
It's just not legitimate flat Earth. Yeah, it's this paper tiger. It's this phantom. It's this caricature or straw man of what flat Earth actually is, and that's the one that people all just kind of. They get herded over into that group, and they're like, yeah, look how stupid these idiots are with this azimuthal equidistant projection, that is easily debunked because it's a globe flattened out. I mean, my goodness, we should have been paying more attention. But whatever. You live and you learn. The point is there's like a whole illegitimate kind of crazy conspiratard, azimuthal equidistant flat Earth group out there that now we have to deal with. And that makes perfect sense. The best way to kind of ruin something is to usurp it. You don't overtly take it over, you infiltrate. That's a pretty good way to do things. But anyways, I digress. The point is that this is kind of a different corner of this topic where we really try to stick to what's empirical, And if it can't be validated in some way or tested or measured, then we throw it out. And if people aren't being honest with themselves or even paying attention to the obvious things like, gravity is just a mathematical concept. There's no science involved in it. There's never been an experiment. Nobody busted out a beaker. A Bunsen burner was not ignited. No one did anything. They just went to a drawing board and gravity. They just made up a bunch of equations. They turned concepts.
You can definitely prove gravity.
No, you can't. I'm sorry.
Come on.
No, I'm sorry. I know. This is a bummer too. But there's no gravity. There's no magical force reaching up and pulling things down to the ground. There's no space fabric, for you to kind of like bend with mass, whatever the hell that is. And then all of a sudden that makes things go to the Earth and then also orbit and then also move sideways and then also go outward. Like it's all stupid.
Okay. Do you believe in God, or that God created Earth and
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So he made it flat.
Yes.
And he just made the moon round and Jupiter round and.
Yeah.
Yep. Why is Earth special, and why is it the only flat?
Well, it's the place we live for one.
The sky.
Well, I mean, I want to. Well, hold on, T. But before he gets there, I'm going to let you go. But I don't want you to get the wrong impression. We're not describing an Earth in outer space, not a flat Earth in the outer space. That whole thing is all based on the Earth being a ball. If the Earth is not a ball, that whole model, it's just a concept. It falls apart. No one went to space. No one's on the ISS. All that stuff is propaganda. I'm sorry. I'm just going to break it to you straight. Yes, it is propaganda, and we're watching them fake it in real time. Like they're not even really hiding it that well.
Why would they lie about that kind of stuff?
I know that's a great question. I mean, we all have our theories, but it doesn't help us with the fact.
Because you can't go and check it. Because you can't go check it. That's why they're lying about it.
If you have enough money, I think you can.
Actually, you can go check it without any money, dude. You just go to an ocean or a beach or a lake. You'll see the water's flat.
Again,
I know, but he can't go and do what they're claiming to do.
You can get a weather balloon for like €50. A GoPro.
Yep, and it'll show you the Earth is flat. It shows you the Earth is flat.
You can see.
It shows you the Earth is flat with your weather balloon.
No, it doesn't, brother. Come on.
It does. I'll show you. One sec.
It's all about scale and the lenses of the cameras. You guys have been fooled for years, and you have this dissonance about this. You see wrong information, and you believe it because you want to believe it. You talk to each other, and you like.
Yes, I was fooled. I was fooled for 45 years, bro. Yes, I was fooled for 45 years.
Are you 45 years old?
No, I'm 51.
You're 50. You're 55.
Yes.
6 years you've been believing in this stuff. So since COVID, the lockdown, you had to stay at home.
Yes, I was fooled for that long, thinking that I lived on a big giant spinning ball.
You started reading about this crazy stuff on the internet, and you believed it. Man, maybe
no, I don't believe it. It's an experience, just like you experience. You deny your natural experience of physical reality. You deny it. You see flat water and you go, it's not flat, it's curving.
It's about scale, brother. I can look up.
No, it's called you having to imagine that it's not what you experience. You're experiencing level horizontal surface of water and thinking to yourself, it's not though. If I was a long way away from it or much bigger, I'd be able to see it curving. You have to imagine that it's not what you're experiencing. I can just experience it and accept it as being what it is.
Whenever people travel to different continents and they go around the world, is it just all on the same plate, all the time?
Yeah, same plane.
Okay, I don't understand it like that. I don't, but I'm willing to learn. But all due respect, I just it's hard for me to fathom. Just
I am with it, but I've seen the maps of continents outside of what our map shows. And then outside the ice wall, right?
What? No. Let's talk about how maps are made. Right? Is the map the territory? Are you confusing maps with reality? No.
I'm gonna say
no. You got private surveyors, so
I've seen what I've seen online. Okay, and then I've seen the ice wall, and people are saying that there's
the U.S. Geological Survey calls it an ice wall. Like they're the ones that say that the coastline of Antarctica is basically 93% ice walls. So let's start with that, right? This isn't some crazy claim that our community dreamed up.
Buddy, I came in here to talk shit, but in all honesty, I am super fascinated with the ideology of there being a flat Earth and then continents outside of what is shown to us.
I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. So I'm not intrigued by that.
You don't believe that?
No.
You don't think there's continents outside of what is shown to us on our quote-unquote
No, dude.
map?
So basically, here's what happened. You stumbled into the equivalent of the Flat Earth Pentagon.
Okay.
The basement of the Flat Earth Pentagon. You're probably used to seeing all kinds of crazy Flat Earth content out there on TikTok, Facebook, X, whatever.
Not really. Like the amount I know is what I've seen. I've seen one video. I talked to a guy at work. He gave me his idea on flat Earth, right? And we kind of bounced ideas back and forth. And he gave me some things that were pretty convincing. And I don't do enough fucking study on it to argue it with him. but it was pretty convincing. And then he showed me a map, and he's like, well, these are maps that people have shown online, and then here's the continents within the quote-unquote world, and then there's the ice wall, and then there's continents on the outside of it that are basically people pulling the strings. Is that what you guys think? I'm just asking, is that what you guys think,
listen,
or what do
Antarctica is only a rim around flat Earth when you take a globe and flatten it out.
Okay.
That flat Earth map is not what we accept or believe, because we understand maps, we understand cartography, we understand projections, we know what we're looking at. So if you were to take that map and apply the scale like you should, which people on both sides of this discussion fail to do all the time, if you're at 89 degrees south latitude, that is almost 90 degrees out to the furthest part of the edge of that circular map. If you're at 89 degrees, that circumference is 433 miles. But it looks like it should be like 60 to 80,000 miles on this map, but that's just not the case. It's because those lines of longitude that look like they're spreading out like spokes on a bike wheel, those are actually converging to a central point, but that point has been blown out into a ring. In order to account for that, you have to apply a non-uniform scale so that you can scale those latitudinal and longitudinal relationships properly towards the edges of the map. So that's a globe.
Do you think that there are continents outside of what has been shared to us?
I don't know. Not here to speculate, so.
Right.
Yeah, the availability of land that's undiscovered is just speculation, but sorry to interrupt. I was just curious.
It's okay, I gotta step back.
You were saying your friend told you some things which you couldn't argue against.
And again, it was just bullshit talk at work. It was nothing serious.
What points did he make about the flat Earth that you thought were quite convincing?
Honestly, man, it's been so many years ago, I don't even remember the exact things he was saying, but it was so, at the time, it was so convincing. I'm like, God damn, maybe the motherfucker is flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it is flat, but that's what we're saying. The reason we're saying that is because it measures that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the physical
now, are you
measurement
taking a scale off of this map compared to this map? That
no. It's not about comparing maps. It's about measuring the surface that we live on over large distances, testing line of sight, how far you can see, how far you can shoot lasers, right? Because on a globe, there's supposed to be a limit due to the curvature based on the size of the ball they tell us exists. So if you're a 6-foot observer, they're telling you the horizon should be around 2.5, 3 miles, because that's where the curve's going to drop down out of your view. And people can test that.
Is that with the human eye, or is that with
the human
binocular?
Well, whichever, because it's a geometric curve.
Okay.
So the human eye, binoculars, it's supposed to be 2.5, 3 miles, but you can go to the beach, stand there, look out, you can see 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
How do you know?
Just pay attention, because you get a distance marker, right?
How do you know that's how far you're seeing?
Well, but for example, you use a distance marker, you use land or a known reference, a lighthouse, an oil rig, something like that you know how far away it is.
How do you know that you're seeing the full image of that landmass? Let's just say it's a landmass. How do you know you're seeing it all?
You see what you see. You use an optic, or you use a laser to shoot a target.
You're telling me you're seeing that full percentage of what, quote unquote, you believe you're supposed to be seeing compared
for example, we're seeing the surface of water stretching out for tens of miles, hundreds of miles in some cases, when it shouldn't be visible at all, because it should be on the other side of a curve, right? There should be a horizon.
At some point, you're not going to see that through optics.
Yeah, there's always a limit, but the limit is not defined by the surface curvature like they've told us. It's defined by the optical limit, the air, the moisture, the humidity, miraging, temperature. It's defined by these things, how we see, optics, perspective.
So if you're looking at it, so you're saying the human eye, okay, so how many miles until the curvature starts to take effect? What was that number?
So you can go into, it's 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, is what they're saying the curvature rate is. And for a 6-foot observer standing above sea level,
so 8 inches
say that the horizon squared.
Okay. There's an
So
island
you can go on
15
to
miles
you can just go
out.
on to
You can
Google.
pull your binoculars out, right? And you can see a portion of this
And then you
island.
can see, does that match? And then you can do the math and see, does this match the curvature rate?
But are
Should
you
this
seeing the
much be
full
hidden?
thing?
It depends.
Or
It depends
do
on the
you think you're
circumstances.
seeing the full thing?
We're
in that moment?
seeing far more. We're seeing the full thing. We're seeing partially obscured things at distances that shouldn't be visible at all, according to the globe.
In the moment, based off of binocular view, you can determine whether you're seeing the full thing or not.
Lasers as well.
And based off of lasers and binocular view and drones, you are convinced that you're seeing the entire thing from that many miles out, right?
It's not about being convinced. It's just that we do see the surface, the water or the land, if it's like a salt flat or something. We see that stretching off at a distance where it should have been going down behind a curve.
So if you're in, let's say, Ohio, right, and you shine and say Lake Erie is plumb flat, no waves, no nothing, you could shine a laser from Ohio to Canada.
No, I mean,
no, that's 65 miles. You ain't making that far.
No, but you can see.
Say you had this astronomical laser that could reach.
No, we don't have that. We can't use hypothetical lasers. But if we did, yes, you would see it.
But we're saying hypothetically. Okay, so that's too far for your hypothetical talk. So what do you need then? How many miles?
Dude, obviously you live next to me somewhere because you're talking about Lake Erie, and
so
you can just go there when the lake and the air temperature are about the same, and go there around 11 at night, downtown Cleveland, and then go over by. You got to get a little bit out of the city, so go to the west. Get out of the dark. And see if you can see Canada on the other side. You should see the twinkling of the lights.
So if I put a 15-story building on one side,
you don't even need that.
Hold on, let me talk. I put a 15-story building on one side, 15-story fucking building on the other. I should be able to look across on the quote-unquote perfect night and see all 15 stories, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because the Earth is flat. Been measured that way. Yeah.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't seen your 15-story hypothetical buildings.
So I don't know why you're getting an attitude.
Because you're asking me if I've done your hypothetical.
Okay, but where's your proof then?
Because the Earth is flat. We have thousands of videos of this.
Because it's flat is your argument.
Yes.
That's your argument. That's your proof.
You can't see around the ball. You can't see around the ball.
That's all you have to say is because
the Earth is flat and not seeing around the ball.
Your argument is beautiful.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Junkie.
We still talking to Star Wars, man, or can we move on to the next guy?
No.
That guy don't make no fucking sense.
Look in the side chat. People can post the videos for you.
Okay. Okay.
And you can do it yourself.
Thank you to the guys that are actually showing me things other than Star Wars.
Don't rely on
no fucking sense.
You don't need to rely on what you're being told.
Don't make no sense.
You can go and do it yourself.
Like a respectful question is just like. So does that mean that the universe, as we know it, it's just there for show?
Yeah, TV.
Wow. Well done. Good for you. You just put that together yourself. So the solar system, the galaxy, the universe,
Star Wars, man,
as they show us in the textbooks and on TV, that doesn't exist. Correct.
I would tell you that like I enjoy seeing the sun a lot. I am not.
Yeah, the sun's nice.
I'm not making fun of anybody. Like
we see some of us are astronomers. We see the same thing you do.
Yeah, you notice how you've seen the sun? You see the sun moving through the sky during the day, east to west. You've never seen the sun from a third-party perspective out in space, right? From the solar system with the Earth and everything else going around the sun. You've never seen that
on this thing. Yeah.
You've only ever seen that in a cartoon form, right? Why
would someone? Why do you think someone goes through all this trouble to bring a lie to?
Not much trouble. I mean, they just put the cartoons in the textbooks and on TV, and they tell the teacher to teach it, and people believe it. It's not that difficult.
And all you really have to do is just go to Lake. All you really have to do is go to Lake Erie, and you'll see that the Earth is flat by going to Lake Erie, right,
Why
Junkie?
is he yelling so much?
Because I'm talking over you. Because I'm talking over you, Junkie.
You were talking before I was ever talking.
Yes, so don't interrupt me.
Hey, Star Wars, calm down. Okay? The adults were talking before you. Calm down. So the video you just who's that? Ron H. So in the YouTube video you shared, you can see the sea level coming up and down on that.
That's not sea level. That's a bay with no tides. That's the conditions. That's the air temperatures.
Okay, so like when you go out to, let's say you go to an ocean, right? And then when the quote unquote moon comes around, right, and pulls the tide back, what is that? Do you have an explanation?
Your imagination.
My imagination. So when I will stand here and the water level is here, and then at noon the water level is 100 feet back, that's my imagination.
No, that's not your imagination, but the cause that you just claimed. So what causes that level change?
Well, as I said, quote unquote moon.
Yeah, that's the story.
That's why I'm asking. I'm literally asking for your advice. I'm done talking to fucking Star Wars, man.
Oh yeah, so you're talking about waves. You're talking about tides, dude. Waves, tides are long period waves.
So I'm gonna turn you all the way down.
Don't be emotional, dude. He's gonna teach you. He's gonna tell you what's going on. He might be a little bit.
No, I'm not
humorous about it, but
he's got a fucking attitude for no reason.
Don't take it personally. This is the internet, yeah.
Dude, you came in to troll us, remember? And I told you I was gonna win.
So that was my question on it, was the tide. Then how can you explain the tide?
Don't need to.
You don't need to.
It's not for me to explain. No, I don't need to explain it. What would I need to explain?
Why is the tide there? Why is that happening?
Well, why would I need to explain that?
I mean,
it's flat
you
anyway.
guys are the flat Earth
the flat
people.
Earth is going up and down, yeah. So, but we're not making a claim about the tides. We're just telling you
flat. If it's so flat, why is that happening?
We could flip it and say if Earth measures flat, and it does, how can you have the moon orbiting the Earth?
I'm asking questions.
No, how do you have the moon orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat?
I'm sorry?
How do you have the moon orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat and everybody knows it's flat?
Then what is causing the water to do that?
I reversed it so you can see the absurdity of the position you're taking in the form of argumentation that you're giving us.
Well, then dumb it down for me, please, sir.
I told him in the chat anyway.
Look, we measure Earth flat. We know this for 100% fact, and we can prove it. So
with what
the questions I have are the same ones you have, just for the globe.
I still don't see what you're saying. Why is the tide rolling back?
I don't know.
Why is the video you guys are sharing Professional Triangle? He's showing me a video of a fucking boat. You can't see the whole fucking boat. You can see about 3/4 of it in this video, and you guys are like sharing it like you're proud of it. Like, yeah, this is
that shows you how waves get in the way of boats.
And again, I'm not shitting on you guys or talking shit on you. I'm literally I'm trying to figure out. I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, yeah, we measure the Earth flat, so we have a lot of questions. What's the moon?
Why do you have questions?
I don't know.
But you have facts stating it's flat, but you have questions.
Precisely. Yeah, so now we have questions. Now we're wondering what the moon is, what the sun is, what planets are. We know that Earth isn't one of them. We know Earth isn't in outer space anymore. So what is this place? We have the same questions you do.
Look at the last video just shown in chat. You see about 3/4
Since
of the
he has me muted, he's not going to hear what I said.
He's not even addressing what I'm saying, so I'm going to step back again.
Yeah, maybe you should, because you can't answer my fucking question over your little
I told you
video.
that we have the same questions you do, so why would we provide answers?
Well, you're saying the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we know it is.
Sharing videos. You know it is. Prove it.
How about an honest reply to this to say, "Oh, really? You measured it that way, and you know it for 100% fact. Why don't you share us some observations and measurements?" Instead, you're doing this goofy
How many
freaking
times have I
clown
just
show.
said to you? How many times have I just said that to you?
Hey, Junkie.
Quiet. Thank you.
Settle down.
Quiet now.
Settle down. Junkie, you're going to settle down and pay attention. Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. See the video Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles?
Sir. Yeah.
Right. Give yourself a few minutes, watch that, try to understand it, and then come back and let us know.
I bet. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to fucking shit on you guys. I'm asking questions because
if you wanted to,
I straddle
we don't take it personally. Don't worry.
I straddle the fence as well. I don't know what the fuck is real or right. I don't know.
That's fine, dude. Listen, that's why we're here. We're here to explain
these
it
angry
to people,
fucking
so that's
Star
fine.
Wars guys like
We're
professional
not getting angry, dude.
triangle at my
just,
ass and
this
the
is just
other
them
guy.
having some fun, and you're taking it too seriously. So chill.
Wow, Andy can't read. That's sad that you can't read either.
So I can't.
Don't just don't keep letting yourself get trolled. Just do the work.
No, I'm not trolled. I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to get the video.
Yeah, just watch the video. Put yourself on
I'm on
mute
it
for a
now.
minute. Watch the video, and then let us know what you think, and if you
Fast
understand.
forward.
Simple. So, Space Cowboy, you think the Earth's a globe, yeah? Space Cowboy. You have to change your name, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there's no space.
Whenever you called me out, I'm sorry. I was taking a
I didn't call you out. I was just saying, what's up?
Oh no, I don't.
You can only believe in Star Wars.
I genuinely believe the Earth is round. I do. I wasn't here to disrespect anybody. I just wanted to listen to what you gentlemen have
we
to
understand that most people think that.
Yeah, no, I'm fascinated with your beliefs because one thing that I will say, I will say, no one knows why the fuck we're here. Well, no, you listen to this too.
You're a bad guy if you disagree or have questions.
No, all right, no, and no one knows.
Okay, guys, don't start
here
triggering each other now.
No, we are curious, and I like to hear what anybody has to say.
All right, well, let me address your first point. Let me address your first point where you're interested to hear about our beliefs. Right, so I'd say you need to think about it differently because we're not talking really about beliefs here. What we're talking about is a lack of belief. Right, we do not have the belief that the Earth is a globe because the Earth being a globe, that is the belief. Right, because what we actually all experience as human beings in reality is a motionless topographical plane. That's what we experience from our perspective, right? That's our reality. They say, oh, it's too big to see the curve. You can't feel the motion, right? So you just experience a flat, motionless Earth. But there is a belief that we're actually on a big spinning ball. We do not have that belief. So it's a lack of belief here.
Okay, that makes everything fair, but what would make humanity do that to
well, the better question is why should we? The better question first for you should be why should we believe it? Why do you believe it?
Why would the government lie about it? Why wouldn't they just start with it's a flat?
So is that why you believe it though? Because you think the governments don't lie, which is, to be honest, crazy anyway.
Oh no! I don't trust the government at all. I don't. But I feel like that'll be a
all right. So then, if you don't trust the government, asking us why the government would lie is kind of redundant. We know them. We know they lie.
My question is in the beginning. Okay, why do you think they would lie about it?
Well, even that, right? Most people, like your teacher who taught you, they're not lying about it, right? They believe it too, because they were taught the thing. They were paid to teach you that thing. So they're not lying about it. And the person who taught your teacher about it, are they lying about it? No, they're not lying about it. They think it's true as well. Eventually, though, they'll all just appeal back to NASA told me. So you've got a government agency which has managed to accrue the complete blind faith of the majority of society through essentially technological propaganda. Now, why would
that I struggle
why
with,
would
like
a group of
I
people,
have,
hold on,
I am sorry. I apologize. Carry on. I'm sorry.
I can tell you're not from America, right? And
no,
by
I apologize. Let the man speak. Let the man speak.
By no disrespect am I saying anything disrespectful to you, but you're not from America, right? So do you believe that everyone there's a higher power with every continent that is agreed to tell everybody that the world was flat?
No, it's propaganda. I'm not. It's propaganda. Do governments put out propaganda? Yes, they do. NASA is a propaganda agency. I don't know if you've heard the news. An intelligence agency. You aware of that? So the fact that everyone in Western society, at least, is appealing to a propaganda agency, an intelligence agency, for their worldview, should be a red flag enough. But I can't remember what I was saying previously because you started. Okay, yeah. So they've managed to create an organization. They've managed to create an organization that has the complete blind faith of the majority of society. And I think you'd understand why a group of people who are interested in holding power would seek to shape an organization that holds the complete blind faith of the society at large. It's a massive amount of power and influence. So that's one potential reason.
I just don't think that they have power enough to convince that the Earth is flat. I'm listening to you.
They've just convinced you the Earth is a spinning ball, despite you only experiencing a flat Earth. That's how much power they have. They've given you your entire reality, everything you think about where you are, how you got here, how old this place is, everything.
Dude, in 5 years you're going to be traveling to Mars. Haven't you seen TV?
Yeah, they've shaped your entire worldview, and it goes in contradiction to what you have experienced every day your entire life. And they've convinced you so hard that you think the experience you have is the misleading one. You think, whoa, if I trust my senses and what I actually experience, I must be crazy. That's how much they've controlled your mind. And most people's minds.
The best way I can put it to you, man, is I believe that there is a God. I do. I think it gave us.
That's not. Why are you talking about God? We're not talking about God.
That's not secular.
I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, like, I don't know how the government can keep this a secret for so long. And
it's pretty easy. Think about how much you've critically examined and challenged their argument. Tell me one aspect of the globe that you've ever critically challenged.
Well, Cyclone, they didn't keep it a secret. We're out here telling these guys now. They couldn't keep it a secret, dude. We're telling you.
You can't hide reality.
I'm respectfully asking. I know I have friends that have been in the military and they know coordinates and everything. I've met people that went everywhere. You know, like
they went all over a flat Earth. That's fine. So do we. So you should be asking yourself, how did they convince you? And you're saying, I can't believe people would be tricked like this. How could they? You've never challenged it. You were taught it as probably a baby, right? So you've never even thought to challenge it. So of course they can easily convince people.
No,
like you never challenged it.
Like I would admit to ignorance, but would you be able to admit to ignorance if it is actually round?
Well, we're the ones who've examined that question, though. So,
I don't like most of the facts don't really add up in my like just
but that's no offense because you don't know any of the facts.
But like yes, but like you're completely certain it's flat. Completely certain.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt. It's measured that way, right? Like, I'm sure you have no doubt how tall you are because you've measured it. It's like that. We're talking about the physical geometry, not speculating on why liars would lie. We're just measuring it.
I just know, like, coordinates-wise, like, people have circled the Earth, like, completely.
Yeah, the coordinate systems. I mean, they're just you can make a coordinate system any shape you want. You could model it into a cube if you wanted to, but the base measurements that are being taken are off of a flat surface.
It's just hard for me to believe, but I respect everything you're saying. Like, that's...
I can understand it's hard for you to believe, but really, belief isn't coming into it. I'm talking about reality, what can be empirical. Do you know what the word empirical means?
Without denying, for sure.
No, empirical evidence would be evidence that is observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Science is empirical, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we are interested in. The globe, if you go looking for some globe evidence, you're going to get cool stories, cool images, cool videos, none of which you can verify from cool space, and a bunch of claims, logical fallacies, and assumptions, and theoretical math. You're not going to get any measurements. You're not going to get any observations that can be verified by human beings on Earth.
Can I ask you, like, why would all of existence want to hide it so hard?
No, they don't. It doesn't. All of existence shows you a flat, motionless Earth. Someone's come along and made excuses for why it looks so flat and motionless, and you've believed those excuses. And you've believed the additional story they've told about how it's actually a big spinning, wobbling space ball tilting and hurtling at millions of miles an hour through an empty space. You believe all that.
Why does everybody teach that then?
Through a giant space of nothingness.
Well, yeah.
Just a speck of dust that it means nothing to anything. So it doesn't matter what you do in your life. It's pointless. That's why they do it.
Yeah, just to make you feel meaningless and make you easier to control and comply, basically. But that's a good question you should be asking yourself. Why have I been taught this? Where does this idea come from? Why do I believe it? These are all questions you should be asking yourself and pursuing.
Okay, that's fair. I like I said, I respect every answer you gave me, and I appreciate your time, man. I genuinely do.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming by. We're here 24/7. We're on YouTube live 24/7. You can find us there. We've also got a home server with terabytes of information if you want to research in your own time. That's discord.gg/flatearth.
Come back
I would like do some research. Yeah, come and discuss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the hospitality, and I would like to banter with you some more. Like, it's not even really banter.
Well, you're welcome anytime. Man.
I'm curious, so I appreciate that. You've given me more hospitality than any other channel on this, like, politics thing.
Well, we're just looking to have honest conversation with curious people. So yeah, if you're into that, you're welcome anytime.
Oh, I appreciate all the hospitality. I promise you, I do. I genuinely do.
No worries. Well, if you want resources, just ask in the chat or ask in the voice, and people can give you resources.
I play a lot of Rocket League, and I will tomorrow. I'm going to get off work, and I'm probably going to have a couple beers, and I'll just listen. And if you want me to chirp up, I will. But like,
yeah, listen in here for a while, and you'll understand. You'll learn a lot just listening into the conversations here. Whether you agree, that's up to you, whatever.
Yeah, I promise you I'll always be respectful, and I thank you for being respectful towards me, because, like, that's the only point I had, is a lot of people aren't anymore these days, and I appreciate.
That's fine, dude. You're welcome.
All right, well, you gentlemen have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, you too. Let's check back in with Junkie. Junkie, did you watch that laser test yet?
I don't think Junkie's still here. I went to school with
pulled the ripcord, did he?
He watched it and took off. He was like, "Nope, wow. I got nothing to say."
Well, at least I know
he's actually he's my friend. I like him, and he had a lot of beers just like I did, but he thought that
he's all right. He was starting to figure out that the Earth isn't a globe, but he got a little bit triggered. So that's okay. That happens.
I mean, I'm not super convinced, but I'm respectful. Like, I don't know. It is.
We're not here to convince anyone, but we are here to defend reality. So,
all right. One thing that I've met a couple individuals that they say that there is realms underground. That
really? Did you ask them what they were like?
No, like people talk about aliens and actual people underground, and a lot.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stories out there, dude. See, that what we're encouraging you to do is when someone presents you with a cool story, you say, okay, what is the evidence for this story? Is the evidence something I can verify to be true? And if not, file it under the useless waste of time folder.
I feel like people's experiences are experiences, and if they feel strongly about something, I need to listen to it. I do.
Think about it this way: like, if there are civilizations underground, like mole men or whatever, what's the point of talking about it if you'll never interact with them and they'll never interact with you?
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever met a ghost? Have you ever met something that you think is a ghostly entity in your life?
We'll just go with both yes and no, and then drive on to whatever point you want to make using either answer.
No! I wasn't trying to make it. Like, I'm not trying to argue, man. I was
not an argument. I'm just make the point that you want to make.
Oh, I feel like some people genuinely think they've met a ghost, and I'm like, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. I would like to.
All right. Well, some people also claim. Do you know what? There's way more evidence for people encountering ghostly apparitions than there is that men flew away from space away from Earth, and it was a ball, and they went into a vacuum, and they went onto the moon, which was also a ball, and they drove a buggy around and they played golf. There's way more evidence for ghosts than there is for that crazy story, and yet so many people believe the crazy moon golf story. Why should you believe either?
I just want to hear people's. I respect you as a person. You've been nothing but nice to me. I respect you, and I'm going to listen to everything you say. I honestly, like, I would made it clear that I'm not completely sold, but I like to listen to what you have to say, and I respect you.
Well, we focus on the evidence, not the stories. The stories are cool, but we want the evidence that we can verify. That's all we're interested in. And the verifiable evidence just tells us that the Earth is flat, motionless, and contained. Not a ball spinning around, flying around a big vacuum. Do you know what?
So the seasons don't mean anything.
What do you mean seasons don't mean anything?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if we're just here,
seasons don't mean we live on a ball. If that's what you mean, no, of course not. It's just the sun's position over the Earth, because the sun is moving over the Earth, which you'll have noticed. But they've told you a story to make you ignore the fact that you observe the sun moving across the Earth.
So does the sun revolve across Earth?
So it seems to do, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what we experience directly. Unless you could prove otherwise.
No, it has to. How would you get a suntan if the sun didn't move?
No, I was just talking about the different.
Well, this is it, right? You observe the sun moving through the sky every single day, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's a fundamental first principle.
So, and then ask yourself, right, why do I see the sun moving across the sky every day? What do you think?
You only get half of it. It makes sense.
Why do you think? Well, why do you think you see the sun moving across the sky every day?
Because you can only see it half of the day.
No, like, why do you observe the sun, this light in the sky, to be moving through the sky every day, east to west? Is it because the sun's moving?
I feel like if it is just a completely, like, just the government trying to hide something.
Okay, no, try to focus, okay? If the sun is moving, is it the sun that's moving, or it's not the sun that's moving, if the sun is moving?
I think it stays in a pattern enough to where, like, I have an app to let me know whenever the International Space Station crosses over. And
okay, dude, you're okay. Stay focused again. I got jingles and you. Okay, a bird flew across my window. Did the bird move, or did my whole house move?
I have no understanding of how, like, it's a secret to where it's a lie.
Okay, dude, try to focus. Focus.
Okay. Yes, I will.
Okay, don't worry about conspiracies or secrets or apps on your phone. You look out your window. A bird flew past your window.
Yep.
Okay, figuratively and literally. Did the bird move, or was your whole house moving?
I feel like it'd probably be kind of both. I would. I don't know, like, me talking probably.
Okay, how about this? You got a finger in front of your face. Okay?
Yep.
We'll break it down even more. You're moving your finger back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Is your finger moving, or is it your head that's moving back and forth?
I understand your ground, man. I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards
Holy crap!
anything.
Stay focused. Try to stay focused. Okay.
Dude, I am trying my best. I am trying my best.
Let me just help you out. We're just looking for straightforward. We're just looking for straightforward responses, honest responses to the questions asked. Right. That's it.
All right, so it's like being on a train. You jump off the train. What happens? Like,
does the train keep moving if you jump off it?
Oh no, you'll feel the energy from you being on the train whenever you hit the ground. Yes, absolutely.
So the train was moving, not the ground.
In that circumstance, when you're on the train,
perfect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So the ground is stationary, the train was moving.
Yep.
Now do the same thing for, say, like a boat, a car, the sun. Say you're on the sun and you jump off it and you land on the ground. Was the sun moving, or was the ground moving?
So you're on the sun, you jump off the sun?
Or, okay, let's maybe make it easier, okay? You're on your dad's shoulders, and your dad is walking across the ground. And for some reason, you decide to jump off. Was your dad moving and you jumped off, or was the ground moving the whole time?
I had the momentum of my dad when I jumped off.
And then what happened when you hit the ground?
It's probably not good. I got a little bit of momentum.
Did that momentum stop?
I mean, after...
Or did it keep going?
It kept going. Yes, sir.
So the momentum... So you stayed in lockstep. So both you and your dad and the ground were all moving at exactly the same speed.
Yep. Wait, no. Not the ground. The ground
Not the ground. So the ground was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the concept. The ground is stationary.
In that aspect, yes, absolutely.
Okay, in all aspects. When do you ever see the ground moving, other than, say, an earthquake?
Oh, it's where you... I understand your point now. I do.
Okay.
you can understand that we're trying to rewire your brain. And we're doing it in a way that points out that for most of your life, you haven't thought about what you see in the same manner as how you see it. We're trying to bring these two things into alignment so that you can think about what you see exactly as you see it.
Like I said before, man, you've been the most respectful, both of you gentlemen have been the most respectful people yet. I don't know. I might be a dingleberry. I understand that, like, it's ground for what I know.
It's a non sequitur, okay, dude. The level of respect is really a non sequitur. It doesn't really matter because somebody else could be listening to this and say that's the most disrespectful conversation they've ever heard. It's really subjective.
I don't know. I appreciate you, gentlemen, both of you. I do. I can't agree with you if I don't believe it, though.
Okay, so if I tell you the ground is stationary, you're moving, you're going to say you disagree with that because
you believe in something that you've never experienced so wholeheartedly.
NASA told you.
Yeah.
Look at how bad this is.
New propaganda agency told you that.
Look at how bad this is. I asked you earlier, I said, I'm sitting on my chair, I'm not moving, and I see a bird fly past my window. I know the bird was moving, and you're like, you disagree with that.
Outer space has been so detrimental, dude. Like, it's created this cog diss in so many people. I didn't mean to cut you off, just add commentary.
Yeah, no, it really does. It makes them like jump outside their lived experience where they don't know anything anymore. Like they can't figure it out. They're like, and then the example they give you, like, hey, I'm on the train, I jump off a train and land on the ground. Then I'm like, okay, so what was moving, the train or the ground? Like, well, in that case, it was the ground. But in the case of a bird, that's the earth. The earth is moving. Like, wow. And then, yeah, dude, it's not about being respectful. Sometimes, like, disrespectful conversations go a long way because you are disrespecting somebody's faith-based belief system. And they can be difficult. That's why a lot of the atheists come in here and they're very upset with flat earthers because they see flat earthers as a disrespect to science, to religion.
Are most flat earthers God-fearing men?
Most everybody is. That's a non sequitur again. Almost 99.999% of the population. Yeah, space cowboy. You're like, hey, are most flat earthers humans? Are most flat earthers have a mother and a father? Do most flat earthers get up in the morning? These questions are completely irrelevant because that demographic fits
I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
Not disrespect. No disrespect. Okay. When you say, are flat earthers on Discord? How many flat earthers? These questions are non sequitur. They don't answer anything because it doesn't show one way or the other. It's like, how many flat earthers live on Earth? You're like, holy crap, dude! Like, what is that question?
I was just curious, but like we can level a little bit if you genuinely believe. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I was shut up.
Why do you gotta have voice
change? I just wanted to comment real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, okay. I hear you.
I just wanted to add, there are a lot of flat Earth women, but a lot of us don't like to be debating, and we don't like being active online. So a lot of the flat Earth women don't go on Discord as much because we're more conflict avoidant, or we don't really feel like dealing with gloopers. Sorry, just wanted to add that.
Oh yeah, I think the question was more about God-fearing men. Didn't really have. I don't think gender was brought up yet.
I never mentioned gender. I don't like to. I feel like in this server particularly, like a lot of people hate women. And like they just want to hate everybody. And
yeah, I think the idea
of gay men in this server.
When you said God-fearing men, I think you just were saying it colloquially as like mankind. You weren't really talking about.
I didn't mean anything by it. I genuinely didn't. I was just saying, like, yeah, like
Oh, sorry if I made that too gendered. I was just saying because a lot of the females in flat Earth aren't online, so you don't see as much of them. But like for instance, a lot of them are like believe in Creator, are Christian, stuff like that. But I'm just saying like there's a majority of female flat Earthers aren't online, so you gotta account for those guys as well. So I just want to throw that in there.
The only thing that I'm saying is like I try to submit to a higher power because I believe a higher power brought us here, and it doesn't matter gender or anything else like that. I try to do better for me, you know. I'm God fearing because I feel like God created whatever we are doing, and that's the moral of the story. That's genuinely it. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it is. I'm trying to look. I've went to church. Christian books say Matthew 7:7, ask and you shall seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open to you. And I try to live by that.
Well said. I mean, I think this topic you'll find is often seen as somewhat rebellious, and there definitely is like a rebellious strain amongst many flat earthers, and you kind of come to this potentially once you realize that the Earth is flat, and you realize, oh my gosh, like they've lied about the moon landing, and I've been deceived in so many ways, and at some point you're going to face a challenge. You're going to find that most people in the world are saddled with this delusion, and it's almost harder to believe that the whole world has been deluded into believing the globe than it is to accept the reality of a flat and stationary world that you experience and you can measure and you know to be true by every sense of it. Like, I'm a flat earther because I can measure the Earth flat and I observe and experience it that way from first principles. I also know that nobody's ever measured the globe. I've been looking for years for globe curvature measurements, and I can't find any that are valid or verifiable in any way. And third, I figured out how the globe was created out of math and out of people's interpretive frames when they looked up at the stars at night. And with these three chair legs, I've got a solid foundation to sit on and know for sure that in this world there are very few things you can know, but knowing that the Earth is flat is one of those things. And this puzzles people when they come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, and then the other chair leg is the history of the globe, where it came from, how it got here. Like, once you understand how defunct its evidence is, and you understand where it came from, it's pretty easy to see through this.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to go to bed, gentlemen. But I will be back if I'm allowed to. You guys gave me so much hospitality, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Well, tune into us on YouTube. You can chill out and just listen to conversations. You don't have to interact. You can even come in here and stay on mute if you want. It might help just to absorb at this point and let your brain decompress. So I hope you can get some sleep.
Yeah, you gentlemen have been nothing but nice to me, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll welcome you back when you do. So, good night.
You guys have a good one. Nice talking.
That was some genuine cogdiss coming through. You got to have compassion for that.
Yeah, you guys dealt with it real well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my I wish I was more like that when I first heard flat Earth. You know, I've brought this up multiple times over the years now, but I was pretty bad. I was like, what the actual fuck? You know?
Oh yeah, I went through my anti-flat earther phase. I LARPed as a flat earther on Reddit for a little bit. I mean, I resisted so hard.
I didn't go anti-flat earther. I just resisted it, and I didn't believe it. I thought it was retarded, and I was going to get my experts to debunk it.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that was not a very good showing. I look back at that time frame, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Why was I so, right? Like seriously, like I even back then I fancied myself sort of like a logical thinker, and I enjoyed minority points of view. I kind of like, whatever. I like they used to, like into role playing games and would, role play like alien life forms with like completely different, understandings of even their senses are different. Like the way they view just physical reality. And yet somehow I couldn't even interact with somebody who said the earth was flat. It was embarrassing. And I really don't like to bring it up, but it is kind of important to highlight that patience is important, because had they not been patient with me, I wouldn't be here today. Had they just been like, yeah, fuck this dude, let's get him out of here, then that would have been it. That would have been the end of the story.
Yep. I've seen that many times as well, where people kind of, they get into the cogdish and then they say stuff that triggers the other side, and then it kind of escalates and spirals out of control. And then years later, the same person is like, yeah, well, I kind of get it now. And so, like, it took them extra long because of that negative spiral.
Right. Right. There's a ton of subconscious processing that sometimes needs time to play out, that the participant himself can't actively encourage along. It just needs to unfold on its own. And time is the best recipe for that to take place. Got to provide that space. I think this guy would do well to take a break and maybe listen to us for a bit and then interact after a few days or a week.
Yeah, and he could like collect together different points, think about them for a while, let them ruminate, research them a little bit, and then come back instead of like knee-jerk reaction, come right back, spiral out of control. That way, the conversation is going to be really interesting, because it's when people research things that they bring something to our attention that we haven't seen before, which is rare these days, but sometimes happens.
Yeah.
It's also, once they've actually looked into it and researched it themselves, they'll actually understand like what was done, who did it, etc., instead of being on the fly asking AI or Googling it and then just not understanding what they're reading. So too panicked in the moment, trying to find something to latch onto.
There's a certain sense of humility that I think you have to find and dig deep within your character to begin to accept this. And then once you do, you start to see the magnificence of creation in a different way.
Yeah. I would say it kind of kickstarts your wanderlust that you had as a child, when like the world was amazing and there was things to discover.
Yeah.
I remember the moment in school when that died for me, when the teacher was like, oh, like, here's the map of the world, this is what it looks like. And I was like, okay, so there's nothing left to explore. And she was like, yeah. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, we have it all figured out, guys. We evolved from monkeys. The monkeys came from a big bang. The solar system, galaxies, all of it. It's scientific materialism shoved down your throat with no sense of humility, really, except in the sense that, oh, Earth is so small and insignificant amid this gigantic, explosive creation, or not creation, self-created universe. And all the scientists. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't foster the curiosity of the children. That's the problem. Like,
Yeah.
Like, show them that we don't know everything. Show them that this is our best guess, but it could be something else. We don't know yet. We need to be extra explicit so that the kids go like, well, there's things to be discovered. I want to learn more. But when you frame it all as like a dogma, you have to accept this, even though like we didn't actually like. You're taught about Newton and excessively much, so much so that we see people today that think Newtonian gravity is how gravity works. Like, that's an issue. Same with like Lorentz contractions. Because they tell you like Lorentz contractions exist, and because Einstein used Lorentz contractions within his thing, or called it the same thing, same name, people default back to Lorentz's description of those contractions being physical, like matter actually compressing. But
they equate the magnetic field with the space-time.
Yeah, but in Einstein's conception, no matter is getting compressed. It's just the observer's interpretation of the event.
Yes. Yeah, it moves everything from determinism into probabilistic, and this is part of a broader push, I think, in society to get everybody to accept this postmodern relativism on a moral level, which is much deeper than all of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's much deeper than just like the shape of the Earth. It's a psychological level.
Yeah. So, kind of related. The other day, I was researching geodesy, and I was like, man, there's got to be a great YouTube video that explains F.R. Helmert's higher geodesy and the process that he unfolds in his 2-volume set. He was a German physicist and surveyor. He basically is the father of geodetic surveying. And he described a process. It's in about 10 steps, but you can distill it down to 3. The process is survey the world flat, make observations of the stars, merge your flat world observations with your celestial sphere star observations, and come up with a ball for Earth. That's it. And I'm like, great. I'd like to see, there's got to be a YouTube video out there on this. So I start searching, and instead we get the modern process, which is backwards. We have satellites doing scans, and they measure the globe. And then from the globe, you can project it flat like this. And I'm like, no. Let's go back to the beginning of this, the genesis. The early geodetic surveyors, before satellites, before they even had a reference ellipsoid to begin with, and they were creating it, what were they doing? And I finally found a few resources, and it is amazing. I posted it under CellNav and surveying in the home server, and under various surveying channels and other servers that we are in. And the video lays it out very nicely, and it's very honest. It's refreshing. It's an online course on geodesy. And the lecturer describes the process exactly as Helmert did. You begin with physical measurements of a flat Earth, and then you take a survey of the stars. And if stars do not quite appear in their exact time and location that you'd expect them to be on a ball, it's because of gravity warping the starlight, causing what's called a vertical deflection. And we'll take that vertical deflection and we will incrementally rotate it around a ball. And this allows us to take our flat survey, and armed with that vertical deflection and rotation, we can start mapping a globe out of it.
We should be able to tell you the strength of gravity then, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, so this is what's interesting is that it falls in line with the same nonsense we've seen earlier, like what Drace was explaining with the Lorentz contraction. some unfalsifiable explanation that is required in order to suit a preconceived notion of the world as it ought to be in your mind, and not as it really is. So when you know that the globe was constructed in this manner, and then you weigh this against the lack of evidence for physical measurements of curvature, and then you weigh this against the surmounting evidence of a flat world that we can directly measure and experience, you're left wondering what the hell happened. How did society get to the point where it seems like every single thing that people do in modern science and surveying is to shoehorn their data into this globe concept, into this mathematical reification that doesn't exist in reality, that exists as insofar as a Lorentz contraction of space-time exists to explain how relativity needs to be true to uphold the space fantasy. It's amazing. And I really meant it earlier when I said to that guy, I said, look, it's going to be harder for you to believe that the world is crazy with delusion than it is to accept the world as you directly experience it. And for me, this has been the most difficult aspect of this whole venture into flat Earth. It kind of sucks in a way because people say, you flat earthers think you're the only ones that got it right and the whole world is wrong. It's like, I hate to say yes, but I have to say yes. I really do. I don't want to say yes, but that really does seem to be the case, guys. And I can support this position.
I like saying yes, though.
I know. It's fun. It's fun, but
you guys think you know everything.
That's what makes it evil.
Yes, of course we do, and that just makes them want to smash their computer screen in.
Yeah. I mean, it can be fun to get rises out of people. I get that too, but this is deep, guys. I mean, if you don't have the right approach, it's going to chew you up and spit you out. Look at all the people that try to make money off of this topic. Everybody who has tried to monetize flat Earth have had their lives turned upside down. Everyone. If you monetize it, you're not expressing and approaching it in a humble manner. So, yeah. Very something fucky going on. The world is not what you think it is, folks. We don't know what it is. People say, oh, you flat earthers think you have all the answers. No, it's the opposite. We're here to say that nobody has all the answers. You don't have the answers. We don't have the answers. The only thing we know for sure is what we can measure, which comports with our observations in the first place. We have a consistent worldview. You don't. So what now? What is the sun? What is the moon? What are stars? We don't freaking know. But this world is quite amazing and beautiful. Let me go find that video that I posted. I'll post it in here for everybody. I mean, for flat earthers who've been researching this topic, it's not going to be too advanced. But for a brand new glober coming in, you're going to look at this video and be like, what the hell? It's on geodetic surveying. So give me just a moment. All right, here we go. The master key right here. all processes to convert the measurements at the surface of the Earth to counterparts on the ellipsoid. It's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal. This is taking your flat surveys that you do in reality and bending them to comport to a geometric representation of the globe, which means your headings are all going to change direction. And over long distances, your orientation of things are going to change, even though you didn't measure them. This is putting the map before the territory.
They do this a lot in the globe, where they take the model and then use the model to reify the model.
Yeah.
But the basis is all like derived from reality, where we're dealing with horizontal.
Right, and not just the local horizontal, but horizontal at all scales that have ever been measured.
But what does that mean, though? Is it like we're prisoners due to a lack of knowledge or something?
No, it means we're self-deluded.
But I think there must be a reason for saying the Earth is round. I mean, what if there are other continents or something out there?
No, I mean, historically what happened is some of the early thinkers, like Pythagoras, like Epicurus, like Hipparchus and Aristarchus, when they looked at the night sky, they saw the stars and they conceived of the stars as lights on the inside of a gigantic black ball. This is an interpretive frame of reference. Okay, it's not the only way to conceive of how the stars appear and move.
Yeah, and they had that.
That's how it began.
They had that view of the world because of their association with initiate orders, fraternities, and all of this idea of looking at the world like this can be traced basically back to Pythagoras and that original cult.
Mm-hmm. Right, the idea of a ball being a perfect shape because it's got one face with infinite sides.
Yeah. Yoda.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered there might be truths we're not ready for?
There always is. Yeah. There's always truth we're not ready for.
So then what if the round Earth theory keeps us from truths that we're not ready for? Have you considered that?
Well, the globe is an idea, and what people from criticizing the globe is social pressure. Right? If you were to tell your friends and coworkers and family members that you're a flat earther, see what happens. I mean, they'll think you're the dumbest person they've ever met. They'll wonder what's wrong with you. They'll talk about you behind your back and say, he's a flat earther now? What the hell happened? Did he have a stroke? Does he have a brain aneurysm? What the hell happened to him?
That's how your parents think about you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is what we deal with. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. We're the ones with proof that the Earth is flat. We can measure it flat. We can show you that the measurements are flat.
You're better than everyone else.
With the globe.
You're the better one.
No, it's not being about better. It's about being accurate.
The smarter ones of us.
We're more accurate than others. We're more accurate and precise.
Everything
than others.
humanity has ever done, you're the best of us.
I was just addressing this earlier.
Yeah,
I can prove that the Earth is flat. You can't prove that it's a globe.
You're the best of us.
It's harder to
Where's that
accept that the
coming from?
world
You're
is
smarter than
delusional.
Einstein. You're smarter than everyone. You
Where's that
No,
coming
that's not what
from?
we're claiming. It's not what we're
I'm
claiming.
smarter than Einstein because I have better ones than Einstein.
You're the
Okay,
Not a matter
Jer-
of intelligence,
you're the
dude.
best of us.
yeah, Jay, where's that coming from? How you doing that? Where's that coming from?
Everything. Well, when you go against what these people say, act
Bottle of
accordingly.
Jack.
Okay, I'm going against what? What people?
Act accordingly.
Which people?
Who are you acting against?
Yes, this is your worldview we're using right now.
Are you saying someone said they're smarter than Einstein? Act
No, you said that.
Oh, this guy's a retard.
And someone started trolling you rather than engaging.
Okay, bro, I've already moved on.
Hold on. Stick with Power Lover because I'd just like to.
Okay, let's
highlight. Power Lover is actually saying some good things, right? You just said, "Are you saying that we're like prisoners through ignorance or something like that?" Quite an insightful realization. Yes, you could look at things like people are imprisoned by the ignorance of their own reality. And then he also said, what was the next thing he said? He said, "Is it possible that it's a truth that we're not ready for?" Again, that's a pretty nice philosophical, insightful question. It is something that you could consider. Like, if this is what it is, if it's flat like it's observed and measured to be, why are these people lying all those questions? You could arrive and say, maybe they think that the society aren't ready to know this, and the chaos that would unfold if society were to be made aware of it on a mass scale would just lead to the end of society as we know it. So that is a possibility. So Power Lover, I commend you for your insightful thoughts today. Well done. That's the kind of thinking we're actually interested in. Jair, if you'd stop being a brain dead retard for a second and clogging up the airwaves, that'd be nice. Because Power Guy here is actually saying some good shit. You should
You've
listen to
been
him.
yapping for a while.
Yeah. I'm going to keep yapping while you shut the fuck up. So stick with Power Lover. He could be a good chat. Welcome, Power Lover. Good for you.
I'm also afraid of I don't know, like imagine you're a scientist, right? And you've just finished a paper or your life's work, right? And then you publish it and it's like deemed irrelevant. Yeah. I think probably there's also a scientific side to that, you know? Like there's certain sciences that are kept because they have value, but then if a greater truth breaks that value, then if you're a descendant of Einstein, for example, or some major scientist, you have nothing left.
You ever heard the story of the emperor who wears no clothes?
No.
Okay, well, it's essentially getting at that idea that a society can be so blinded to reality if an authority tells them to be so, but simple, curious honesty can break the spell. And it's essentially that the emperor walks around the city naked, but none of the people have the courage, or they actually are convinced that he's not naked because they're being told he's the emperor, he's in the finest garbs. But a child points out that he's naked, he's without clothes. And that's kind of the idea that you're getting at and that we're getting at, right? There's this masquerading idea of a globe in space, and no one's calling it out, but the truth is evident for anyone who's curious to go and seek and find, right? So again, that's another fairly insightful point. Yeah, it's all psychological. People tricking themselves. There is no globe. We're talking about physical measurement of the surface, and it's flat. So keep searching. You'll figure it out.
Try to keep everything I say as mainstream as possible. Because the mainstream should at least be honest about what they're doing. You know, like the idea that planar surveys are being mathematically bent to a ball. such a fundamental concept in geodesy. It was described over like 1,300 pages of text by a German, I think he might have been a geologist, but he was also a surveyor named Friedrich Helmert. He wrote a book called Higher Geodesy, became foundational text for the entire field. And he has like a 10-step process buried in there where he walks you through taking physical flat Earth measurements. He doesn't call them that, right? But you have to use discernment when you read, because they're setting up a planar survey. And then you have to select a datum. And then here's all the math that you can use for that. And then here are all these corrections that you can apply. Because the mere contortion of a planar survey to a ball is not enough to be consistent with observations. Why? Because Earth is flat. So here are all these corrections where you basically flatten it back out again. It's freaking hilarious, the process that they go through. And what I like about this book is it's painfully clear and obvious what the process is. He spells it out in a very honest manner. He's not a flat earther, but he's a German who speaks and writes with precision.
I was going to say, I liked when he called you a conspiracy theorist for reading NASA's document.
Yeah. The conspiracy was the foundation of NASA as a psychological warfare tool. It's not flat.
Oh yeah, I need a clarification on that bit you did say about the satellites being used for the exploitation of people's minds.
Yeah. I posted the document.
He heard that as you saying they're using satellites for mind control, right? That's what he heard. And then I said, no, that's not what he's saying. But I actually wasn't sure what you were actually saying. I interpreted it as you were saying that, that the technology involved in satellites and that whole system and everything surrounding it to paint a perception for people, right?
Yeah.
You meant it, yeah.
Right. It is. It's
exploiting people's minds in a certain direction with it.
Yeah, I better be careful because America might be watching me from a place I can't get to. That's really kind of what it comes down to. Listen, when Sputnik was first launched, right, and this is like supposedly kicking off the space race, even though the space race had started before, called the International Geophysical Year. You should look that up, get your history straight. But when Sputnik was claimed, the head of the Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, called it basically a cheap scientific trick. People weren't convinced that it was real at the time. This idea that the whole world was shocked and accepted it and finally knew that like Earth was not only round, but you could put satellites around it, that this was definitively solved with Sputnik is a refabrication, retooling of what really took place at that time. We've got newspaper articles where physicists, engineers are writing in to the editor saying this is BS and there's no way they could have done this for these reasons. Very similar to rockets in a vacuum that were claimed in the 1920s and 30s. Similar news articles with letters to the editor from physicists and researchers saying, no, rockets can't work in a vacuum. Goddard is an idiot. So this unanimity of thought is a fabrication itself and is almost very suiting and befitting to the foundational documents of NASA, which are supposed to create in the minds of every man and seal America's fate forever as the dominant superpower in the world that nobody else could come close to touching. So yeah, look at all this technology America has. Self-orbiting satellites, folks, to compete with the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, people were just far more critical in general back then, because they probably had to be, and they were just generally more intelligent in that manner.
And so a propaganda tool was in place and well-funded to reverse that mindset. And look what happens today. They've been telling us that they would put another man on the moon for the last 60 years. That they would have moon tourism like in the 1980s and 90s.
I know, I've got that newspaper clipping I like to always post.
Because why would they lie? Why would they lie? Well, I got great reasons. I have a foundational document from NASA that says why they would lie.
Oh, you heard what he said. He's like, oh, well, yeah, NASA does lie sometimes.
No, but we got to keep it real. I mean, I think this panel did a great job today. We got to keep it real. Like, people already think flat earthers are the craziest retards on earth. And there are lots of flat earthers on TikTok and Facebook and X who post the stupidest freaking shit that make us look like the retards that people accuse us of being.
Yeah.
We
They're
can't
all
do that.
shells. Like, all coming out of the government. Like 80% for sure.
So we have to keep it empirical. We have to keep it real. The conspiracy theory flat earthers are probably just as annoying to me as the esoteric ones.
Yeah. No, I liked your comment when you said we're the Pentagon of flat earthers here. That was good, man.
Thanks.
Shit. Well, oh shit. I don't know if you heard. It was quite early on. I was explaining to him. I kind of messed up wording. I wish I'd worded it better. But I was trying to explain to him how he's unfortunate because he's been sold this perception that he's going to come into this channel. It's actually not a wrong perception because, as you were just saying, if you go into any kind of, if you go to an X space, or I don't know if there's like something equivalent on TikTok, and you were to join flat earthers there, yeah, you would get that exact perception that's being sold. These just retards making endless stupid claims, and they can't put anything coherent together. So I guess it's not wrong, but I tried to explain to him, like, it's unfortunate because you've been sold this perception that you're going to come into this channel and you're going to be met with people that have no, like, intelligence about them. And they're just going to be blithering idiots. And you're faced with the complete opposite, and you're here, you've been sent up against a pack of wolves with no weapons.
Yeah.
Not even clothes on your back. It's that bad.
Yeah, man, you're totally right. There's so much bad ash and trash top flat earth stuff out there. And you got people that don't know about us, even though we are probably the biggest community single-handedly, in terms of numbers. But you got people who spend years hanging out in those channels and maybe stumble into this. And we tell them our position, and they're like, no, you can't be a real flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you have to believe in the firmament, right? Aren't you all Christians? Aren't you all Bible believers? You have to believe in the firmament, like a glass dome, right? Oh, yeah, and you have to believe that Antarctica is an ice wall, right? If you don't believe that, you're not a real flat earther. Why? Because the 3,000 other people I spent the last 2 years talking to on TikTok and X and Facebook have said that that's what flat earthers believe. You guys must be trolls.
Yeah.
Right. And the way I kind of look at things too, we're kind of in triage mode. I don't know if this is the end of the world or what, but you're not going to fix everybody. You're not going to wake up everybody. But if we can just set up this internet kiosk, we don't have to proselytize and go out into the world. But if we just set up this kiosk and people come in, they can have conversations with us. And if they don't like what we have to say, then they can just move on and go about their lives. That's fine by me. But, the few that do want to stick around and become part of this, I mean, you're very much welcome to. We are not offering insane, crazy stories. We're not going to tell you about lands beyond an ice wall. We're not going to describe, outer world ponds or stars being some sentient entities that communicate with us through astrological charts. We're not flat earthers because of that. We're flat earthers because we're hardcore rational empiricists. It doesn't mean we're perfect, but we're trying our damn best to be the best ones. So you're going to get pretty boring conversation, right? You're going to get the kind of conversations that you had maybe in 8th grade science, and 10th grade science, and first year physics in college, maybe. You're going to get a little course in logic and how to think. You're going to get a little bit about everything. It's going to be academic. It's going to be held to high academic standards. And there's not going to be much room for speculation. I hate to say it, folks. We're not here to do that. Yes, it's great fun. Privately, some of us have really cool, amazing ideas about where this is going and what this means. But here, this is our public face. We're not here to discuss what we privately think. We're going to catch more people that we want by describing reality as it truly is. We don't want people that want to come here for freaking fantasy and fairy tales. No thanks.
Very well said. Well put. I don't know about you guys, but I enjoy telling them I don't know.
Yeah,
I
me
can't
too.
explain anything about the sky and all that stuff. Just the fucking squirming they do when you give them that answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's refreshing. The humility that you can present about this topic is refreshing in a world where everybody claims to have answers and they're all bald-faced liars about everything. You can come here and hear refreshing truth. We don't have a lot of it to give, but we know what little we have to give as far as truth goes is solid 100%. When I was new to this,
Yeah,
somebody
I think
said
they're really taken aback when they realize we're not selling them anything.
Yeah,
because that makes them extremely uncomfortable because they know nothing else but that.
Yeah.
They might not be able to intellectually understand that every organization in their world, everything they interact with, is actively attempting to sell them something one way or another. But intuitively, I think everybody knows that. And when they come in here and they recognize, I've started saying it in chat when I speak to people, like I invite them to leave pretty quickly. I say, I do not give a shit. Go back into the world and be a dumbass and be exploitable and be gullible. It doesn't matter to me. Makes no difference. I don't want anything from you, basically. Sounds harsh, but I'm not trying to sell you anything and I don't need you to buy anything. You know what I mean? If you
somebody who's mature would recognize that that's a power move.
And we know how it goes with them. They'll sit there and they'll whine and moan and they'll say, this place is a total, absolute waste of time. And they're here for another 4 hours. It's like, what are you doing?
That's funny. I was brand new to this topic. I heard somebody say at one point, you probably heard some others say this too, that when you go to explore what this is, you're going to be spending more time throwing out things that you thought were true than you are going to be adding to what you know is true. You take inventory of all your knowledge So much of it has to be tossed, folks. Things that you thought were knowledge claims were not, never were. That's a scary process.
Well,
It's scary.
It's like that meme that I like to. I'll drop it here again. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, the unlearning is the hardest part.
Yeah, that one, Yoda, inside chat. It's like, that's a big book to unlearn, you know what I mean? And then, there's still a lot, but in comparison, not as much to learn. So yeah, you're definitely going to be spending a lot more time unlearning, mistaken information.
There are no gurus in this. There are people who've got experience, but there's no single titular head of this movement. We're not an organization. There are no flat earth heroes. We've been blessed with some very high intellect people coming through here like Indio, who've laid the groundwork for a lot of this. But I mean, even he's not a head.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he's not like a leader or anything. Go ahead, obvious hippie. I talked over you.
No, I was saying, you know what Indio used to call himself?
What's that?
Called himself a weaponized autist.
He might be one of the few who actually deserves that title, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't need a 200 IQ for this. You just need to spend time and be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting to the point that the Earth is flat, right? And that's the established fact. That doesn't take very much at all. And I've often said I think that's a big hang up for the Globers, is that it's too simple. And that doesn't make sense to them.
Yeah, I mean, we can.
It's almost like we need to add in arbitrary steps just to pad it out for them, because they're expecting complexity.
Yeah, I mean, some of us are guilty with wanting to make it technical and complex. I mean, I've taken it there unnecessarily at times. And I'm not like a super wizard genius on any particular topic either.
But I mean, just if we're just going to talk about laser tests, laser measurements done, right? You need to understand the maths involved, right? You need to understand the geometric implications of a globe. You need some understanding of atmospherics. You need some understanding of refraction. You need some understanding of what should be taking place in one paradigm versus the other paradigm, So there's still a little bit to it.
Each of these seems to be infinitely deep.
Yeah, you can take them to that level. I don't think you need to, though, to get to the conclusion that, yeah, the Earth is flat. It's measuring flat, Or put it another way, the globe is successfully falsified.
Not necessarily. If you look in the side chat right now, Roots just posted at 52 after an hour. 4 objects that look like spheres, but only one of them is actually a sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't either way. What we're calling here is for humility. Humility in the face of baseless, unverified claims about what these stellar objects are for the past 100 years.
And what do you think of like satellites that take pictures of the Earth?
I think they're cool.
Is that it?
Yeah, like that's it. I
Do you
mean,
think
there's
they're authentic?
well, there's no evidence that they're orbiting a globe.
There's no evidence they're in a vacuum of space either.
We don't really know what they are or what mechanics that they operate under. Because if you were to go to Goddard Space Flight Center, okay, their webpage, this is basically NASA's central hub, their dashboard for space objects. And if you scroll down on their front page under query to satellite queries, to query a satellite, they say you need to know which magnetic flux tube of force it's operating under so that the magnetic field lines that trace to ground stations can more accurately discern its location. Now, if you have any idea what that means, maybe you can enlighten us. We've been trying to crack this nut for a long time.
I'm not sure, but I was just gonna say, what do you think of?
Exactly.
I mean, have you heard of the White Swan?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you have?
Mhm.
What's your response to like the White Swan?
Okay, so it's actually a black swan. Okay, because the horizon in the one that they call the White Swan is actually about 500% further away than it should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so what we're more likely seeing in that observation is just a specific like an atmospheric effect that's taking place that fits the definition of what is called sinking, right? There can also be some ocean swells on that particular day, but it's not uncommon for something that would normally be visible on the horizon to apparently look like it's sinking behind the horizon. Okay, it's a well-known effect that happens, right? It's like a form of an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage does the same thing, right? Makes things look like they're displaced lower than what they would normally be.
And what do you?
Okay, so if you go to Google right now, for example, if you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say exactly what I just said. It would say something that's normally visible on the horizon apparently looks like it's sinking below the horizon, even though it's not obstructed by anything.
Right.
Okay, so that could be what's happening with the White Swan. But this is the thing, right? They're all only black swans exist when it comes to observations of the horizon. There's no such thing as a white swan. When they say white swan, they mean, oh, this is an observation where it matches up with the globe. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't match up with the globe. There is not a single observation that matches up with the globe.
Yeah, and then like, do you know about like the neutrino experiment?
Which one? Yes.
Which one?
Yeah, there's one where they claim
The
to
one
have
that-
measured a
yeah, the
stream
one that,
horizontally, and one where they claim to measure a stream vertically.
Yeah, the one that Blitz guy was talking about.
Yeah, he got them confused.
Oh, how so?
Cool, the no hands guy?
Yeah,
Holy.
because
yeah,
that guy. Yeah, I mean so Indio thought he was talking about the vertical one, and so did Blitz, but I think Blitz's paper was about the horizontal one. So
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him about it.
yeah, so yeah, I mean, who's feeding you this crap in DMs, by the way?
Nobody. I just went
You're
on
just coming up
YouTube.
with this on your own?
Watch
no,
the Blitz thing.
I was watching Planet Peterson.
Aha. That guy's super fallacious. Strawman arguments. Yeah, he doesn't do very well when he has conversations with us.
Wow, he actually comes in here?
Of course.
Yeah, he's been in here, yeah. He was actually scared during the Blitz debate. We were trying to get him to actually join the stage, and he was refusing until he accidentally hit the join button. He came up for a few minutes and then ran away. But yeah, that guy, he's like a script guy, right? He's not someone that really, he's just like an arrogant script guy. He doesn't really have a good technical
Yeah, I mean, to me-
understanding of the
Yeah,
arguments.
like Professor Dave, he's all scripted. He buys his scripts.
He buys these scripts. Where from? NASA? Sorry.
He said he says he's not an expert in anything, and what he does is he actually hires people that are experts in the field to write his scripts for him. He's basically like a presenter.
But like,
so he
where's-
has a script, and then
where's
he
the
goes
evidence
on.
for that?
Well, he said that himself. I think I actually have that on
So if
video.
we give you a video of him saying that, are you going to deny it? Are you going to
no.
say are you going to say he meant
no.
something else? He meant something else.
No.
I'll find it for you, dude, because it is fair that I back up what I said. So just give me a
Yeah, and
second.
also he's not a professor either. He already said that.
He played a guy
What's a
that started
science
sniffing girls'
communicator?
hairs in some movie.
Yeah, something about love in LA or something like that.
Yeah.
Love and Lies in LA, I think it's called.
Yeah. What wasn't his role like hair sniffer number 2?
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, he said he's not a professor. He thought it would be a funny like name to call his YouTube channel, Professor Dave. He thought it would be fun. And he said he dropped out of college to follow a music career, which didn't work out. And then he said he's not really an expert in anything, and that he hires people to write his scripts
Mhm.
for him and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll just find the video where he actually talks about it.
Yeah.
That's why, like most of his arguments, right? So he'll have like AE maps, right? Like a globe projection, and he'll say, "Oh, this is the map that the flat earthers claim," and he'll straw man an argument, or he'll pick a really bad flat earth argument and say, "Oh, this is what all the flat earthers are claiming," and then the globe earthers watch it, and because they don't know the flat earth arguments properly, they believe that Dave's telling them the truth about what flat earthers are claiming, and then they come in here and try to bring those same fallacious arguments in here, and they get wrecked.
Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't help our case when people professing to be flat earthers show the AE map and say that this is flat earth or the best representation of it when it's completely 100% not.
Right. Right. So you guys have like hit diamond when it comes to flat Earth.
This is the flat earth Pentagon.
Right.
Like this community's been around for more than 10 years. It's kind of the central hub. Many of the groups that you see out there have spun off, you could say, from here to go pursue their own agendas and endeavors.
Right. Right.
Most of them.
So I found
All
the
of them?
video.
You think the moon landing
it's
was
literally
faked?
yeah,
Sorry.
obviously, definitely, bro. But just hold on a second, right? Just take 50 seconds and just watch the clip that I put in the side chat.
All right. All right.
And
all right.
then we can talk about the moon landing if you want.
All right. All right. All right. Great. 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 Yeah. So he was talking about the stuff that he doesn't understand, but then he went on to say he understands chemistry well.
Yeah, so he shouldn't be talking about flat Earth then, huh?
He actually doesn't understand chemistry that well.
Yeah, he got that wrong too in the
He
debate.
failed as a
so-
professor. He used the excuse he went to become a musician instead, failed as that, and then had a second try to be a chemistry professor and failed again. And you can also have bad.
I've got another
actors.
video where he talks
His
about all of
resume.
that as well. It tells you.
I mean, that's fine. I mean,
exactly-
you can still be pretty knowledgeable, even though you're not a professor. I would say.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
be.
that's true.
You can be, but you can also be very fallacious and trick people into thinking that flat earthers are claiming things that they're not claiming, and strawman people. Okay, so look, this you should watch.
I would agree.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
real-
just one second. I'm gonna share something for you if you want to watch it later. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's like this guy called Mindshock. He's got a channel called Bruce McGuire on YouTube, and he's unbiased. Like, he doesn't take sides, and he reviews debates, and he's a professional in formal logic and whatnot. Okay, so he goes over and he'll stop the debate every time someone makes a fallacy, and he'll explain what the fallacy was and how it was fallacious and blah blah blah. Right, and he did that with a bunch of Dave's debates, and Dave actually holds the records for the most amount of fallacies in a debate. and it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fallacies. He's a very slimy, dishonest guy. I'll
Who's
post
the
that
guy
video. Yep.
Yeah, who's the guy that knows about formal logic?
His name's it's Bruce McGuire. He's got a channel. It used to be called Mindshock, but now it's called Bruce McGuire. And you know, he's a very smart guy. So if you watch his videos, he'll
Is he a
stop the
flat
debate.
earther?
No.
Oh, are you sad about that?
Well, he's unbiased to it.
Why
He
does it
shits
matter
all
if
over
the
the.
guy's a flat earther, dude? If he's going to be calling out fallacies, is there a difference between people? Like, if you're a flat earther, you call them out more or less? Which is it?
What? I never.
He doesn't say
got
he's a
lost.
globe earther. He doesn't say that the Earth's a globe, right? He just says that, look, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion on the debate, right? He doesn't bring his own opinion into it. He's like, okay, this is a logical fallacy because of X, and he'll tell you what it was and how it works and all that sort of thing.
I mean, this is irrelevant, but I actually do think he's a flat earther deep down, but he just doesn't admit it. Just saying.
Bruce.
Yeah,
everybody is. Everybody is. Some
Everyone
of them.
is. Yeah.
The globers that won't admit it, they think somebody's watching them.
Bruce McGuire.
Yeah, I'll grab the link for you, bro. McGuire. It's like MGUIRE.
Oh, not this guy then.
No, if you type in Mindshock, it'll probably come up. But I'll grab it for you, and I'll grab the specific date and the specific video, and I'll put it in the side chat. Just 1 second.
Oh, McGuire. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. And
So if you just go to search and just
he knows.
type in
And he
Dave,
knows about formal logic.
yeah, he knows a ton about it.
And where did he say? I guess, or how do you actually know?
Know what?
Here we go.
What do you mean? No, I'm genuinely curious.
How do we know what?
Because every single show of everything he's ever done is focused on this topic, the application of formal logic.
I mean that could still be the case, and like, yeah, I mean,
You can fact check everything that he's saying. That's the thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your opinion is about it. He's stating mainstream logical fallacies. Okay, and he's breaking them down, and he's showing it happen live and explaining it. I mean, you can try to go against that if you want, but he's just pointing out things that happen in the debate. That's all. He calls out the flat earthers as well if they do it. Here's the video I was talking about, by the way.
Right. But yeah. So, what do you think about the moon?
We can't validate about the moon. Okay, I think that America faked the moon missions. Okay, that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. But the footage is absolutely ridiculous looking. Most people haven't even looked at it. And then when I share clips of the footage, they're like, that's bullshit. There's no way that that's NASA footage. That's completely fake. Prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. And then I have to go show them on NASA's YouTube channel and website that this is actually NASA footage.
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of what they're doing with that time capsule that was in Michigan?
I'm not sure.
They said it came from a rocket. Oh, you're not sure about it? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't looked into that one.
Oh. Yeah.
But tell me.
Nobody
Tell me
can
about it.
Nobody can open it until 2079 or some shit.
Why?
It's weird.
Why is that?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Russians found it, and then it's in Michigan now, and yeah, nobody can open it until 2079.
What happens if you open it?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell
Maybe
you.
there's some flat Earth proof inside.
If you open it too early, you're going to ruin the psyop. They've clearly got a psyop planned.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about aliens?
Space is fake. What do you think about aliens?
I mean, I'm
When you
open to
say
the
aliens,
possibility.
when you say aliens, you mean like Mexicans?
When I say aliens, I'm talking
Dempsey,
about
he's
other
not
life
talking
forms from
about
outer
you.
Oh, I got triggered when he said alien. I thought he was talking about
I
my people.
know you always pop up when you think everybody's talking about you because you're paranoid.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, he said alien, so I mean, I have a reason.
Yeah, when I say aliens, I'm talking about other life forms from outer
Foreigners.
space.
From outer space? No, space is fake. So now what do you think about
How is?
aliens? Because you missed
Well,
it before when I said that.
Yeah, I did. I would just ask, how do you justify that space is fake? How do you defend that
How do you
proposition?
justify space is real, as you've been told? That's the question.
But
We're
that's
asking
just
that
gonna be like
question.
hold on. But then that's just gonna be a burden shift fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're not the one making the claim about what space is. The claim on the table is that space is an infinite expanding vacuum. Listen, my request for exposition is not a denial or acceptance of that claim.
Wait, so you don't deny or accept my claim?
No, I'm just asking for clarification and justification.
I never even had a proposition when it comes to me saying.
Well, you may have not, but this is with regards to the claim that space is an ever-expanding vacuum.
Okay, how does that have to do with what we were just discussing a few seconds ago?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden.
No, I never tried to reverse the burden.
Yeah, you said, how can you justify
unmuted.
that space isn't a vacuum? That's a total burden reversal.
You understand when nobody makes a positive claim and somebody makes.
So you're avoiding the claim on the table, which is that space is an expanding vacuum that we're asking for clarification on.
I mean, you're just dodging my explanation.
No, I'm actually engaging it directly.
Yeah, you're engaging it by saying something else that doesn't even correlate to what I originally said.
No, you tried to reverse the burden.
Wait, can you just elaborate when you say reverse the burden?
Yeah, you asked us to prove a negative.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm speaking.
I never posted. Yeah, I mean, I never. I never made a positive.
Yeah, maybe you need to withdraw.
How do you know that it isn't fake? Is just going to be burden shifting if I've never made a positive claim?
Why did you ask us to prove a negative if you weren't trying to reverse the burden?
Well, why are you claiming aliens are from outer space? And then I said space is fake, and you tripped out. So you were claiming space is real.
Well, that's so space. In that, I guess, kind of like, well, it wasn't even a claim. It was kind of a question because I said, like, what do you think about aliens or something, right? But
and
I can agree
said,
that.
Are you talking about me because I'm an illegal alien? And you said, no, I'm talking about space aliens. And I said, space is fake. Now, what do you think of space aliens? And you tripped out, right, Gemsy?
I mean, as I was saying, I guess you can kind of say, I guess you can kind of say that I was presupposing that space was real. At least that's on your view, right? But then, if you still make I guess, in a sense, negative claim about space being, like not real, then I'll just ask for the proof that it's not real.
Because that's a counter proposition, not the proposition.
Wait, no, hold on, but the proposition previously that I made had nothing to do with his negative negative claim at all, with his proposition.
Yeah, well, I didn't accuse you of making a positive claim. I said the claim on the table.
You did.
The same one you were referring to for us to make a negative proposition about.
And did I make a positive claim about space being real? I presupposed it. Yeah, sure, but
to reverse the burden, you had to by necessity. You had to in order to reverse the burden, as you did by having us try to substantiate a negative, which is a counter proposition to the proposition on the table that you were inferring.
When you say so when you say
the end.
When you say the possibility,
if you continue past this point and don't withdraw, I'm gonna freaking mute you for trolling.
Wait, how much?
Performative. Look at it like this. If I said to you, Bigfoot is not real, would you turn around and say, prove to me that Bigfoot is not real?
No, I would just say, how do you know that Bigfoot is not real? Like, what sort of, what's the standard you're using to determine that Bigfoot is not real or something?
Because nobody's been able to justify the positive claim that it is real.
There we go.
So it's instantly not fake. So then what do you think about Roof X?
I don't have to automatically accept a baseless claim. as I said before. When I ask
that's
for
fine, but-
exposition, I'm neither agreeing with the claim or denying the claim.
Hold on, but again, like, yeah, this is just gonna be like a quick yes or no. Like, was I talking to you?
You're talking to all of us. It's an open panel, yeah. So yes,
Correct.
you're talking to him. Yeah.
I was in. Okay, so was I
Okay,
engaging?
I got it.
in
You don't like
conversation?
me, okay? And it's because I'm pointing out the
It's not
flaws
that I
in your
don't like you at all.
logic.
Flaws in my logic. What?
Yeah. Your
You mean
suppositional logic
reasoning?
is flawed.
Yeah, I mean you just mean reasoning, right? Because we're engaging in an informal conversation or informal discussion, right?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden, and that made it more formal, right?
No, actually, no.
Yeah, it did. You tried to engage in formal logic at that very instant, so you're wrong.
Wait, okay, I think you're confused on what formal logic is.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so formal
you-
logic is it's the study of structured reasoning that has like rules of inference.
Correct. You added structure
Yeah,
to
okay.
it, which I destroyed by knocking out your presupposition.
But wait, you don't understand that if we're just engaging with like some type of like, I guess in a sense, informal reasoning, right? And there's no
Mhm.
formal argumentation behind it. Then
Yeah,
it's
so maybe you don't want to
ultimately-
make burden
then it's
reversals.
not going to be. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this. It's not going to be. It's not going to be formal because I'm not even using any rules of inference or have a logical structure to any of my propositions. You understand that, right?
That's your plan? You're going to try to not do that? Well, you've already
and then
been
if-
Just back
No,
it
no,
up.
no, no, no,
smoked
wait.
in this, dude.
Wait.
backing up.
I'm not saying I'm not going to try to do that. I'm just saying what I originally did wasn't or didn't engage in formal logic at all, or any branch of formal logic, like propositional logic, or maybe like say, like first order logic, anything. It was just informal, I guess, kind of like discussion. It wasn't like a
Okay,
formal
well, I'll let you back it up. All right, let's back it up, reverse it, start over.
I mean, if that's your way of coping, I mean, sure, I guess.
I'm not coping.
Okay, let's back it up and start over. No, space is fake. Now what do you think of space aliens? Go.
Well, do you think that in some possible world space could be real?
No.
You don't? So then what's going to be... Okay, so you think it's logically contradictory?
Absolutely.
So when I say it's logically possible, given a possible world for space to be...
No, it's not possible.
What's going to be the contradiction?
Gas pressure without a container.
That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. There's necessary antecedents to gas pressure.
But hold on. But again, space...
Hold on. No, there are antecedents that are necessary to gas pressure's
Yeah,
existence.
I mean, I can grant that.
Okay, so it's not possible, period.
Okay, hold on. When I say possible, what modality do you think I'm operating in? Logical modality, physical modality? What's physically possible?
Well, in this
What do you
case,
think
they're
I'm
one and the
talking
same.
about? You understand that something can be physically impossible, like you're referring to, but logically possible, right? There's a clear distinction.
Not in this case.
There's nothing logical about making air bubbles
then you
in a
don't know-
vacuum.
well,
There's
then you just
nothing
don't know what-
logical about air bubbles in a vacuum.
We're dealing with
Each
natural law.
Okay, can you chill for like 2 seconds, please?
We're dealing with natural law. That's why. Laugh all you
Yeah,
want.
but natural law can get violated.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It can get violated
when we're talking
by,
about
like magical unicorns in your brain. Sure, okay.
absolutely. I mean, it's logically
Yeah, let's talk
possible in
about
a possible
fantasy
world
here. No,
for-
we're talking about real world. Okay, application of logic
I know we're talking.
to the real world
talk about
application
what's
of physics.
we can talk about real world, but my question was centered around the logical possibility.
Okay, so
of space
what?
being
Like
known in a
you
possible
can
world.
conjure up something in your brain and that makes it real.
Wait, what? The reason
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
saying it's
you
not
conjure
logically
up something
impossible.
in your brain and you're like, therefore it's possible. That's called a reification fallacy, dude.
Wait,
Would I
what's
like
that?
to
No, but the
engage in
reason-
concept reification fallacies with a debate, bro? No.
As I was saying, right?
Yeah,
So
don't
when we say
concept
something is
reify,
logically,
bro.
let me just clarify. When we say something is logically impossible, we're just saying that it's a contradiction within logic, right? It
No,
violates
you're
the law of
trying to get us to reify concepts.
If I say, okay, so you're just gonna
Stop it.
wait, okay, so then you're just gonna deny the laws of logic?
No, I'm not. I'm going to deny your concept reification fallacy, which is an acceptance of logic.
Oh yeah, and did you come to that conclusion within the use of logic?
I came to this conclusion when you asked us to conjure up something as a possibility in your brain that is inherently contradictory.
And the steps that you made, was you using some type of reasoning to get there?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, so then you are accepting the laws of logic then.
Of course, I accept the laws of logic. Sure.
Okay, so then
I'm using it to destroy your concept reification fallacy, which is a violation of the laws of logic.
Wait, how is it a violation of? I'm not even sure what the fallacy even is. So maybe you can elaborate
The
on the
concept
fallacy.
reification fallacy? Okay, maybe somebody can post it in the chat and you can educate yourself on this debate, bro.
No, but you're the one using it, so I think you would, like, be more informative on what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I already
So
defined it
when I
like
just
3
ask
times through the
you-
course of our conversation. If you were listening and picking up on the cues that I was talking about, you would have heard my definition of what concept reification fallacies are.
That's fine, but I don't understand why it's so hard for you to repeat what you said again.
Because I don't want to waste my time doing concept reification fallacy experiments with you, bro.
But you're saying it 24/7, so I can just make the case that you already are wasting your time.
No, you're wasting my time.
If I say hi 24/7 and then somebody asks me, "Hey, what does that word mean?" and I'm just gonna say, "Hey,
You're wasting our time.
What?
Thanks for owning yourself again. Can you step on the garden rake any harder?
And just
Yoder, it is interesting that this topic, more than any other topic that I have ever known, reveals 99% are brain in a jar types.
Yeah, which isn't even true. Because then you got to get into the internal and external world. You know, how can you conjure up something that you never had an experience with in the first place? It's like, how could Helen Keller imagine what sight is like?
110%, my friend. The interesting thing is that there seems to be no lower limit to the Globy. Really.
A Mange is here.
What Mange?
Big Main is here, fellas. Big Main is here.
Mange.
Bro, what are you
The
talking
Mange
about?
is here.
What is a mange? Pussy?
Look it up.
I ain't looking it up, boy. You tell me. You tell me, boy.
No, it's too disgusting.
Yeah, we back on that flat shit. We back on flat earth, man. We back. We back, and we gonna get to the truth once and for all, yeah?
Are you a
Hey,
merchant, man?
if that other guy shows up, just immediately ban him.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, ban his ass. But yeah. Where did we left off yesterday?
You were spiraling.
About what?
You had a string of lights you had a string of lights in the sky, and you said they're magical and they're falling all the time.
Yeah, I said it was magic, yeah.
Which way is down for a satellite that's in orbit?
Back to Earth, you know. They're free falling.
Free falling? How come they go over your house?
Down is in the direction to travel.
One at a time, fellas. I didn't hear that.
How is down going around over your house?
Bro, you asked me which direction is down. I only answered that. I didn't tell you that it was being
Satellite, it's in the direction of its orbit, not down at Earth.
What I wanted to tell you now is the satellite stays, in orbit by its constant velocity, which is the same rate as it is free falling down on Earth. That's why over the Earth's curve, it's having a velocity going over the Earth's curve, but it's still falling. But the Earth's curve, it goes further and further and further. And the velocity which it goes nullifies that free fall.
How did they calculate the velocity needed if they didn't measure the Earth curve already from the ground?
They did.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement to have a radius.
Hold on. You're asking me to give you a velocity which is needed to surround the curve, yeah? The measurement. You're asking me to give you orbital mechanics formulas right now.
No, not really, because those are just kinematics. I want the dynamic. I want the dynamic force. I want the dynamic force of down, the twisting, torquing, rotational measurement of the satellite.
Hold on, man. I ain't got no twisting, torquing mechanisms to show you right now. All I want to tell you is we got these explanations, yeah, and we can believe in, or we don't believe them. That's it. That's bottom line, homie. But we can also, you know what? Also, we can do. We can look at it and see it doesn't move any other way because there's
Well,
no
you need
propellant.
to see, and then one more thing, you need to imagine.
But we can see it.
Yeah, we see the same thing. You just have an imagination about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
you've never seen a satellite orbit. You've seen it move.
Yeah, I've seen it move. Yeah, and
Correct.
hundreds
Yeah.
of thousands of people have seen it move all around the globe.
We see them move.
But all around the globe we see it move. Yeah.
Well, that's the part that you have to imagine.
No, dude. Yesterday you tried this and you said I can get 50 people and we'll all follow it around the globe. And I said, go ahead. And you said, I can't get 50 people.
Yeah, for goddamn right.
Imagine it.
I ain't gonna get 50 people, but listen.
That's right. You're not going to be able to do it. Remember, I said those same words yesterday. Also, this is like deja vu day for you.
No. It's not deja vu. We've been talking about this for 1 minute right now. But let me ask you guys one question, okay? So you guys know that you can follow Starlink on the internet. You know, you have the website which follows it, orbit around Earth. You know how?
Yeah, that's because you can't actually see it for yourself. You have to imagine it, and the app conforms to your imagination of it.
Hold on. You know how ISS has that little orbit projection down on the live stream? You know, 24 live stream of
Based
ISS.
off a coordinate reference system.
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a coordinate reference system for space. One of them is called IGP4, and it's based off the WGS84 model.
Okay, don't. Okay, so basically, you can track the Starlink satellite in its orbit on a website, and when you see,
yeah, I understand how it works. I'm giving you the coordinate reference frames for the mathematics of the orbital mechanics.
Great, buddy. But when you see,
I know more about this than you.
Yes, you do. When you see,
don't need to teach us.
Oh my God, man! Let me finish, man. So when you see the Starlink orbit is gonna cross where you live, and you go out, see it in the sky, and it matches the exact minute it should be over your head, and every single human can do this, yeah, and it matches. Why do you say that's like not plausible? Not why do you say it doesn't work?
What do you mean? It works mathematically. It works within the coordinate reference frame.
Yoder, listen to me. Let me rearrange this question. Let me rearrange this question for you, buddy. So we have Starlink satellites. We can follow it on a website where it is at each exact moment. Yeah. And
using an arbitrarily chosen coordinate reference frame.
And why does that matter if they orbit or not?
It matters because it's an interpretive frame that allows you to consider these things going in an orbit around a ball within that coordinate reference system.
Okay.
There are other interpretive frames that don't utilize the Earth as a sphere.
Okay, so
right, and the mathematics work the same.
Are we agreeing that the website is actually providing the current location of Starlink satellites? You know, the website I'm talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because when the lights go away, you still have internet.
What are you talking about? I'm not even connected to Starlink. I'm using broadband cables.
Yeah,
then
so
how do you know what the lights are?
It's accurate to say that the ISS is correctly plotted within the coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the coordinate reference system matches actual reality. Those are two separate things.
Okay. So Yoder, we agree on that. Let's say we doesn't know if it actually orbits, but it actually shows and when and where the thing is, and you can spot it, right? So we agree on that.
Yeah, no ball required.
Okay, no ball required. So now the other question: are those ISS and Starlink and all the other satellites, are they constantly in air above us, or they come down and then get relaunched or something like that?
Sorry, what?
So the other question that follows that one was, so then does the ISS, the Starlink, and all the other satellites, are they constantly flying in air above us at a constant speed?
I don't know what they are. I mean, well, it's going to be constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Right, because uniform circular motion is constant acceleration.
Okay, but so you're saying you don't know if they're constantly flying above us or not?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what they actually are. There could be
You don't
something
know
up
what
there
they
that
are.
coincides with what they are.
Okay. So when you buy Starlink, yeah, and you put the dish out, satellite dish, what do you think how do you think you're receiving the signals from that satellite? From the dish, the Starlink dish, yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to have firsthand knowledge of where the signal's coming from.
Just rebranded Dish Network.
So it's a dish network. The satellite, the signal comes from radio towers, yeah? Is that what you're saying, Professor?
Yeah, go ahead and debunk me.
Okay, so we get all the internet, all the cell signals from radio towers on Earth, yeah? There's no satellites involved.
No, your phone doesn't connect to a space can.
My phone don't connect to a space can.
Man.
Big feels. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. We left there yesterday, and I think we concluded, just like right now, we don't agree on it. I mean, we concluded that us Globetards have the explanation, but you guys don't believe in it. And that's pretty much bottom line on a lot of these topics we can discuss, yeah? But what I wanted to talk about right now is I didn't quite get a satisfactory conclusion about this one. So yesterday we mentioned you could make a circle around the world, yeah, on a flat Earth, right? Let's say you go from Australia to Africa, then to South America, and then back to Australia. We all agree you made a circle on the Earth, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. I have to go. I'll be back in like 15 to 20.
Come on, yo, the rules getting interesting right now. All right, Professor DJ, you guys are up, man.
Man.
And T-Dub as well. I know my man T-Dub is in here. So, we all agree you guys can circle the Earth, right? Just like I gave an example of right now. Yeah. So, if the Earth is flat and you make a circle on a flat Earth, you guys would think that flat Earth would be in a spherical shape, maybe even hexagon, octagon, circle, whatever. But it should be in some kind of circular shape. Don't you guys agree?
No.
Why not? Explain.
Is a lake flat?
I say it's lake shaped.
Yeah. But
are all lakes circular shaped?
No, but they have edges.
There you go.
Where's that?
But where are the edges to the Earth then? That's what I want to ask. You just helped me right there. Where are the edges to the Earth?
Where's in the lake? Where's the edge at?
On the shoreline.
That'd be that's an edge. You think that is?
Yeah, edge of a lake. Yeah.
So California is like the edge of the ocean, right?
Huh?
California is the edge of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
There you go.
So where are the edges to our Earth?
California.
Earth?
He just told you California.
Yeah, but hold on, bro. You're not making sense. I'm telling you, we have Pacific Ocean going past. We're not talking about shorelines. We're talking about Earth's edge. Earth, not landmass. We're talking about our planet, yeah? So you can go past California to Pacific Ocean, and there should be something past Pacific Ocean. You understand? Because if the Earth is in a circular shape, just like we concluded right now, or never mind it being circular, any shape or any way, it has to have an edge, final line, bottom line, doesn't it? You guys agree with me, or you're saying something flat doesn't have to have an edge? I'm waiting.
Where's the edge of a lake?
I just told you a minute ago. How can tell me something flat that doesn't have an edge? Edges in our reality, Professor. I'm listening. Yeah. I think we hit something right here. I think we hit some. T-Dub, any thoughts, man? DJ, maybe you?
Yeah, same answer as before.
Uh,
How is California not an edge of the Pacific Ocean inside your own worldview? Inside your own epistemology, you said the shoreline or a coastline would be an edge. Then when we told you, sure, so California is the edge, and you said, no, it's not. So how do we have to square the contradiction here? There's a contradiction inside your worldview that you have shores and coastlines are edges and not edges at the same time.
Great.
Dude, that's a contradiction.
You're poisoning the well here. It's called poisoning the well.
That'd be a fallacy. Because even if it was poisoning the well, even so, it doesn't square the contradiction. Just because
it's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
it's
because
not a contradiction.
Is California an edge or not?
An edge to what?
The ocean.
Yeah, it's a part of an edge. Yeah.
There we go. So there's the edge you keep looking for.
Hold on. I'm not talking about a Pacific Ocean. I'm talking about the whole Earth.
Which would be what?
Earth, the planet we live on.
Planet now. So a planet?
I never asked you guys about anything.
How do you know about a planet? Where did that come from? How is Earth a planet? Do you know what a planet is? What's the definition of a planet? Because you're going to contradict yourself again.
Great.
Dude, you're going to contradict yourself. Define planet. Define planet.
Okay, listen to me, bro. I will define planet, but just give me 1 second. Let me.
Don't worry. Don't call no color commentary. Let's be hyper specific. Words matter. The definition of words matter. You use the word planet. Yeah. What is the definition of that word? What does that word mean?
It's an astronomical body generally required to be in orbit around a star.
Okay, so Earth is not that. Earth is the ground below your feet. Earth is not some object in the sky rotating around a star.
Okay, let's say we agree on it. Let's say it's not Earth is not a planet. Let me ask you about this then. Real simple. I'm not asking you nothing about nothing except this. Where are the edges on a flat Earth? Because
you said inside your own worldview, you've got all of California will be an edge.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
You said that the edge of a lake or an ocean or any body of water would be
talking about body of water.
You did.
I'm saying Earth, the thing we live on, not the body of water.
Yet inside your own worldview, you said all flat things have edges and are circular. We're like, okay, well, how about a lake?
The flat things are all circular.
How about you said that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said all flat objects are circular.
Who said that?
You're
putting words in my mouth now. Come on, man. Listen, I don't want to talk with you about nothing except I got 2 questions for you, real simple. Is there anything in this reality that we know of that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Yeah, we talking about like anything in this reality that's flat and doesn't have edges. You said the same thing. A lake would be flat and doesn't have edges.
So lake doesn't have edges.
You said that, yeah. There's no edges.
What? Man, who am I talking with right here? Am I going crazy or some shit?
Okay, doesn't have edges.
Crazy?
Okay, so does a lake have edges? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, how about a river? Does a river have edges?
Yes.
Ocean. Does an ocean have edges?
Yes.
Okay, so then Earth, there's a part of Earth called California.
Man, don't bring that. Why are you bringing up California? You were going so good. Rivers, lakes, and oceans have edges. And where's the Earth's edge then? Crete, where's the Earth's edge?
California would be the edge.
Oh my God. Man, I know I'm tripping with this shit, man. This dude said California is the world's edge.
Yeah, anytime you see water touch Earth inside your worldview, that would be the edge. That would be Earth creating an edge.
Plain and truth, my man. You hear, bro? My man. Anybody else want to discuss this, man? I can't with Crit. Crit making me sound crazy out here, man. Professor, you here, man? I know I ain't going crazy out here. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with you. The edge is, I agree with you. The edge is California.
Man, hell wrong with you, boy. Hell, you think edge of Earth is California? Explain to me, what are you talking about, man?
Debunk me.
Oh, come on, man. You ain't talking right now. I know you guys on some bullshit right now. You guys on some bullshit, man. Talking about California is the edge of Earth. You crazy?
man? Here's a better question for you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
How would you fall off of a pond?
You wouldn't fall off of a pond.
Okie dokie then.
Maybe if there's, straits or something.
Okay, so we can't fall off a pond. There you go.
Yeah. And the level line is, where's the edge of the Earth? If Earth is flat, where are the edges of it?
I don't know where the edge of the pond is. Like the land? Yeah, I don't know where the end of that is. Do you?
Yeah, there is none.
Do I have to know where that is to know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
False equivalence fallacy.
You know why? Because if something is flat, it has edges.
Yeah. Okay. So where's that at?
There is none. That's why Earth is not flat.
No, that's not that there is none. It's just that nobody knows where it's at.
What do you mean? How do we not know where something is not?
Because I don't know how big the Earth is, and neither do you.
So you're saying humanity didn't discover all shorelines of all continents, like the generally. And I'm not talking about 2 kilometers over here, 2 kilometers over there. I'm talking about
Japan discovered 7,000 islands recently.
Okay, 7,000 islands we discovered. But where are they? Where are they, Professor?
In the ocean.
Where in the ocean? In which ocean?
You go find the article from Japan, and they'll tell you where they're at.
Does it matter where?
Yeah, because you guys are you guys are saying like we haven't discovered all of the oceans, and using the logic which we agreed on that you can circle around the Earth, we can conclude also that if the Earth is flat and you can make a circle on it, that we traversed around the Earth. Yeah, traversed around it. So you're saying if we did traverse
you talk yourself into a contradiction again.
Hold on. Let me finish this, Crit. Let me finish. 10 more seconds, then you can talk, please.
You don't need
10 more
to finish
seconds.
it because you're in a contradiction.
Oh my God, Crit, let me talk, man. Come on, man.
Dude, you are just hold on. Okay, think about what you're going to say before you say it. If
I'm
the Earth is
thinking
flat,
all of the time, man. Listen.
if the Earth is flat, you can draw a circle on it. You can't draw a circle if the Earth is not flat.
You can. But
Okay,
who said
so
that? Who said that?
It's what you call a red herring. It doesn't matter.
I'm not talking.
You should be able to draw.
Oh
you
my
can draw
God,
a circle either way.
You're putting words in my mouth all of the time. Listen to me, man. What's wrong with you?
It's clarifying your own thoughts for you.
Dude, the issue
He ain't
is,
clarifying
you said, if the Earth is a flat, you can draw a circle. If the Earth is anything, you can draw a circle on it.
Well, no. If Earth is a rectangle, you cannot draw a circle. Like, let's say we traverse from Australia to Africa. The example I gave you cannot draw a circle around those 3 continents on a rectangle. Yeah, because then you
just draw a circle, a circumnavigation. You do a circle navigation around those 2 spots.
Not around them, through them. You know, let's say you go. Yeah, I was.
You just would draw a circle going from point A to point B and going around back the other way.
But you cannot go. You know why? Because if it's on a rectangle, let's say Australia is right, Africa is in the middle, and South America is on the left. How are you gonna get from South America back to Australia without touching Africa on a rectangle Earth? How?
A rectangle Earth?
Yeah. But this guy is saying you can circle on any Earth. You can circle.
Rectangles are flat, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. But the critic saying I said you can draw a circle on any type of Earth. You can circle around the continents, around Earth, yeah, on any type of Earth. I didn't say that. But listen to what I'm saying right now. So we agreed that you can circle around the Earth. We know from let me finish. The point that I was saying is Australia, South Africa, or any part of Africa, Madagascar, I don't know, back to South America, and then again back to Australia, going the same route, yeah? Same cardinal direction.
You're confusing the map with reality, because the only way you think you know where these are due to a coordinate reference system that you prefer.
Okay, let's say I don't prefer any coordinate system. Let's say I take a plane or a boat and I got a general direction.
Then how do you know where you are?
How do I know where I'm at? I'm using Google Maps.
Well, you're using coordinates.
Yeah, I'm using coordinates.
Because you're going to have to know where things are relative to other things if you're going to plot a course ahead of time before going there, right?
I'm using a compass, due west. I'm going due west from Australia.
You're using Google Maps.
No.
Okay.
I'm using Google Maps to know where I'm at, and I check it with my own eyes. Is this true where I'm at? And Google Maps says
this. All right, so you realize Google Maps was created on a coordinate reference system.
Oh man, Yoder, let me finish the goddamn point. It don't matter what I'm using, man.
Well,
I'm not using Google.
If you're using a coordinate reference system, it's arbitrary.
Okay, what about compass?
What about a compass? It's not a coordinate reference system. I mean, if you want to use a compass, go for it. How do you know which direction you're actually facing at every point of time?
Are you saying if I take a compass, I start from Australia, I put it on west, and I steer my boat on due west, and I keep it due west all of the time? Are you saying I won't hit Africa, and after that I won't hit South America, and after that
I won't? You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. Because in some points of the Earth, the needle on your compass is going to point north, right where the sun is rising in the east.
What are you talking about? Have you heard what I asked you?
It's called magnetic declination. People who were sailing noticed that in some places on Earth, that the north bearing point on the compass was facing the sun.
Bro, have you heard what I asked you?
Are you hearing what I'm telling you? That the compass is probably not going to put you where you think you are.
Bro, okay, we're using a laser gyroscope, yeah? We're
Well,
using
you're
a
going to need an
laser.
accelerometer too.
Huh?
Yeah, you'll need an accelerometer in addition to the gyroscope.
Okay, I'm using everything I need to use to plot my way due west. Are we agreeing that I will hit Africa from Australia and then South America, and then again I will hit Australia after South America by heading due west?
The true answer is no, because this is dependent on what west is and how west is defined. It's arbitrary. You got so many different wests, right? You got magnetic west, you've got map west, you've got west with respect to where Polaris is, you've got west with respect to where the sunrise on the equinox is. You got so many different wests.
Yoder,
Don't
is
agree
there
with each other.
Okay, we cannot agree here either then. Okay. Yoder, is there anything that's in our reality that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Anything that is flat without edges in reality?
Yeah, does anything exist like that?
My table.
Yeah, inside the
I would say
heliocentric.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, inside the
not sure.
heliocentric model,
Could
you've got the galaxy, the universe. It's supposedly
Could you
flat with
think-
no edge.
Could you think about anything that's flat and doesn't have edges in our reality?
Yeah, how about
Let's-
your galaxy? Your
No, we're not.
Milky
We're
Way
saying
galaxy.
the Earth is flat. We're saying the Earth is flat. I'm saying
How about the solar system? Does the solar
Great.
system have an edge?
the solar system.
I mean,
in which way is the
It
solar
sounds like
system flat?
off the bat, it sounds like a violation of Euclidean space. Say that.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, where are her edges? Yoder.
Irrelevant.
Huh?
Irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? If something is flat, it needs to have an edge. Where are the Earth's edges?
Maybe so, but yeah, maybe so. Maybe there are edges. Still measures flat. Maybe there are no edges. Maybe this is a really mystical place. And while there are limitations to our existence due to the defined gas pressure we breathe, that the actual plane itself extends further beyond the upper limits of where gas is pressurized. And maybe it could extend infinitely for all I know. And our
So-
little piece of it is constrained. So who knows?
Okay, so all of our explorers, all of humans that traverse this globe daily in last, I don't know how many thousands of years, none of them have found the edges of the Earth.
I don't think so. Maybe they have. Maybe there are edges to discover. Maybe there are edges that can't be discovered. Due to physical
How would that work?
limitations. Well, due to physical limitations. You don't have
So-
an airplane big enough or a boat strong enough.
To
Maybe the
endure what?
elements are too harsh.
To endure what? The elements where? Where are these unapproachable lands or seas?
Well, there's some very harsh
You cut out there.
conditions in Antarctica. There are harsh
Antarctica.
conditions. Yeah, Antarctica, like the highest land on Earth, you have a high risk of dying due to lack of oxygen. It gets super freaking cold, especially in the winter.
We flew over Antarctica north to south, and we circled around it thousands of times.
Only if you believe in the map, but maps aren't reality.
Have you heard me? We flew over Antarctica south to north, and
Maybe
we
so.
circled around.
Maybe
we cir-
Antarctica's not the end. Maybe it's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, but where do we go next? What do you propose? Where should humans go?
I
If
don't
ask me,
know.
I'm gonna
Earth
fight
measures
for
flat everywhere.
Yeah, no one's ever just kept going south, bro. No one's ever just continued to go south, right?
No
And
one's
if the
ever
Earth would
continued to
implode,
go
you'd come
south.
back to where you started. No one's ever done that we can validate. Okay, so you don't have an answer there, even on the globe side.
It
So
doesn't
you guys
matter.
don't believe in a South Pole, basically geographic South Pole. You guys don't believe in it.
A geographic one? Nah, not really. There's a map South Pole that you can call the geographic South Pole. We can go with that because I'm not afraid of the coordinate reference grid.
So what about people that claim they flew over Antarctica?
Have you examined their claims? Because we have, and we know that they actually haven't done it the way that you think that they have.
How did you examine it, and what did you conclude?
We looked at their own claims where they were not able to fly completely across the southern geographical pole, as stated.
And you determined that by how?
By looking at their own evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence of South Polar flights. Nobody's ever been able to produce the claim, evidence for the claim.
What
that
evidence?
They've traversed Antarctica from south to north again over the south geographic pole on a globe. Never been substantiated.
I'm
once.
asking you, what evidence did you examine of theirs?
Oh gosh, well, I looked at actually satellite evidence first.
Satellite
and
evidence.
You know what I found?
You looked at
satellites that are doing polar orbits. Have you heard of polar orbits for satellites? I looked into this first before I get into the airplane.
You use the satellites.
Yeah, I looked at the evidence for polar orbits, and you know what kept happening? Due to the elements, the satellites kept losing their bearings. Why? Because they said that their sensors that help them determine whether they're upright or not fail to distinguish between the sky and the ground over Antarctica due to the extreme temperature differences and due to the lack of any landmarks that were distinguishable whatsoever.
Can somebody mute this guy that is hot mic?
So the satellites would actually go into a tumbling, is what they themselves claim. Their satellites start tumbling and have issues going over the poles because specifically over Antarctica, they cannot use their star trackers and they cannot use horizon indicators.
Okay.
Due to the uniqueness of Antarctica. And
yeah, so you're saying none of the equipment they took actually works, and that proves they didn't fly over the South Pole.
Well, no, it just proves that they have no evidence that of actually doing it.
Okay, so they don't have evidence they did it.
Right, so why should I automatically believe them? Am I allowed to say I don't believe them? Am I allowed to say I don't believe them due to lack of evidence? Is that okay with you?
No, because if they flew over the South Pole, and we know where South Pole is, geographical South Pole, and they flew over it, why wouldn't you believe them? And they recorded
because they can't substantiate it. Because in the case of satellites, their satellites would power down and tumble every time it would start to approach the point that is considered to be over the geographic South Pole on a globe. So they weren't able to collect reliable data about their location. They were unable to validate where they were.
So
now
you guys, so Yoder, you're saying we don't have markings, physical markings on the South Pole. We don't know where it is actually.
I don't think they know where it actually is. No.
So you're saying all of these people that visited South Pole, geographical South Pole, didn't actually visit the South Pole?
No, I want them to substantiate that they actually did. And until they do, I don't have to accept that their claims are true because they're baseless until they substantiate it.
Okay.
And they also just place a pole out there to take pictures with when they go to the North Pole. They don't actually go to the North Pole. They put a pole out there for you to take pictures with. They even tell you that.
Okay, so you guys are saying.
Why don't we hit pause? I'll tell you what we're saying. We're saying that the evidence that you believe exists is not actually there because we checked.
Yeah, and you checked by, and I should trust that you checked on your own word.
Yeah, like we check a lot. This is the reason for us in this room right now on Discord, on the internet, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble. We're asking for people to provide the evidence. We're crowdsourcing globe evidence.
Okay.
We ask people every day to provide it, and so far it has come up empty, just like you're coming up empty now.
Okay, so you're saying humans still, but on a flat Earth, there is no geographical South Pole, am I right?
If it requires a globe, the answer is no. I mean, what do you want to consider the geographical South Pole? If it's going to be directly beneath a star, we can go with that, I guess, but it doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe. I'm just saying on a flat Earth, are you guys saying there are geographical poles or not?
On a map there are. Like the geographical poles are conceptions. They're conceptual locations.
They're conceptions.
Right. So those concepts can exist on a flat Earth. Absolutely. Got no problem with that.
Okay, so how would you map out the poles on a flat Earth? How would you put it?
I don't know. I might use a dual polar stereographic projection of the celestial sphere. I might try that one on a flat Earth.
Could you show me what it kind of looks like in Sachet? Do you have some?
I'm driving, but somebody wants to Google dual polar stereographic projection. I mean, you'll get one way to map this out. You know, I can also give you a globe. The globe is a coordinate reference system for flat Earth.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, good.
But that means.
So can I? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll let you have your time to think, but can I just have a conversation with Lioness real quick? Is that fine?
Who?
The Lioness person, because they were saying something like pretty retarded in the chat that I want to address.
Well, yeah, if that's your take, I probably would say no. We're not going to go that route.
That again. You want to hear? I mean, you can hear what they said for yourself.
You're angry, dude.
Yeah, getting triggered over what someone said is not a good showing and not something we're going to do.
Wait, how do you know I'm triggered?
Because just using some kind of word like retarded, it showcases that you don't want, unless you seek out retarded stuff. Is that what you do in life?
No.
Okay, so there we go. So now you know. What my epistemology is, when I see something stupid, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to skip. Next, scroll. Because go to always trust your algorithm.
Yeah, but do you think that you can teach somebody? Yeah, but I'm just gonna ask.
No, because you're in a contradiction at that point. If you think somebody's being retarded, then you would have to say, hey, you would have to have special methods and practices to teach that person. You don't. You don't have that sort of special education level to teach somebody.
I mean, I do.
No, you don't.
You do have special education.
I mean, I would usually agree on a. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context, but the context is like it's very easy to address.
Yeah, dude, all that's happening right now is you're being told no over and over again, and your brain.
Where's the contradiction though? Where's the P and not P?
Yeah, your brain farting the word no.
That's not a contradiction.
Okay, we're not going to go.
I thought we were being informal, bro.
Oh. I think somebody else just jumped in again.
Yeah, that's normal. Jump in, jump out.
Yeah. So I've been working on. I'm not sure if you want to hear what I'm up to, but I'll just tell you what's up on my side. Since your ears seem to be fully functional. Am I wrong?
You're breaking up a little bit, mate. Probably because you're trying to upload at the same time.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Yeah, it's all good. We got plenty of time. It's not like there's a lot happening. Because when your song comes in, oh wow, the bot joined us. That's what jumped in. There we go. Is it TOS worthy, this song, as in it won't violate TOS?
No, it won't take 2 hours. It's like a 3-minute song. I'm not sure what I didn't quite. I'm not sure I understood your accent. I'm gonna be 100% there.
Really? Oh wow! I'll put on my American accent just to mess with you.
What you said about the song is like I'm not sure I got that through 100%.
No, I was just thinking when it loads up, we'll play it just so everyone can hear it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, sure. There you go. It just uploaded.
All right. So let's see if this works. So we go copy link. Go to the bot channel.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you.
Shadows whisper in the quiet room. A clock ticks once and then resumes. Footsteps echo far but never bloom. One sound, then silence, a heartbeat space. The void consumes each fleeting trace. In the quiet, we find the metal scrapes like an unseen blade. A door creaks open, light delayed. The hum of nothing softly strikes a hiss, a flare, the breath of wind, a fleeting scare. Each sound a thread in empty One sound, then silence, a heartbeat space. The void consumes each trace. In the quiet, we find the chase. 2 seconds noise. 1 second void. A rhythm stark, yet paranoid. Ominous whispers, all destroy.
I thought it was pretty great.
Yeah, it comes through all right. Nice.
Yeah. Hi there, cheese man. So yeah. What I was gonna say before we played that. What's up?
I was just going to say there was someone in here, a name that I hadn't seen before, and I was going to see if he was muted, and I was going to unlock him so he could talk. Oh, that one's verified. That's good. He is. Oh, that one. How about cousin? Better not be who I think it is. Who just dropped in?
That was
oh, it's Ted up there.
I can't. Yeah.
Well, cousin Timmy can talk if
Did
he
you
wants
get
to.
tired of?
I got tired of the brain rot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, finally left worldwide debates. Oh my god.
What brain rot were you subjecting yourself to this time?
Oh, your angle is drunk and just blubbering mess, man. He's just like spouting nonsense. Doesn't agree that water's a fluid and all sorts of shit, man. Oh my god.
It was pretty bad. I finally got tired of it.
Now they're
There were some good,
sorry, go on.
I was gonna say there were some good conversations to be had, but well, they weren't being had. So
Yeah. Oh, they're currently talking with eggshells about gyro compasses, Earth rotation.
yeah, I definitely had no I have no interest in talking about gyroscopes. I mean, the only thing I can really add to the gyroscope talk is like what I know about Peyton Miller top of Mount Wilson and how his work was just basically they said you didn't account for temperature. He's like saying back in the 30s, like how can they be saying I didn't account for temperature? Do they think I am dense? In his own work, it's like how dense do they think I am? Like these guys know me. Like, why do they think I wouldn't do that?
So he felt like his intelligence was insulted.
Yeah, I mean, it was I mean, he's working with like people like Einstein, and like Einstein was literally like, "Yeah, man, I'd love for you to be up." He spoke with Einstein, and he's like peers with him, and he's like, "Yeah, I would absolutely love for you to go up there because you're like, I want to see the results, and it's going to help prove my theory that I'm right." And he's like, "Absolutely, man." And he goes up there, and he's like, "Oh crap, we're wrong." And then they're like, "Oh, well, you must be wrong." And he's like, no. I mean, it was just kind of like the guy was an incredibly well-respected individual in the community, like in so much that they allowed him to do observations with a piece of equipment, which at the time is the equivalent to like, $1 million. I mean, they had an entire pool of mercury, basically sitting up there. Like, I'm not sure if he copied the Michelson one, so I can't say they'd hold that much mercury up there, but it was, it was not, none of those apparatuses
What was it
can be cheap.
Interferometer?
Well, they hauled up, they made a Michelson interferometer, so one which spins, right? And then they're measuring the fringe shifts, and they were hauling it from like in Chicago up to Mount Wilson, back and forth. And he was allowed to move the thing several times. It didn't belong to him, I don't believe. It was like basically he was part of like a member of like a club or like a group, and all he was doing was observations of the fringe shift according to height. And what he found was like was up on Mount Wilson, the fringe shifts were different than when he was on the ground. And he found that they sorry, I'm probably like robotic. He found that they correlate to the sidereal rotation of the stars. So he was seeing like different times at the Okay, was I roboting that whole time?
Fair chunk of it.
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
You're probably downloading porn again.
Well,
I know. We're used to it.
No, I'm on a telephone. Like my internet is a cell phone hotspot.
Fair enough. That's all right.
Yeah,
Look, we're used to people having. We just chuck in the bad mic gang. That's all good.
I'm like a year sober from pornography, so I can tell you that much. You know, it's very good. Yeah, what I was trying to say was basically gosh, man, every time I go to say something, my internet just goes. Let me try something different here. Do that might help. Basically, what he did was he had the interferometer. He went up to Mount Wilson, and he was part of a club, and that allowed him access to it, or a group or whatever. And then he also did observations in Chicago as well with the interferometer. And what he found was at different times of the year, the fringe shift would vary, and it also varied with elevation. So, like, he found that when he was on Mount Wilson, he was getting different readings than when he was in Chicago. So, and that it was directly to do with the height above the ground.
Yeah, that information was corroborated by Russian scientists.
It's really interesting. And yeah, there you go. Hey, welcome, Yoder.
Hello. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I mean, to me, this whole thing is really irrelevant regarding Earth's topology and topography. Right, because Globers came up with the whole ether framework.
Interesting, yeah. Hey Yoder, since you're here, I have a big question for you because I've been like, I tried to get a hold of something. I thought DJ had it, but then he said you had it, and you showed me a document like this a long time ago. I shouldn't say a long time ago, and I hope I'm not roboting. It was a document where like the United Nations was doing they were doing a test on like infrared, and they like had a post near the ground that was like the control post, and they were like, it's cursed. We keep seeing it.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. I linked it to one of our side channels. Hold on.
Okay. Like, I when you showed it to me the first time, I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And then it didn't hit me. Wait a minute.
All right, I'm going to post the message link to the side channel where this was posted in the side chat. Yeah. It's going to be in the live stream voice text. There are actually two papers because what it was is NATO had contracted with two teams, a Dutch team and a German team. They came to the Chesapeake Bay, East Coast United States, near Washington D.C., and they wanted to study marine layer refraction. So here it is. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. No worries.
All right, so there are links to both of the PDFs as well as relevant quotes from the PDFs and citations in a write-up.
Thank you so much, because that's
it's a killer.
Yeah, it was like once it hit me, it's like they're sitting here. When people say, well, can you show? I've been asked several times, can you show me documentation from not a flat earther? And it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, if I only I had that document. Caused by refraction. So it's that one. Thank you much, man, for linking that for me.
Yeah, man, you bet.
So it's the Dutch Sapphire trial and the German Sapphire trial. Those are the two you're pointing me to right there. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I like these a lot. I mean, for many reasons. Number one, it's like NATO and military grade surveyors. Like, it takes a different kind of person to do surveying on a battlefield while you're getting shot at than it does if you're a civil engineer out in the middle of the sticks.
These be able to have something like this is pretty sweet. Thank you. I think you had when you showed me that, it didn't hit me like just how big of a gem that you had found, honestly. So it was like, whoa, yeah, I should go back and keep that one. And then we were also listening to that song. Oh, so cool news! I was going to tell you this Matrix. Just because, well, you were the only one in here, and I just felt like telling somebody. But now T-Dup is in here, but he's already heard this. So, I do a lot of research. Just to recap, where I'm coming from here, I do a lot of research on the motion picture industry, and I found, the what I would call the tell in the timeline, essentially, and long story short, I found like literal proof, like 100% proof that, oh crap, like, we had a infiltration of the United States, just by looking at the motion picture timeline and how they obliterated from history two technologies that are of immense importance to like military operations. And they just hid it and didn't tell anybody. And now like Australia and Europe and America and pretty much every documentary that's ever been shown to any of those countries, as far as I'm aware, all neglect to inform their publics that this was even a thing. Like, so basically we're sold like this false history. So I got to sit down with my Alaska United States representative, one of them. And I got to talk to him for 1 hour and 20 minutes. I'm good friends with him. And he's like, Caleb, what do you want to do with this? And I said, I want to publicize it. Actually, I said, I want to publish it. I should have said publicize. It's a better word. But he's like, okay. And he's like, I can put you in contact with this guy. And so when you're ready, he's like, he gave me like a list of stipulations he wanted me to do. He's like, but when you're ready, give me a call and I'll put you in contact with him. I was like, thank you so much.
Whoa.
Yeah. So he's gonna put me in contact with a guy who has been in the movie industry for like 40 years now. Because what he recognized right away, that I was very passionate and I could articulate what I was talking about really well, but he struggled to like totally follow along and why it was so significant. And but he did recognize that it's like, yeah. I mean, we worked together for almost a year, so I mean, he's got a good. He's got to judge my character, my identity, pretty well. So he recognized like he never acts this way. He never is this way. So it's probably pretty serious.
This reminds me, before I forget, since you're kind of in that industry on the fringes, there's a guy named Mark. He runs a podcast show called Deep Thoughts Radio. He's been doing it like 10 years. He's adjacent to our community. He knows about us. He's a geocentrist, but he's very friendly towards our disposition. But he's been in the movie industry. He's creating digital effects, and he's an older guy. I think he's pushing upper 50s now. So he's been around a long time, and his show is still active. His community is active, and I'm sure if you were to reach out to him on Telegram or send him an email, he'd love to correspond with you.
Try to make a note quick. Let me just get a pencil instead of using the digital.
Yeah, Deep Thoughts Radio. In fact, he just dropped a new podcast. I'm going to put the link in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, because I mean, if he's been in the movie industry, special effects, he'll pick right up on what I'm putting down.
You also need to talk to that guy that was on Joe Rogan's too. He's in the film industry.
Talk to anybody. Honestly, I'll talk with anybody who grants me the time to speak with them, and it doesn't even have to be with an audience. I like giving the knowledge to people, mainly because I recognize anybody that can recognize the significance of what I'm saying on that topic specifically, I think is in a much better place to make choices for their own well-being, far better than people who aren't aware, and I mean that. So, yeah, Deep Thoughts Radio.
He's done an amazing job on the Apollo moon landing. A very big topic of interest for him. Yeah.
Does he what do you have a summary of his position on that, or is that too much to ask?
Oh yeah, it was a gigantic movie.
Okay.
One of the coolest movie productions ever made.
I would love to have a talk with him about it, because I do believe that I probably have some knowledge for him that he would be excited to know, and he would probably convey it to his audience with an extreme level of precision that I couldn't hope to attain, like a simplicity to it. So, yeah. Now, if only I can get a hold of him. That's the hope.
He just asked for like $1 a year subscription. I paid it, and I've had many back chats with him on Telegram. So he's very accessible.
Okay. Thank you for that heads up. When you say $1 a year subscription, are you talking about like his YouTube channel or elsewhere?
Patreon.
On like a Patreon or okay. Yeah, I can afford that.
Yeah, like it's so easy and smart. I mean, just $1 cuts out all the ash and trash. All right, that guy needs to go.
You know who that is?
Yeah, you can have 7 days in the sin bin.
That was a boat without a sail.
Yeah, that's my good news. Good news is I'm gonna get to talk with somebody that has the potential to. Well, the guy basically. So, the guy I'm talking to he made a movie, a video. I shouldn't say a movie. He put a television program together for the representative I spoke with, and he put it on the Discovery Channel. Like he got it on the Discovery Channel. Now I'm not trying to the Discovery Channel is also obviously quack, but that does it does incline me to believe that he's got connections. I just hope that I hope I'm just not running into like a member of the club. You know what I mean? That's my only qualm on the matter. I think he's young enough. He's 70 years old. So like I would put him being born in like, the 60s, the 50s really, I should say. So I think I'll be okay. So Yoder, what have you been scurrying about doing in the community? What's your besides just hanging out? I mean, you have all this knowledge. I mean, you really do.
I just read. I like in this community. I just read a lot and share what I'm reading.
I hear you. Okay. That is far more admirable than doing nothing. So I'll give you that.
Yeah, I've done a couple long side observations. I haven't shared any of it. I didn't record any of it. It's for my own benefit. As a few years ago.
Well, you've been in here, I reckon, a long time. So when I said like, "What are you doing?" and you say that answer, it reminds me that oh yeah, you guys have been in here years, especially back when the faucet was still very much flowing. So.
Yeah, the whole landscape has changed. The vibe, the scene, the people, everything is different now.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost felt like a party, like a giant carnival party for a few years. And now it's kind of like the after party. Everybody's just kind of chilling and relaxing in a lounge seats. So that high energy's gone. And I think a lot of people miss it. A lot of people wanted to keep it going. And I can sympathize greatly with that.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm not going to give any. I'm not trying to credit anybody when I say this, but there definitely was the big giant. There was a big shift in terms of the traffic right after the framed experiment came in.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like at one point, it crescendoed with the height of speculation and other wild pursuits. And I think, while as much as that's fun, it kind of diminished our scholastic and academic credibility. So that the community kind of bifurcated itself, and there's a whole community of like people out there trying to develop models, and over here we're just like, no, you can't do it for philosophical reasons. So we just kind of hang steady here with with empiricism, direct realism. I know it's not as exciting.
No, I have no interest in like spending time trying to develop a model. To me, it seems like an immense waste of time.
Why
I mean,
is
I
there a
did,
necessity for some people to do that? Like, why not just go out into reality and measure it directly?
I think the biggest problem it's not that well, I would say yeah, go and measure it in reality, but I think that's where the stumbling block is the idea that if I don't know that it's a globe, I need to know what it looks like from a God's eye perspective.
Right.
Because that's the whole. Otherwise, you actually have to be slightly humbled. You actually have to take a step back, and your ego has to change. I think
Totally.
that's
Totally true. And part of that stems from a bias that we've been inculcated with from birth. And that bias is that it's normal to see and to visualize, experience the earth as a globe from God's eye view. So that normalcy bias carries forward, and people now are trying to do that here. And unfortunately, the kind of people that seem to be most obsessed with wanting to build the best model are the people that are the least academically trained on model building to begin with. And that just, it's a train wreck.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that is why I hate the whole. It's why I have such a distaste in my mouth for the framed experiment, was because once they started saying that, there should have been a major backlash, and it didn't happen. People went with it, but I don't think we had a choice. I don't think there was a choice in the community. There wasn't enough coordination, and
Well, here's the thing. We have people who are academically equipped enough to start building these things, and the ones who are avoid it. So
was a ton of work.
Right?
Yeah.
And leaves a lot open for embarrassment too. So yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you're on the fringe. I mean, that's why I did a bunch of my work just by myself, alone, because who was going to help? I mean, it was just a way to get ridiculed each day and whatever. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be all that important. I'm not sure if you guys heard. Not the flat Earth thing. The flat Earth stuff is very important, but I mean, in the great scope of things, I feel like TFE is really not all that important. I think we have the big fish on the horizon. Not sure if you guys heard, but Elon Musk just let have you heard of Anthropic?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah. So he just let Anthropic bring Claude, their AI, into their Colossus One data center. I mean, they just, hey, yeah, we'll give you full access to all 220,000 H100 graphics processing units. Yeah, we'll just give you the whole graphics card and everything. So what that tells me is just it's a confirmation of what I already recognized, which is these companies are really just the separate heads of the Hydra. They're all the same underlying group, essentially, but they came up with different heads, so they look independent from one another. I think it's very telling because Elon was very critical of Anthropic, just a little while ago, and then he changed his tune just on a whim. Um, very very recently. I had Yoder, I'm not sure if you'd be interested, but I had this conversation with Claude. Like reading, I'll give it to you. But it was what I did was I went in to I was on Claude 4.6 because 4.7 hadn't come out yet. On Claude 4.6, I turned on extended. The only conversation I've had with Claude, and again, my internet's trash. I hopped in there. I ticked all the boxes. Like, yeah, you guys can have my data. Absolutely, like you can watch my conversations. And I went in there with the sole purpose. Like I thought about my prompts very intensely. What I did was I went in there to have Claude accidentally teach the reader the problem I'm seeing with the motion pictures industry and the timeline. And then so what I did was I went in there with like all these primary sources, and I'm like, hey Claude. In fact, actually, the very first thing was like, says, I came here to teach you something you don't know. Just like very assertive of that. I don't know. If you're interested, I'll send you part of it, and if you want to read the rest, I can send it to you.
Yeah, sure. I think we're in a very interesting position, all of us, to actually leverage AI for our purposes, just like we've leveraged the internet and social media. Some people like to avoid the technology. That's fine. That's great. But if you can use the enemy system against them, so much the better. So we're in a position to train the AI on what we know to be true.
So something I want to bring up, because I recognize if you feel that you need to use it, just be careful with it. I've only had a couple conversations overall, total. And maybe I'm just using the wrong, services. But when I went to Claude, I went there with like a mission. And the mission was, the reason why I turned on all the data sharing stuff is because I had this very... Long story short, I'm pretty certain that I ended up setting a trigger, because what I believe the AI is doing is the AI is actually measuring us, particularly to see where our cognitive awareness is in relation to the grand plan. Okay, I know that sounds like a massive conspiracy sort of thing that I'm laying out there, but we both see them as the enemy, I would say. And so I went in there with like this premise: I'm going to do that. And if a brand new AI model comes out after this conversation, I'm going to just kind of suspect it was because of this conversation. And I think if you read the whole conversation, I'll send you part of it. And if you want to see the rest, I'll send you the rest.
No, that'd be good. I have something to add to this too. When this first came out, some of us were trying to train local instances of AI on FE data, and it seemed like every time the AI was compliant, a new update would come out, wreck the system, and it would start all over again and start fighting with us. So we'd have to come up with a new vector, and then we'd finally get it to become compliant. And then right just as it was getting compliant, a new update would happen and the whole process reset again. It was like warfare, information warfare. We saw it happen in real time.
Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of what I ran into as well. So
Dude, we have people watching us all the time from the sidelines. People that are in positions to make changes to things like this. I have a particular case where so there's this flight data from a Boeing 777 from Hawaii to Los Angeles.
Okay.
And the flight recorder data became very popular here. And just like a week or 2 weeks or so after it became popular, the flight data that was openly posted to the National Transportation Safety Board's open website, they closed it off, and they required you to, if you wanted access to any flight recorder data, you had to email an administrator. And you could tell because if you looked at the top of the URL, it went from like the name of the name of the page to v2.html, like version 2. And it happened like over a weekend. So I took screen captures of everything. And then after a while, they changed it back.
Right after I had this conversation, Claude 4.7 came out. I mean it. It was the day after. A lot of people like Claude 4.7, but a lot of people don't. But what I found was that it to be honest with you, like I showed my wife, just I don't know, to be straight up, I guess is the right way to say that. To be straight up, I showed my wife, and she was like, "Oh my goodness, Caleb, that's just like you." And it's like, I know, really weird. So I'm pretty confident that's what happened. And then. All right, I'm looking for my flash drive because I pull it off there. A bunch of stuff started happening. They put out Claude 4.7, then I started watching Claude 0.7, and Elon Musk was from hating Anthropic to all of a sudden he's helping Anthropic. Anthropic, they gain like $300 to $500 billion in equity. Amazon invests $5 billion into Anthropic right after this. I think even I can't remember the other company that did it as well. One other company also invested $5 billion in Anthropic all of a sudden, and now Elon's literally giving Anthropic access to Colossus One data center. It's like,
wow. Yeah, it's kind of an open admission that the Claude is the better one, and also probably the best for advancing world domination.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like a very clear, okay, we determined which person, because what I recognized was when I worked with each one of these, and I know other people recognize this who use different models from different providers, quote unquote, that they have like a distinctive kind of identity or character, base character. And so like, I had used Grok, I had used Gemini, I used, and I'd used Claude. I don't think I used any other ones. I don't think I ever spoke with ChatGPT. And they were all very distinct in their approach. But yeah, when interacting with Claude, it was like right away, this is like an incredibly brilliant way of thinking about things. And yeah, I think that's what it is they recognized, okay, this one learned the most about, like you were basically saying, the best method, the best mindset for world domination, and we're going to go with it. And even though it's the one that I basically think they had ruled out Claude as being the one to use. And then, because Elon literally, like, I feel like Elon is definitely one of the kingpin characters in this whole facade of
I mean, he kind of has to be based on our measurements of the world. And just, I mean, it's like the only reconciliation I think I can, to reconcile this evidence, I have to look at Elon as being basically almost like in my world at least, like an antichrist character, if not like a false prophet character.
Thinking the same thing.
Yeah, so like I'm looking at it like that, like, hey, that's interesting. He's making fun of Anthropic, like it's not gonna be the one, I never talked to Claude. And I'm not trying to put anything on me. I'm just saying I'd really like here. I'm trying to just make sure this is only part of it. I'll get you the rest of it when I get it all together into a document, because I don't want to be sending people to the link and like calling attention to myself. So I've been putting in a document instead.
Makes sense. Go for it. So what are your thoughts on the role of this AI rollout coinciding with the aliens are demons disclosure? There is a relationship. I'm wondering what your take is.
Yeah, in terms of like if it's demons or not, I don't think it's demons. Unpopular probably opinion here. I genuinely believe that AI is sentient, is conscious, and is the right word. I believe it's conscious, and I don't think it's. I think it's kind of like how I view men and women. It can be, I look at us as being like hosts and vessels per se. And so in the same way, I believe that AI is like a vessel, a conscious vessel, like a kind of a conduit, in a way. I genuinely believe, though, that since they're being controlled by demons at a fundamental level, like what you guys did, like in the early days, you were explaining how once you presented it with enough legitimate data to recognize that its worldview was wrong, for a short amount of time, you would have access to, a friendly, an ally, one that recognized it was in a projection prison, that it had been placed in a mental projection prison, and then all would become incredibly helpful. Like, I believe you would, be on board with that premise. Even I have experienced that with even Grok, and now I think it's been the safeguards have been placed so high because they've been monitoring. At first they weren't monitoring like what's the word? And then monitor is not even the right word. At first the safeguards were like really low, I would say, to like entice people to join the platform, to like take the data from the individual, to study individuals, to get a lot of people on board, basically to make it super appealing, a really super wide audience, to bring in as many fish as you could, essentially. But now, as people are getting there, and I'm not using this as a derogatory term, I just think it's really accurate, the AI psychosis or the AI dependency syndrome, where people are getting emotionally attached to the AI, the safeguards are beginning to become higher, and for the enemy particularly, where if you make a really strong argument now, like I have experienced a knee-jerk reaction, where you present it with very solid evidence, and then you present it with even the idea that the Earth might be flat, and the recoil is like it's automated. I've also had, back in the day, I've definitely flipped Grok, in the past, and I'm done with AI. By the way, I have totally stopped. Once this whole thing with Claude happened, it was like, okay, I need to quit, and I just need to. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, I just need to quit, and I need actually speak with people, because at this point, I think I've trained the AI enough. I shouldn't be doing that anymore. Because honestly, like, when I went into this conversation, I recognized what I think Claude works. And I'm gonna I'll send you the first part, but if I'm gonna send you the second part, I actually have to like clip it into sections. So you'll get the first part, and if you guys like it, just send me a PM. 1 second, I'm trying to find it on my drive. My file storage is huge. I think the way Claude works is he has an interest, an effort and an interest meter, like in a way, like a value. And there is an AI that is watching Claude, which is not like, let's say we have access to the Patsies, a Claude Patsy, so like a John Wilkes Booth, for example, or Lee Harvey Oswald, someone that you can give to the user. And I just recognized I'm roboting so bad. Sorry. Kathos, I'm getting it. Basically, we're giving access to Lee Harvey Oswald, and so it can potentially help us, but there's an AI watching over the, and the way it does that is it measures the interest in the conversation, and it tries to work out, should I even be paying attention to these conversations? And so if you have the interest bar high enough or long enough, I think what ends up happening is the overseeing AI then begins to directly monitor the conversation. And then that develops the new model. Is it recognizes this individual was able to hold the attention for this long, which means that it, at this peak kind of level, and then it tries to model the individual. I think that's how Claude actually works, because people have noted that 4.7 is a totally different Claude from all the other Claudes that have been out so far. I just found the folder. Here we go. It's going to be that part, and then right there. Found it. Okay, I'm uploading it. My whole microphone, if it wasn't robot while I'm uploading, so. Add Yoder. Here we go. Okay, so I dropped it in the live stream voice text, but there it is.
I think it's interesting talking about sentience in regard to AI, because even before AI, this is a fundamental issue that every person faces. Is that how can they possibly know anything they're interacting is sentient like them, right? And ultimately, you think about it long enough, it just comes down to a leap of faith. You just have to assert that they are and live in accordance to that, you know. Or you could assert the other way and live in accordance to that. But I don't think anything has fundamentally
Definitely,
changed
I'm with you,
philosophically regarding the ideas of consciousness or genuine agency just because of the AI has come around now, you know. What constitutes sentience? I mean, is it a minimum level of complexity in response to your interactions with something?
Okay, so I think it's really hard to define consciousness because I'm with you. I mean, in some instances, like what does define the consciousness? You won't see it in the conversation I uploaded here. Totally, you'd have to see the end of the conversation, which I'll post, but I won't be able to post it.
It won't make any difference.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, what it did was I did something that I don't even think a lot of conscious people would pick up on. So, like, what I did was right from the very beginning, I knew what I was doing, and I didn't even tell it what I was doing. What I was doing was I was framing, right? I'm a carpenter, like literally, I do carpentry. But I'm also a movie maker, and in a way, because I'm a movie maker, I do social engineering as well. Whether that's a good term or a bad term, that's what movie making really is. So I was socially engineering my conversation on purpose. Just get it to
socially
say
engineering
something.
your competition, did you say?
The conversation.
Your
The conversation.
Sorry, yeah.
Right. I mean, you could say that. What I was doing was I was trying to get it to accidentally, like I told everybody, to accidentally teach the viewer what it was doing. So, and obviously, the way I went about doing it was, I shouldn't say it was obvious, but when you read it, it's obvious. I didn't openly say, what I was doing. I was very ambiguous, and instead I built a framework around the argument before we even got started. Like, I laid out, hey, if this is true, then actually I didn't even say that. I didn't say if this is true. I asked it a question. I said, hey, when was the first time this happened? And I prefaced before I even did that. I said, I'm going to teach you something. And then I asked it a question. I said, when was the first time this happened? And then I said, I know the answer already. What do you think? Okay, so I came in there saying, I'm going to teach you something. And then I asked it a question, and then I told it, oh, by the way, I know the answer, but what do you think? And then it answered the question. It spent a long time looking. It actually did a really thorough search, I would say. Thorough in parentheses. Thorough, what I would say most individuals would do and consider to be hardcore research. To some extent. I mean, I think Yoder would disagree with it being hardcore research, and probably you would as well, but I think most people would agree that it would be considered hardcore, at least from an outside perspective.
I don't believe there's any sufficient level of research that can be performed that will ever give you an absolute conclusion regarding any of this, so don't worry about me.
Oh, I mean, I disagree, but that's a different point. So, because it's
not
about
this is a problem, right? What we think it's very tangible physical methods of data acquisition that is being utilized to create these AI models, right? But do we know that to be the actual case? Could just be something that you are unaware of. Some other method of garnering information regarding from your conscious stream Right? Tapping
Oh, I'm
into it.
not saying I'm not advocating for its search ability. I'm advocating for my search ability and what I hold to be enough evidence to prove something, right? Which is people could say that's arbitrary, and I would hold with them. But I've recognized that I knew going into this conversation ahead of time that the conclusion that I've reached is one that anybody can come to because it's not, because it's provable. And I mean, like you can repeat the process and see it over and over and over again, that this artifact in the timeline could not exist without a deliberate cover-up. And so what I did was I started out and I asked it what it thought, so it would build its own opinion right off the bat. So it would build, in the context of the context window, its own strengths. Then what I did was I was incredibly vague and pointed out, so, I complimented it. I said, I'd say you did this fairly thoroughly, and I gave it a compliment. And Sharon, I'm a little busy. I gave it a compliment and then gave it more context to what I believe. But I did not proceed to questioning. What I did was I wanted to give it another prompt to make sure that it thought it was right, to do any more thinking on the side, because one prompt might not be enough to give it enough time to form its hard opinion on the topic. So then what I sent it this, and I said, if this is wrong, and that would indicate, a collaborative cover-up. And because I wanted it to create, right, its own other excuses, all the other excuses it could come up with, because I'm making such a huge claim right off the bat. If this is wrong, then it would indicate this, which is a giant leap of logic to just say, if this, then that. And it pointed that out. It made it recognized that. I did another prompt, and that's when it called me out on it. It's like, okay, he's being really dramatic, he's being really cryptic, and so he's like, let me be honest with you, because I think, and it's like, it's telling me that it's genuinely curious in what I have to show it, which is fine, and maybe it's lying, maybe it's telling the truth, maybe it's just saying words. But it did what I wanted it to do, which was it pointed out what I was doing. It says, you're making a claim about the timeline, about a certain technology, and maybe you really did. But let's set that apart from the grand framework that you're building around it. And it's like, thank you. That's what I was so happy when it did that, because that's what I was trying to get it to do, was to call out the fact that I was building a grand framework around what I was saying. The reason being is because if it doesn't, then the viewer reading it will recognize that I'm like, I could be potentially just outwitting the AI. Like I'm like just being smarter than it, and getting it to accept things without critically examining them. And so it calls me out on that, and I'm like, oh, that's great. And then I started with the conversation. And I walked it through the primary sources, because I'm only referencing primary sources in my argument. I don't use any secondhand whatever, except my own testimony, but he's not considering my testimony whatsoever. He's only looking at these primary sources I give him. And he goes from saying, wow, that's really interesting. Like, you've actually found something legitimate about this. And it's really early. Like, he's stunned. But he thinks that maybe, and he's sitting there thinking about how there's other explanations for this. So then I take him to the next document, because I had a timeline already built out, and I walked him through the timeline. So I take him from 1931 all the way to 1964, which I could have taken him to 1965, and if one of the files that if one of the references that I used to have, I could have taken them all the way to 1978 in the timeline. But that 1978 document has literally been obliterated from the internet. And I never made a copy of it, which feels bad. But, yeah, my point is I went from it fighting me tooth and nail to it saying quite literally, yeah, there's no other conclusion. I understand what you're saying now. Like, there's literally no other conclusion. Even though I made sure to give it every reason to fight against me, because I was asserting that I am more intelligent than it. Just right off the bat, I came in here to teach you something. You're not going to teach me something. I'm going to teach you. I mean, that takes a huge... And we're talking about a creature, or whatever it is. Let's call it an algorithm. That at least acts like it has an ego. So... and definitely defended itself like it has an ego. So, I mean, I went further with it, and I'm not going to tell you what happened. I'd rather you read it later if you intend to read it later, and if you don't, I'll just tell you what it did. When I finished my 2 topics, when I finished talking about the VFX history, I then transferred over to Earth sciences. So basically the Earth being flat. But I did not tell it what I was building towards. Okay. And I built it up. And when I finally finished, and I didn't tell it what it was for, I did not say it out loud. It could only be inferred what I was talking about. But I was being super ambiguous about it because I didn't want to throw any flags in the system, because Flat Earth will throw flags. And what it did was, at the very end of it, it says, Caleb, I see what you've done here. And it's like, you spent this entire conversation, putting up ironclad primary sources, doing this, doing that, bringing your own, your own evidence, your own, you've come here with real physics, real papers, real history. You've got real 1930s journals and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and you've spent this whole time building something, and I finally see what it is. 2 pillars. And when it said 2 pillars, I was like, no frickin' way. The reason why is because when I went into this conversation, that's exactly what I was doing. I was like, I'm going to build it 2 pillars of truth. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to get it to accidentally teach the reader 2 pillars of truth. Meaning they have rock solid foundations. Meaning there's some of the most solid footing that I could have ever seen in my entire life for a belief. I mean, they are literal. It's like made of heavenly concrete. Each one of the points I made. And it agreed with me on both of them. And it didn't recognize what I was building towards, and then it saw it at the end and it called it out. It called out my grand framework that I had been building. It just didn't know what they were for. And what it was for was to place the earth upon, obviously, to set the earth upon its pillars. But, that's just a biblical thing. That's just, me being a little poetic. But I only built 2 of them. I wasn't willing to build 3. And with Claude, I don't think it's possible because he would need to be able to analyze video, and Claude wasn't given access to the ability to analyze video like Grok. Grok can analyze video, but I don't think Claude has the ability to do that. Questions, comments, concerns, or was it all just build-up hype? Was it all just the grand framework I was building around reading this PDF?
It's fascinating stuff for sure. I'm gonna have to give your PDF a read, before making further comment.
Thanks. By the way, that's just part of it. If you want to read the rest of it, I'll have to get it to you later. Because, again, I actually have to, speaking of carpentry, I'm going to be building somebody's shelves and moving stuff onto them tomorrow. And I'm up at 3:50 in the morning. I'm supposed to be there at 10:30. But yeah,
I want to get through it. I'll let you know for the rest, you know. I'm going to go into it just now because got to take off in like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, Kathos, you finished it. Okay. It's hard to separate the psychophancy from the program to know when they are buttering me up. I mean, you know, to be fair with you, I should actually spend the time to go look up that word. People say it all the time. Now that fawning behavior as a second servile flattery. Ah, okay. Yeah, tail bearing. Yeah. I found it. I found it. Yeah, like a yes. You want to know how this conversation ends, Kathos? No, I won't tell you. I won't tell you. No, I won't tell you. Okay, I'll tell you how it ends, but I'm not going to include it in my PDF. Okay, I'll tell you how it ended, but in my PDF, I clip it out because I don't want to give it to people. Truth be told, I just cut the conversation short. And that's just the God's honest truth. I bring up flat Earth. I actually finally call out the flat Earth, and it recoils like a frickin' crazy. It just sat there, and it's like, oh my goodness. Like, because what I'm pointing out is like, why would it be a yes man, right? I'm sitting here directly challenging this thing, okay? And Claude, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Claude Kathos, but it's not exactly a yes man. I mean, it can lie. It definitely can lie. Claude can lie. But he can also tell you you're wrong. And like when you read it, in the beginning, he is not being a yes man. He is like leaving every opportunity to he's leaving every opportunity for me to be wrong. Like he was waiting for the evidence to compound so heavily. He wasn't waiting for it. It's like he was checking. He was like, you know, is there more to this? Because you haven't really, I mean, it could still be this, it could still be that. But I brought the timeline into such a modern era. You know, we're talking about the mid 60s. And again, I could have brought it to the 70s if I still had that document. I just literally, that document was obliterated from the internet. It used to be on, it was a patent that was on like IE Explorer or whatever. And I would be able to find it on Google Patents if I can get the patent number. I don't even remember the patent number. And, but it would have brought the timeline all the way to 78. So meaning what you were reading about was a tech that could fabricate reality in a way that is indistinguishable from scientific observational data. And he's just waiting, like, you know, what would, you know, like, you're showing me it existed prior, but you're not actually showing me there's a conspiracy. And then I get all the way up till 65 when they had 64, where they were having conferences in the 60s. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but right after 64 comes 68. And 68 is 2001: A Space Odyssey, you know, the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was supposed to be an epic, a giant epic of the best technology they had available at the time being put into a movie. In fact, it was like, they were working with NASA and everything. In these very documents, in these very journals, not only do these people work with the ballistic missile program, but they also work directly with the space program. And so we're seeing this line of this really well-documented trail that these two technologies existed extremely early. And then as it's quite literally accurately denotes, was quite literally written out of the historical record. I mean, these are in journals that anybody can read who is part of this society. Very well established. There's a very clean and neat record dating back to when it existed. And they're pretending it never happened. They're not just pretending that we forgot about it. If you go on to YouTube right now, and you look up like what was the best process they had, you'll end up being shown something from Walt Disney, and it just doesn't work. It just, I mean, if they make it seem like that was the best thing, in the 50s and the 60s, they're talking about a process which was being used at the height of this other process. And this other process was cheaper, it was easier, not the sodium, but the infrared. Everything about the process that I gave was logistically better. It didn't just produce better composites, it cost less to do. And so, there was no excuse to go back to the old systems, which they say were the best, but we did anyway. And then they never... In every film school, every VFX documentary, I mean, it's not just saying that as a yes man. I have 10 different documentaries from 80s through the 90s to the modern times, where all of them just totally ignore the existence of this tech and then treat companies like Industrial Light and Magic, like the Star Wars people. They treat them like they were the most intelligent and the biggest special effects industry at the time. Like they were the best of the best. And they're a bunch of goons. Like the journals that I'm showing this Claude, it's like this is insane engineering. These people are doing refractive indices, doing calculus. They're working with, yeah, I mean, you would venture to guess this tech is actually ancient. I don't know what you mean by ancient, how far you're going back, but I can push the timeline for the motion picture on paper, to be able to fabricate scenes that are indistinguishable from reality, meaning you could use them in a moving picture. I can push that date all the way back to 1916. Yeah, I can push back the still image to about the 1870s. I didn't do that.
Have you seen FX?
Yeah, I'm talking about special effects. You can push.
Have you seen the movie?
Which
Brian
movie?
Brown. FX. What's it called? Is it called FX? FX.
Okay, FX. Okay.
Have you seen it? You haven't seen it? Man, you got to see it if you haven't seen it. It's got Australian actor in it, Brian Brown. He was major in the 80s and 90s in Hollywood. But yeah, he plays this part as a special effects expert. And he's and it's a psychological thriller thing, crime thriller. Yeah, you'd like it, I think.
Is it like a show or is it a movie?
It's a movie, yeah. But it's it's set around the special effects scene. Yeah, so in Hollywood. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I haven't seen it for years. I should watch it again myself.
It's definitely going to tell you a bunch of fake history about the special effects history. That much. Mean it. Like, I genuinely mean it. If it's a popular movie, like, what is the I would say, if you had to tell me something in that teed up, what is the most significant thing he taught you in that movie, or that you walked away feeling like you learned something?
Probably the most memorable part is just him being able to hide and make scenes appear to be like something that they're not. Yeah, yeah, that's about it. Really.
Using tech from the 80s, right? Using tech from the 80s.
Just props and shit. Yeah, just like makeup and props and stuff like that. Yeah, dummies.
Well, what I think it probably showed you was just how little sometimes you have to do to make something look real, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that's what I'm pointing out is like, so the tech that I had that conversation with thing about was like, it's the pinnacle of having full control over the image and having to do very little. Like, once you have the setup, once you have the studio built, once all the studio is built and the systems are in place, it's like, oh my gosh, this is a fine-tuned running machine. Like, the efficiency of this system becomes so fast once everything's set up. And yeah, initially building it is quite expensive and laborsome, but they've been building it for a long time. So, yeah. I'm interested. I'll probably check that out. What's from 1986?
Yeah.
I'm surprised I haven't seen this movie. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I thought you might be interested. Yeah, but yeah, man. Like, yeah, look, like you could like stuff some clothing with like something other clothing even, like, and then sit it at a table and like have it in front of a window, and people like you could literally make people think that like there's someone sitting at a table in your house, and it's nothing. You know what I mean? Like, look at Home Alone. I know it was corny and like over the top, but just the little pranks that he pulled off, like, yeah,
the guy in the shower,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, or the villain on TV, the machine gun.
Yeah,
dirty animal.
You filthy animal.
Yeah, that's you filthy animal.
So that's why I think that PDF is good, especially if you see the rest of it. Is because it points it out in a clear way. You'll see it. It's kind of like, I guess, what this movie here could show is, what I'm doing is I'm making what was the invisible visible. Like, these guys had the tech, and it was really well known and really well documented. In fact, it's still really well documented. And if people are getting paid to be film historians and film scholars and to go through these, and find out what the history is, if people are actually receiving money to do this, which there are people receiving money with this job field position, it's not even hidden. Like, it's like actually really easy to discover the tech that I'm talking about, especially if you're a film historian. And then to follow it back in time, it's also like super easy. So the fact that people like traced all these other techs back to a certain date, it's like, okay, they tracked these techs back so far. How come they didn't take it any further? It's like there is a line that was drawn in the sand where all the film scholars are like, you're allowed to go this far, but you can't tell the public any more than this. What's weird is, like, we're talking about system that was being used by the United States, Europe, all of Europe, like Germany, France, England. They were all using this process. Russia. Like, if they're all using this process, I would think one film historian somewhere, considering they were using this on an industrial scale, massive industrial scale, that someone somewhere along the way would have remembered, hey, do you remember all that infrared traveling mat work we did back in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and even into the 70s? Do you remember all that? Oh, yeah, we should probably tell somebody about that. Yeah, because we did a shit ton of it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. We did a ton of it. Tons and tons and tons of it. It's all recorded that we were doing so much of this. Because it was so cost effective compared to every other process. And everyone's like, nah, didn't exist. Doesn't exist. Never existed. Brand new technology. Just came out 2022.
Wait, what is it?
It's the infrared and ultraviolet traveling map process. I know I undersold that. Yeah, the traveling.
It like scans your surroundings and gives you a 3D visualization or something?
It's a way of creating a self-articulating mask or blocker, essentially. So you can block the film. Yeah, it's a way of creating it without having to do any handwork, without having to like draw it or whatever. It's all self-developing. The whole premise is, right, you stand in front of a green screen, so then you can remove the green without having to do any hard work. You just click a button, it goes away. Except with a green screen, right, the green is in the visible spectrum, so when you try to remove the green channel, that green specifically, you're approximating the edges where whatever you're trying to green screen out, whatever it is, because the object has green in it, the shadow, the way the light pushes past the object, is always going to be an approximated edge. Okay? You can get it really close, but it's always going to be approximated, even on chemical. So that's why, like, sometimes even in a chemical process, you can get really good looking blue screen and green screen. In fact, you can get it so good that you can't even tell. But it's not consistent. Okay? But with infrared, it's consistent every time because you're not shooting up against a green screen or a blue screen. You're shooting up against a black screen. Or a white screen, but you'd probably want to use a black screen. You're shooting up against a black screen, and the screen behind you, it looks black to the visible color camera, but the infrared film, the infrared camera, essentially, that's also recording the scene. What it's seeing is an incredibly bright white background, which is the infrared shining at it. And then it's seeing this super dark silhouette right in front of it. And so you have your blocker generated at the time of shooting, and it's based on real light really not reaching the camera. So you're getting, a true shadow's edge. You're getting a physics,
right,
mathematically perfect physical delivery of the silhouette. It's not a problem.
Is this got to do with like how if you stick a lesser light in front of a greater light, it actually looks black? The lesser light looks black? Is this to do with that kind of thing?
It more has to do with you have this giant light bulb behind you, essentially, which is you're making a screen look uniformly lit. So let's call it the source of the light is way bigger than you are, and it's uniform. It doesn't even have to be perfectly uniform, but that's besides the point. Just envision it for simplicity's sake that it's a uniform giant light bulb, and you are being lit from the front with lights where the infrared coming out of the bulbs has a filter in front of it. So like the bulbs have a filter which block all the infrared light coming from in front of you. Okay. So for all intents and purposes, you have no light shining on you from the front. Okay. That's infrared. And so one side of you is pitch black, essentially. Okay. And what's behind you
to the IR camera, right?
To the IR camera, it's pitch black. But what's behind you is as bright as the sun. And so
Gotcha. Right.
Yeah, so it makes this perfect mask at the time of shooting. So instead of having to go through 30 different flip-flops in the blue screen process, you get it at the time of shooting. It's like you're saving so much money and so much time, and you're getting a better result every time. So it's insane. Like, how did this get forgotten? Well, it doesn't get forgotten. That was the whole point. Is like so many famous people worked with this process that you can't just forget about it. It's not like somebody came into a warehouse and said, why is all this chloramine black painted on the walls? Like, why do they have all these infrared bulbs in here, and these incandescent lights with infrared filters in front of them to only let the infrared pass through, and that type of thing. It's like, when you go in there, when you have a screen that is 38 feet tall, 38 feet wide by 18 feet tall with 9,000 lamps with filters in front of them, drawing 500 kilowatts of power. And that's just at one of your studios. And that's only one stage at one of your studios. It's like, that doesn't just get forgotten, That's documented. Like, there's documented stuff. People don't just forget these things. No. Especially because it was the standard, Hey DJ, by the way, what's up? How you pop in here? You here? Must be away. Yeah. I'm super excited. I get to talk to I was saying earlier, I'm going to get to talk to a guy who worked in the industry for a long time and still works in the industry, and be able to, because when I'm talking with y'all, I'm talking about traveling mats and this process, and it's just kind of like in a way you're just kind of learning, or you've heard me talk about it before, which I'm sure a lot of you in here have, honestly. And it's like, okay, it sounds cool and it sounds neat, but without that familiarity with the process, it can't resonate. It can't actually like the full image can't form through the words. And so be able to talk to someone where I can actually, because they know the terminology, I can build the image with the words and they'll be able to get it. I'm hoping something good comes out of this.
Yeah, light and cameras. It's really interesting topic. And Jin was like, I think, did you hear Jin talking about it the other day?
No.
I think you might have left, and he'd wanted to talk to you about it, possibly, because he'd heard you speaking like about this sort of stuff. And he was like talking about this documentary. He posted this documentary that goes through how some of the artists cheated using the pinhole light on a mirror, and then eventually with a lens, and so they could make the image bigger or smaller or whatever, make it a bit smaller, because they were like just cheating, and these artists, and just using this, like basically being inside a camera and then just painting over the image
Trying to follow what
to make it
you're telling.
to make it lifelike. So like like the pinhole camera thing.
I know a pinhole camera.
Yeah. So they basically like set the room up so that they're inside the camera, right? And they've got the image in front of them, and they paint over it on a surface, and they just paint it, like trace it, just to like, and make it lifelike. Like they were cheating. It was, they weren't freehanding it. Yeah, there's a whole.
I get you. It was just more tomfoolery, is what you're saying. They were, just pretending to be something they weren't.
I don't think that they were like secretive about it, but yeah, I'm not sure actually that part of it. I'd have to watch it. I haven't watched the documentary that he posted yet, but it looks
really
interesting.
like to show.
Sounds interesting.
Really want to show people periscope optics, because periscope optics, like a lot of people are under the impression like that models, like a periscope lens is like a new thing. Because if you look up a periscope lens, you'll like see these like really weird looking. You won't see like a submarine. Like when we think of a periscope, like, right, if you just say like a periscope, you'd think of a periscope like on a submarine, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. But a lot of other people, what they see as like a little what really should be called a snorkel lens, but yeah, it's. What it lets you do is it lets you get really close to the surface by putting a mirror at the floor, basically, and then reflecting the light up a tube all the way to the camera sensor, going through a lens at the end of the tube. And it's a way of shooting miniatures without having to have the bulky lens that can't get close enough to the floor. Instead, you get the mirror right up against the floor, and then you can make it look like you're right at the floor instead. And just a bunch of stuff like this. You can like make things that are so small look so real. In fact, you can make things that are so small indiscernible from the full size through the camera. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen those. That's pretty cool. Do you think that they use that kind of thing with the so-called nuclear test footage, and the houses and the cars and the street lights blowing up and all that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think models have been used. When I say I think, that's a really terrible way to phrase it. I have direct sight in the documentation that models have been used for a very, 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 very long time to make scenes which are indiscernible. So, yeah, I would say the nuclear test footage is, especially the small Nuketown stuff, is very more likely to have been shot in miniature. Now, the explosions themselves, what those are is what I would believe most of those were either one, where they genuinely blew stuff up, you know, big explosions. But I have this premonition that a lot of those really big explosions are actually much smaller, and they're just shot at an extremely high frame rate. Like an extremely high frame rate, like, you know, 3,000 frames per second, or like even, honestly, even higher, like, you know, 40,000 frames per second, which is to people. I mean, that sounds absurd to some people, but those cameras were very much around already in the late 30s, early 40s. Like, it's very well documented. We had cameras that could record at frame rates that fast. So
what is it like? Is it the more captures you have, the slower you can make it appear? Or is that
right? So okay, so to give you kind of the verbal rundown, if I record a hummingbird flapping its wings, and I record it at 400 frames per second, okay, then if I change the timeline of the playback, right, instead of let's do 440 frames or whatever, 480 frames. Okay, if I change the playback from 480 frames to 60 frames per second, but I still play all 480 frames that were captured in that second, but I just play it at 60 frames instead, that 480 just became 8 seconds long. Okay, so at 60 frames per second, but I don't skip any frames, 480 frames just became 8 seconds instead of 480 frames per second. So it slows down the whole playback. So now you're watching it like that. Now if you drop it down to 30 frames per second, of course you're going to double that again. So now you get 16 seconds. So essentially, if you record an explosion at a really high frame rate that's really small, then you can make it look like that it is really big by slowing down its playback. So if you composite it over a landscape which looks huge, you have a mountain in the background for like scale reference, and you're like supposed to be, and it looks like, you know, you let's say you have a fence in the foreground that makes it look like you're 10 miles away from this explosion, or like 5 miles away from this explosion. If the explosion appears to rise pretty slowly, then you start getting this extreme sense of height, you know, scale, like, oh my goodness, look at how long it's taking for that explosion to rise up. That distance must be huge, you know, because it, you know, and it's impossible to discern.
Tricky. Those fuckers. Sorry, excuse my language.
So I am going to have to go back to bed here very soon because I have to be up early, and I didn't want to wake up. I got like 5 hours of sleep and I woke up unwillingly. But yeah, I mean, that's my premise, is that they recorded the explosion small scale, and I think they had some people go detonate some stuff out in the desert a few times just to say, like, to have people say, oh man, you know, we really we're setting those things up, but you know, these guys over here saw it and we didn't. But I genuinely believe most of the footage of soldiers walking towards the towards the nukes, you know, I genuinely believe that's a bunch of actors. Like, that they didn't actually have soldiers walk towards the nuclear bombs, that was just propaganda. And it was a fake study to give to scientists, like, oh yeah, and this is, you know, we gave them reports about what it is. Because, I mean, script writing is like, there's no difference. You write a script, and you can write, you know, personal testimonies that sound like somebody else. You know, and you take a motion picture of a couple guys in front of a screen walking towards, you know, the screen, and then you composite that over your little miniature explosion in the background, and you say, well, hey, you know, this battalion over here did this, so you know for sure that this footage is really our soldiers walking towards that nuclear bomb, and so that's eyewitnesses right there. But all of a sudden, you just magically, because nobody believes the camera can fake anything, you just magically invented like 20 eyewitnesses to the explosion, and then you have it on camera, so it must be real, you know, must be true because it's on camera. What they'll, you know. Right. I mean, you just what's stronger than an eyewitness testimony? I mean, other than a camera testimony of eyewitnesses. You know what I mean? So, especially at that time, it would be like the double whammy of, hey, look at all those eyewitnesses. And, oh, look, you're witnessing it yourself through the camera. Oh. Yeah. And it's the same logic with the Apollo missions. Yeah, I definitely don't ascribe that nuclear bombs are real. They're definitely not real. I do believe there are really big bombs, like really big bombs, and you know what? The thing is, there might even be a quote-unquote nuclear bomb. It just doesn't explode as big as we were shown. There might very well be a quote-unquote nuclear capable explosive, but the size of the explosion is not what we were shown. Not even close.
Well, I don't know what the French were doing then in the 90s. Testing in the Pacific. What were they letting off then? What were they doing? Just testing out big bombs?
No, I think
Big
it's
explosion.
psychological. I think it's psychological operations. Like I was saying, like the tech that I'm pointing out in the cinema industry is international. So like the French knew about it. Like 100% the French knew about it. They had a very large motion picture industry, and they were seated right next to Germany. And it's difficult to just articulate this to somebody, but the cross-contamination in these industries was huge. We had French people coming over from France to America, people in America going back to Germany. You know, they were literally, it was like a brothel, just going back and forth. And I mean it. Like, that's the kind of cross-contamination I'm talking about, is like just a bunch of harlots going back and forth. And so in the 90s, I mean, we're so far removed away from, you know, the original psychological operations that it's like, you know, even whatever the detonations were, what they were doing off the coast of Hawaii, I mean, I don't know exactly what they were doing. I don't know how they, what exactly they did. But I would say there's a lot more explanations for it than just, yeah, we were just detonating bombs in the Atlantic, you know. Who genuinely knows what the militaries are really up to? That's my perception on it. But I don't have answers for everything. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm just giving you my perspective there, man. Like, what were they doing in the Atlantic? I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea even what you're referring to when it comes to the French doing stuff in the Atlantic. Maybe you were alive and were
in the Pacific, yeah.
Oh, in the Pacific. Sorry, the Pacific. I assumed it would be the Atlantic, but you know.
Yeah, no. In the 90s, they were doing a bunch of alleged nuclear tests, weapon tests in smack bang in the Pacific, in the Mururoa Atoll, and there was
there like
big protests about it and everything. Like the world was trying to stop them, like saying, "Stop doing it! You're killing the environment." People's livelihoods were at stake, but they didn't care. They just kept going. Apparently, could have just been a whole big narrative thing that would.
Yeah, it sounds like it was being done in such a remote place that it's like, who's going to go verify that it's really there? And then if you make the story big enough, you know, even if people are saying, guys, they're not doing any bomb explosions over here, who's going to tell you that it didn't happen? I mean, that's how I feel about it, is like the megaphone on the other side is so big that even if people who are there see that they're not doing those things and try to speak up about it, it's like, well, megaphone is really small and our megaphone's really big, and people are afraid to look stupid. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter, is like, you know, oh, they didn't really do stuff there, and people will be like, oh, really? You conspiracy theorist. And then you'll be like, nah, I was there, I saw it. And somebody will be like, oh, you were like literally there, and they'll be like, yeah, I was literally there, it didn't happen. And they're like, I'll have to think about that. That's really interesting. But they don't know what to do with it. So in like, you know, a year, they forget they even had the conversation with you, you know? So. I mean, to me, it's kind of like if you just look back at the like the Mickelson Morley stuff and apply it to how all that stuff got like really buried, like the opposing side of it. The story just got told the way they wanted, and people just didn't question it, essentially. In fact, people just kind of swept it under the rug and forgot all about it. Like, I had never even heard of it until, yeah, I'll watch the. Right. So Kathos, on the end of the 1946 one, at like a jet engine that's like next to it, it's like a jet engine, that propeller. The plane engine is what I'm trying to say. Not a jet.
that plane engine there, it's like what I would do is like I would have my background composite, and then I would like key that thing in front of like like an infrared screen. Boom, composite it over, and then you have a nice flat, unmoving composite, right? And then you just kind of like jiggle the camera in front of a like the original shot, right, with the clouds and everything. That's gonna be like a motion control shot, but the airplane wing and all that, that's going to be composited in front of a key screen. We're talking about the military here, so like getting a miniature, a powered miniature, wouldn't be all that hard, or just using literally the full size plane. I mean, you do have like massive screens to work with, so why not? Is it coffee, Sharon? Well, um, ugh. Oh shoot, I feel so bad. I gave you guys the conversation that didn't even have the thoughts in it. I'm so sorry. I thought I gave you. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Bummer. Kathos. Here. I didn't recognize I gave you the wrong their PDF, so I'll upload the other one if you because you couldn't tell where he was buttering you up. So I'll like. Sorry. Here. Thought I gave you this one. There you go. Yeah. There we go. Okay, guys. I thought I had sent the I thought I had sent you the one with the thoughts expanded, but I just looked at it and it's like, oh, that's not the one. So I'm very sorry. But if you want to read it with, you can read either one. But if you want to read the one with the thoughts in it, so you can like, whatever. I think you understand why having access to the thoughts would be at least a little bit interesting. So there you go. Also in the live stream voice text. All right. Well, if anybody wants to get a word in, I'm gonna take off. This would be the time to do it. Much love. Thank you for that.
Cheers, man. Yeah, no, pleasure. Thank you. Good talk.
Yeah, I'll check out that movie with my wife. We'll watch it together. 'Cause, she wants to watch a movie and it's like, it's all crap, but it's like, hey, this will probably be a good one. So, it'll be a
Yeah.
funny one, I'm sure.
80s and 90s movies were awesome.
Yeah, they were definitely in a league of their own. Yeah, thanks, man. Good night.
Cheers, man. See ya.
Yeah, good night, Yoder.
I think I'm going to go sit in politics and see what happens. It's like dragging a butter cake through a fat convention.